Legacy, Faction 11, The Isa Fey Collection. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. Only one thing could make me leave my house for the first time in 2 years. The promise of revenge. The vague message I'd received via email from my best friend had been just a hint, but the opportunity had sounded too sweet to resist. Bundled against the driving snow in a wool coat and gloves, I marched down the sidewalk in front of my house. The brutal Iceland wind whipped my collar into my chin and spiked frozen needles through the leather on my hands. My loud, crunchy footsteps through the knee-high snowdrifts beat a rhythm at the back of my skull. I was used to dead silence contained within 4 walls. Not this eternal winter bullshit. Hell Here's neon lights strobed behind the falling snow. I quickened my pace. Despite the harsh weather, the Arctic air fanned the vengeful fire that burned in my gut into a raging storm. I grinned, possibly a little too maniacally, because a couple coming up the sidewalk skirted wide. I eased up the shoveled path toward the thick wooden door of Hell Here and mistakenly made a grab at the handle. Pain stabbed into my hand and flared red across my vision. A cry ripped from my mouth and lost itself in the wind. I backed away, gripping my palm to my middle, while tears iced my cheeks. Thankfully, no one stood around to see that nonsense. A burly man knocked his way out the door, and I slid by him into the crowded bar. Heat from a large, blazing green fire in the center of the room stung my wind-burned cheeks, and I melted into it while I cleared the long brown hair from my face with a forearm. Booths lined the walls, and round tables butted up to the steel beams surrounding the large fire. Smaller green flames danced in the middle of every table like little pockets of warmth. People sat everywhere while tipping back drinks, the silver adderns at their wrists winking in the firelight. A smiley woman with shiny red curls popped up in front of me with a menu. "How many tonight, miss?" "1," I said, brushing past Smiley toward a deserted corner booth. I slid into it, facing the front of the bar, and Smiley followed me to place the menu on the table. "Would you like to hear about our specials?" she asked. "A bottle of necromancer's piss," I said, "and a bowl of fennel seeds." "A bowl of—" I pinned her with a look that snapped her mouth shut. "Fennel seeds. Go." Patience. It was a skill I wasn't working on at the moment. She scurried off, her smile dropping at the same rate as the degrees outside. The same rate at which my insides plummeted to my feet. Because Hell Here's front door opened once again, and this time the 3 new patrons hushed the bar into cold silence. 3 Isa Fey women stood at the entrance, diamond collars strapped to their necks, their golden, stick-straight hair shimmering in the green firelight. Black, smoky wings curled behind their shoulders. The Diamond Dogs, part of the Fey government's elite law enforcement and the shit-sniffers around the outskirts of Faction 11. Here, in a witch's bar, an almost literal hole in the wall. Their silvery blue eyes scanned the crowd. Someone coughed. A brave soul hid his nose inside his coat collar from the Fae's bad fish smell. A chair screeched across the wooden floor, which didn't quite smother the sound of a whimper. And then the Diamond Dog's gazes zeroed in on me. They started to cross the bar toward my booth like an invading army. My stomach turned to stone. The approaching wall of stink bowled into me. I folded my hands into my lap, gently, so I wouldn't betray the indifference I hoped I had fixed on my face. Did they somehow know why I was here? "Hadley Hawthorn," the middle one said. "Fancy seeing you. At all." The 3 of them looked so alike, but this one had painted her lips blood red. Claudia, I thought her name was. I didn't know the other 2. Knowing the Diamond Dog's reputation, she'd probably kissed a bloodied corpse and then sucked out its eyeballs with a straw for a midnight snack. Hopefully, the other 2 had already eaten. Otherwise, Tonight might not end with me passed out under the glow of my laptop like it usually did. Claudia quirked an eyebrow. Mind if we sit? Actually, yes, I did, but I didn't really have a choice. A cold sweat gathered on my upper lip, and I sat back and tipped my chin to the opposite side of the booth. They slid into the seat, Claudia first, the diamond adderns wrapped around their delicate wrists clinking against the table. The rest of the bar looked on as if our table was center stage. Smiley tiptoed up to us, her face drawn into a grimace, and set the wine and bowl of seeds in front of me with shaky hands. "Anything for you three?" she asked, avoiding their gazes. The air around the three of them wobbled, and Claudia, who sat closest to the wall, traded faces with the diamond dog in the middle. It happened so quickly, so fluidly, that I might have missed it if not for the subtle tick on their adderns. Must be nice to use magic for such important matters as switching seats. Claudia propped her elbows on the table and glared at Smiley. "Go away, witch." She scuttled off, and I wished I could too. "So, Hadley," Claudia said, "it's been 2 years since you last left your house. Of all the places to go quite suddenly, why hell here?" My muscles tensed. "You followed me?" Her red lips pushed into a firm line. "Why didn't you leave your house before now?" No point in lying. Might as well tell the truth. I could never decide if it was really worth it to put on pants every day to go out. I just knew when I woke up this morning that today was the day, but don't worry. There probably won't be any more special days like this. She narrowed her silvery blue eyes. "Why hell here?" I nodded to the wine. "They've got good piss. And yet you haven't taken a drink. Is that a crime now, too?" "No, I suppose not," she said, then lowered her voice. "We know more about you than you think we do, Hadley. We know you dropped out your junior year of school 2 years ago. We know you've been living all alone." A pause, then. "We know what happened to your family." My heart stuttered, and it felt like a kick to the rib cage. I forced a swallow, dragging all those memories back that threatened to surface and bubble up around me until I drowned. Back home, a place once happy and alive, those memories had died. I'd made sure of it. But here, out in the open, where they could sneak in raw and unprovoked at just the mention of my family, made me vulnerable. Weak. Something I vowed to never be again. Claudia leaned forward. "Why have you been hacking into the Isophae's computer system?" I sucked in a breath, one that coated my tongue with a hopefully believable lie. "I don't know what to tell you, ladies. You must have me confused with someone else, because when it comes to technology, I can count to monkey. Clearly, you don't know everything about me." The three of them sat deadly still, either attempting to gouge out my brain with their icicle stares or to decide if they believed me. Probably the former. Claudia gripped the edge of the table and white-knuckled it. Definitely the former. If they tried anything magical against me, I was shit out of luck. No witch ever had enough allocated power to duel with the Fae and win. They made sure of that by controlling our magic supply with our adderns. My addern read 1 on the dial in the center of the silver band. 1. If I was stupid and performed magic anyway, it would click to 0, triggering the poison spikes inside, and I would immediately drop dead. Still, I wouldn't let them intimidate me. A strangling spell drifted toward the front of my mind, one that would bunch up the diamond collars around each of their necks until their porcelain faces turned blue. A good time had by all, except the diamond dogs, of course. And me. It might just be worth it, though. The air wavered around them, and Claudia's face shifted once again to the Fae on the right. She stood, and her 2 puppies followed. "Enjoy your piss." The gravel in her voice twitched my lips. Sometimes a bitch slap didn't need hands at all. "I'll do my best. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." They turned simultaneously, but not before I heard a quiet growl. "We'll be watching." I had no doubt. I would just encrypt everything better and run it all through anonymous proxies like I always did anyway, be untraceable, cloak my tracks with even more complicated algorithms, and never leave the house for a field trip to hell here, or anywhere, again. Once the Diamond Dogs left, the bar picked up where it left off. Conversations buzzed, quiet at first and with a lot more staring in my direction, but glasses soon clinked and laughter carried over the crackling flames in the center. It was long past 10. Where was my partner in revenge? I sighed at the bottle of necromancer's piss. It would be nice to satisfy my hunger for the bottom of that bottle and numb my chronic aches. The bottle had been uncorked, but the thought of pouring the fennel seeds inside and pulling the spout to my mouth filled my hands with a phantom pain that was almost worse than the regular kind. I kicked the table in frustration, then watched in horrific slow motion as the bottle tipped. A hand flashed out and snatched it before it spilled a drop. Ty Brunnock, my new hero and forever best friend. "About time, shithead," I growled. "Hello to you, too." He sat across from me, unbuttoning his snow-speckled coat to reveal a purple tutu-looking scarf around his neck. His black hair was slicked back, just like I remembered from high school the few years I'd gone, and behind his right ear he wore a little white bow with the words "Fuck you" stamped all over. Nice bow. He flicked his wrist in a showy gesture toward it. It describes my general attitude quite well, I think. So, he posted his elbows on the table and pierced me with a knowing look from deep, hazel eyes framed by long eyelashes that had always made me jealous. "The Diamond Dogs, huh? Sitting where you're sitting. You might want to get a rabies shot. And a flea bath." He moved the tiny green flame in the middle of the table toward the wall. I held back until they were long gone. "What did they want with you?" "They noticed I left my house. Said they'll continue to watch me." He eyed the untouched bottle of wine and sat back, a trace of uncertainty pinching his features. "Hadley." "Don't you fucking say it," I hissed. When he started to shake his head, I half rose out of my seat with the force of the words hurtling to get out of my mouth. "Whatever you're about to tell me, it's my job. I deserve revenge against the Fae, and you know it better than anyone. So don't you dare be an ass clown about it and change your mind about why you brought me here." Ty's gaze drifted to a couple onlookers, and he calmly waited until they turned away and I was planted in my seat again. "This is big," he said in a low voice. "Too big for fuck-ups of any kind, which is why we're here in a public, loud place. I can handle it, just like I can handle the Diamond Dogs. Just tell me what it is and I'll get it done." He slid his hands palms up across the table between the bowl of fennel seeds and wine, as if asking for one or both of them, but his eyes didn't spark with a question. They shined with hope. "This could end winter," he said, enunciating every word. "This could strip the Isa Fae's power over us for good." I snapped back in my seat as if he'd punched me, my mind reeling to stretch out his words and find any holes in them. Was he shitting me? He shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "No, I'm not shitting you." Had I asked that out loud? My mouth hung open like maybe I had. He'd always been the smart one and could have easily landed a good job inside Reykjavik, where most other witches worked. Maybe he didn't want to be a peon for those who had stolen witches' powers for themselves. I sure as hell didn't. Or maybe it was the fuck you bow that was holding him back. Blue flannel smothered into the seat next to me, followed by a vat of spiced cologne. I looked up into the red-rimmed eyes of a male witch I'd never seen before, sitting much too close. Sugary alcoholic fumes wafted from his breath, but instead of disgusting me, they made me lean in to inhale, so close our lips almost touched. I didn't care. My insides gnawed with thirst for anything fermented and sweet. "Come on, beautiful." the stranger said in a husky, slurred voice. And then he took my hands and pulled. Shockwaves stabbed up my arms with steel teeth. I cried out. The whole world tilted for half a second, and in the next instant, I shot my arm out and shoved it forward with all my might into the back of the guy's head and slammed it down on the table. I curled myself into the opposite corner of the booth, trying to breathe through the pain lighting up behind my closed eyelids, while Ty's voice drifted in and out. Seconds, minutes, later, the agony, though never, ever completely gone, faded some. I cracked open an eye. He's fine. He's just really tired, Ty said to a nearby table between a smile so fake I could hear it. Is he dead? He asked me in a hoarse whisper. Damn it, Hadley. What the hell? No, the guy wasn't dead. He was slumped over the table, his shoulders rising and falling in a steady rhythm, but blood had gathered in a small pool under his nose. Is he one of yours? I asked. No, Ty said. Then pour the fennel seeds in the wine and unwrap that straw. I nodded toward the straw next to the wall. He picked up the small bowl, doubt flickering behind those long lashes that made other guys fall all over him. All of them? All of them, I said, sitting up. What's the job? Is he really out? His gaze kept ticking to the sleeping stranger, so most of the fennel seeds now littered the table. He's out. You're looking for a man. Ty swirled the concoction around in the bottle, then unwrapped the straw and handed both to me. A human. His name is Kason Fields. My first sip flooded my taste buds with a sugary tang, and every long draw after that took off the edge so much I moaned. Hex on a broomstick, Hadley. This isn't a porno. Are you even listening? I sat back in the corner of the booth, the bottle tucked between my forearm and side until the alcohol had sharpened my senses enough to focus. The last known humans had died out during World War III, and none of them were supposed to have crossed through the portal into the Isa Fae's Earth-mirrored world. The Fae rescued as many people as they could from Earth since they fed off human energy, but once the humans crossed over, the portal did something to them, gave them magic and turned them into witches. The joke was on the Fae, only not really, because without human energy sources to fuel their magic, Fae now relied on controlling witches' power to save up their own. Only the Fae supposedly didn't have a lot of magic either, so they'd frozen everything, created a literal eternal winter to wipe out the so-called weak witches and take their magic. And now, no one was laughing at any jokes. A human, huh? I clicked my tongue skeptically. Whatever drugs you're on, I want some. He fingered a few spilled seeds across the table toward him and nodded. Supposedly he's hiding somewhere in Reykjavik, and you need to find him. He glanced at my wine bottle. Soon. Why does this Kason Fields need to be found? Because. He brushed his hands over the neat pile of seeds and sat back in his seat. He has the key to freeing us from the Fae. I opened my mouth to deliver a snappy retort, but the dead serious look on Ty's face slanted it into a frown instead. How do you know all this? I have it on good authority. You'll have to trust me. He fished through a pocket in his pants for his wallet and flipped it open to a printed picture wrapped in plastic, not digitized and on screen like I was used to. The last time I saw one of these, a real photo, I cleared my throat and lasered in on the picture. Dark, deep-set eyes stared from in front of an orange fire and a red brick fireplace. A stubbled chin shadowed strong cheekbones and highlighted a perfect pair of lips. The guy looked to be in his early to mid-20s, just a few years older than me, and he radiated so much intensity and danger that a simple photo unfurled a shock between my thighs. Maybe it was the mad dash of wine through my bloodstream, but Kason Fields needed a bow. A manly one, obviously, that had "fuck me" stamped all over it. Okay, Ty said. Even for just a human, I could tell he was still powerful, which I guessed you would have to be if you were the only human living in a world of fae and witches and eternal winter. Hadley. With an exasperated sigh, Ty ripped the picture from the plastic and dropped it in the green flames by the wall. The photo curled up at the corners, warping Kason into a hellish demon before crisping him into nothingness. "I's memorizing it, Dick," I slurred. He winked. "You are humping the table. How much for the job?" 60 clicks now and 60 after you figure out how we can help us." I looked down my nose at him. "I've hacked Reykjavik government employee records for more than that." That was a lie. Nobody had enough spare magic clicks to pay me, so I took money. Ty likely already knew that, but this was me negotiating. He shrugged. "That's all my contact would allow. Go to the nearest Audern charging station and your 60 will be there." And this was me failing at negotiating. I glanced over to make sure our sleeping stranger was still out cold, then maneuvered my now half-empty bottle onto the table with my boobs and my forearm like a badass. Like a slightly inebriated badass. When I looked up again, Ty was studying me with his arms crossed, concern stealing his normally animated features. "You sure you can handle this?" he asked. The fact that he would even ask that question stormed a bitter betrayal through my gut that I tried to match with the force of my glare. He knew what the Fae had done to me. Enough of it anyway, since I hadn't invited him into my house in the last 2 years. Now he saw the physical and emotional after effects in wasted 3Ds sitting right the fuck in front of him. I slid across the seat and knocked myself into the sleeping stranger hard enough to drop him on the floor. "See you in spring," I told Ty, then strolled out of hell here with that promise tasting even sweeter than wine. Chapter 2. "Onan," I said inside the safety of my own head. The front door of my house flew open, burying the single click of my Audern. I'd walked out of here an hour ago with 1 click of magic on the silver bracelet. Now, after stopping at an Audern charging station, I had exactly 60. No telling how I would have opened the door without my last click if Ty hadn't paid me, since my hands were useless. I could have either died out in the cold or died after the last click of my Audern with the poisoned spikes gouging my wrist. It would be like a which way book Mom used to read me, except both choices would end horrifically. I didn't exactly think through my return here very well. As I stepped into the entryway, the door slammed into my hip before it clicked shut. I winced at the spark of green flames that burst from the wall sconces around the living room. A blaze shot up in the fireplace, and from that amount of light, it didn't appear that I'd dragged in any rabid fey dogs with me. They could watch me all they wanted after I found the human. Kason. Even his name sounded delicious. I panted my relief, exhaling a wintry breath and inhaling sugary-laced air with a dash of sour and stale. My lungs felt like they were still outside, and my loud breaths rattled like I'd been couch potatoing 2 years too long. My wool coat, torn, raggedy, and about 3 sizes too small, snapped open when I stuck out my chest, she-woman style. My boobs were good for something, at least. I shrugged out of the coat, letting it fall to the blackened floor, then made a beeline through the living room, past a barbed wire gate that barricaded the hallway, to the kitchen and my laptop. With an obscenely spacious hard drive, more memory than I knew what to do with, and a custom-made, voice-activated keyboard, this laptop was state-of-the-art, my pride and joy. Dad had given it to me when I was 14, and I'd slowly upgraded a few things with my earnings as a hacker, or information borrower, as I like to call myself. On the outside of its case, I'd written the word nasty, so named by Ty because of all the scandalous things I'd found out for my clients. Nasty powered on quickly, the screen's glow casting a small orb onto the blackened kitchen table. While it did its thing, I moved past the back door window toward the countertops to deal with my sudden drunk munchies. On the right of the sink were plastic bowls and rows of boxes of flaky or puffed breakfast cereals. On the left were several opened boxes of unwrapped straws, and on the other side of the refrigerator that had stopped working about 6 months ago was a necromancer's piss wine tap, complete with spigot that stuck out of an actual cardboard box. Fucking brilliant. Empty bottles sat underneath the spigot, so I elbowed one underneath it, grabbed a straw in my teeth, and took the wine and nasty to the living room couch in front of the fire. Hackers left certain signatures behind that could lead a digital trail right to them if they were messy. Good thing I wasn't messy. The back pocket of my pants snagged against the black couch cushion, and I slopped wine all over my sweater. Good thing I wasn't a messy hacker. An open bottle of fennel seeds sat propped in the corner cushion, but when I attempted to pour them into the wine, most of the seeds ended up on the floor. With my new cheap perfume of wine soaking through my bra, I assumed the position on the couch with my head propped up on a pillow and a straw dangling from my lips. As long as I cleaned up after myself online, the Diamond Dogs would never know it was me hacking into the Fae network to dig up info on Kason Fields. Or they wouldn't be able to prove it anyway. But they sure did suspect me, which meant I needed to find him fast. I got to work on searching for the name Kason Fields, but it didn't exist in cyberspace. That made sense, because if the Fae knew about Kason, his profoundly hot face would likely be caged up in a laboratory somewhere while the Fae used him as a human battery to feed their own power. And when he wasn't useful to them anymore? He could be buried under 6 feet of snow, sans other, probably just as beautiful, body parts. That would fucking suck in more ways than one, because then his knowledge about ending the Fae's power over witches would die with him. No way I would let that happen. My voice-activated keyboard shuffled past pictures of several vacant houses in Faction 11, and I supposed any of them could have hidden a human. I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking for, but I kept clicking at the same speed at which the snow pelted the window behind me. And something else tapped behind the barbed wire gate that led down the darkened hallway. I shoved myself into a sitting position, my heart making a permanent home in my throat. The whole house was protected by a multitude of charms, spells, and herbs that had only been breached once. And once was all it took. With breath held, I stood and let Nasty drop to the couch. I held my wine bottle close, but I wouldn't be able to use it as a weapon. Not with these shaking, useless hands. The only weapon I had was magic. But even as I faced the gate and the barricaded hallway beyond, even though I didn't know what kept tapping, a large part of me didn't want to use up my magic for this, whatever this was. If I was going to find Kason and make him end Fae power over witches, I was fairly certain that would require more than a couple well-timed sarcastic jokes and a roll of duct tape, like most of my problems. One of my feet aimed toward the gate. The other pointed toward Nasty, my coat, and the front door. I could just say fuck that sound and attempt to search for Kason outside on a wintry night. Or I could put my big girl panties on, the ones with all the holes, and unlock the gate to check out the sound. I'd fortified the charms, spells, and herbs after the breach had happened 2 years ago with most of what remained on my Addern. There was nothing down that hallway except more barbed wire nailed across closed black doors. Behind those closed doors, well, behind them was nothing I wanted to remember. But if something was down there, inside one of those sealed-off rooms touching the things I never could throw away, then that tugged a nerve that could potentially stir up too many memories. The things inside those rooms shouldn't be touched by anyone, or by anything. I took steps toward the gate and eased it open on silent hinges. The fire sconce on the wall nearest my head didn't reach that far, and none of the others were lit since I'd sealed this area of the house off. I had no purpose for anything down there since it had ended life as I knew it 2 years ago. Even my bedroom, full of girlish things like silly witch hats and nail polish and who I used to be, had been left untouched. After inhaling a shallow breath, I puffed the fire sconce, and green flames lit the 4 other sconces along the hallway walls. I followed, trying to separate the clicking from the crackling fire and the thundering blood between my ears, past my bedroom door to another. My littlest brother's room. Jake. He would have been 7 this year. If I wanted to know what was tapping, I would have to open this door, and I really, really didn't want to do that. The barbed wire nailed in strips along the walls covered most of the button that would open the door, but if I slid my elbow through it just right, I could do it. And I had to, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing that something lurked in my brother's room. It still didn't change the fact that I didn't want to. I gathered the sleeve of my sweater out of the way, elbow pointed out. Leaning in, I promised to pinpoint the sound and assure myself it wasn't another psycho fae killer before Jake's maple tree smell and the sight of all his toys gutted me from the inside out. 1 second, 2 tops, then I would seal the room again like it needed to be. The skin at my elbow pinched the seam between the black-painted wall and the button because of my weird angle through the barbed wire. Then the doorbell rang. My yelp morphed into a pained cry as I jerked back, yanking my wrist along the barbed wire. I fell back against the opposite wall, hugging both arms to myself to quell the stinging and the bleeding. The photos hanging next to me jumped and clattered. The smiling family who once lived inside those wooden picture frames had been wiped away with black, the type of magic and the literal color, just like everything in the rest of this goddamned house. It was too late for deliveries, and Ty knew better than to just drop by. Now my hackles were seriously fucking raised. Inside Jake's room, the tapping grew louder. I backed away from his closed door and down the hallway toward the living room. Something didn't feel right about this. Not at all. I eyed Nasty on the couch, then ticked my gaze to the kitchen and the back door. One fae had broken in despite my parents' careful charms, spells, and herbs of protection, and that fae happened to be a malevolent psycho killer. Who was to say it wouldn't happen again? It was time to go. To Ty's or hell here. I would dig my own snow fort if I had to, though it might turn into my own grave. Anywhere was better than this house. I scrambled for Nasty and then my coat, still on the floor by the front door. As soon as I drew closer to it, a sonic boom shook my entire house and rattled everything from my feet to my teeth. The force knocked me down and sparked an explosion of stars when my head hit the blackened tiles. I lay there, gasping, while everything inside me screamed to get up and run. Because I'd heard that sound once before. Because magic, that powerful, cost serious credits, more than I had ever seen on an Addern, and was meant for serious destruction of a home's protective magic. Someone really wanted inside. Probably not to talk about my interior decorating skills. Shrugging on my coat, I pushed to my feet, my head spinning with a mess of wine and terror, and raced back to the living room. A shadow passed behind the sheer, blackened curtains toward the front door. Tall, thin, walking with a razor-sharp stick up her ass. Of course it was one of the Diamond Dogs. Of course it was. But why were they here? What did they want with me? Sure, I hacked the Isafay computer network, but why were they so interested now after 4 years of steady clients looking for an information borrower? Did they really have no one better to give their swift and bloody brand of justice to? I grabbed Nasty, then dashed past the hallway, trying and failing to snap the buttons on my coat with a sliced-open forearm and shit hands, while straining my ears for the tapping sound in Jake's room. Still there, even louder. 1 diamond at the front door. The second maybe down the hallway breaking into his room. And the third? Glass smashed as soon as I turned toward the kitchen. The window above the table, gone. Between the spiked points of remaining glass stood Claudia, with snow twinkling on her blonde hair as brightly as the diamond collar around her throat. Her smoky wings darkened the night with their rippling beats and pushed in her weird fish smell. She crouched on the windowsill and blew the fennel seeds that were meant to repel intruders away as if they were nothing but dust. Her dark red lips puckered, and a shrill whistle sounded. A door hissed open from the direction of the hallway, followed by a sharp, dog-like yelp as it hit the barbed wire. I summoned a smile, one I hoped radiated the confidence I didn't feel. I got this place wired for bitches like you. She looked distastefully down at the empty bottles scattered everywhere in the kitchen. You only wish you were half as clever as you think you are, Hadley. Now why don't you tell me why you suddenly met with Ty Brunnock after 2 years of self-imposed solitary confinement in... She looked around, her whole face screwing up with disgust. This shithole. Seriously, what is wrong with you? The front door creaked open. I had a feeling I would soon be joined by another diamond dog, and I needed some kind of plan. Maybe I could outrun them. Maybe I could go to Ty's to warn him that he was likely in danger too. Shit. Why hadn't I just stayed indoors like I always did, safe, secure, and with no pants? When I glanced up again, Claudia had one leg swung over the windowsill. I didn't think about speed or how much this would hurt, or if it would even work. I just moved. With Nasty still clutched to one side, I forearmed an empty bottle off the table and bolted toward the back door. Onan, I commanded, and it flew open. With the bottleneck pointed away from my body, I smashed into the doorframe at full throttle on my way out. Glass shattered. I swung around the outside of the house into a squat and adjusted the part of the bottle I still held, pointy broken side out. With working hands, this would be a lot less awkward. But as soon as movement flashed out the door, I leaped up, my momentum helping to keep the bottle wedged underneath my forearm, and rammed it into something soft and squishy. I didn't wait to see what it was. I ran as fast as my legs and lungs could go through 3 feet of snow, which wasn't fast at all. Past other houses, past other witches who might have been able to help me, but I didn't want to put anyone else in danger. Besides, if they were smart, they wouldn't open their doors to anyone this late. I just needed to lay some serious distance between myself and the diamond dogs before I figured out exactly what to do and where to go. Not Ty's house. They likely knew he'd met me at Hell Here. As I ran, a strange fog chased between the falling snowflakes, building what seemed like a solid wall around me and the night. I stumbled my way through it, my legs burning at the effort of running through snowdrifts. Somewhere behind me, a dog howled. The sound dragged a shiver down my spine. The diamond dogs were hunting me. It came again, closer. They must have been within chasing distance to penetrate the thick fog curtaining the starless sky. If my tracks in the snow didn't lead them right to me, the smell of my blood probably would. A low growl brushed past my ear, close enough to blast rotten breath up my nose. I whirled around, my heart kicking against my ribcage. Wind streaked my hair across my eyes, and I raked it back to sea. Nothing but more fog and snow and a closed sign on the door of Hell Here. Shit! I had no place left to go. I dropped to my knees in a snowdrift while several crunchy footsteps padded up behind me, pressing me into Hell Here's brick wall. Shieldae, I whispered. The word clung to the air in a billow of steam before the fog, and a thick orangish shield enveloped me. The diamond dogs pounced on it. Claws scraped and teeth gnashed, but I tried to ignore the chaos while I powered up Nasty inside my very temporary cocoon. I maybe had 5 minutes, max, to find Kason before my shield bubble burst. First, I fired off an email to Ty. Run. Dee Dee's sonic boomed my house. Then I returned to the list of possible abandoned houses. No, it would take too damn long to scroll through them like some kind of real estate agent. I needed to use magic to find him, which I probably should have done in the first fucking place. Because I'd spent most of the last 2 years with one magic click on my Addern, I'd grown used to not using it. I closed my eyes while the pounding and scraping outside continued and imagined his face. Not hard to do. Kason Fields, where are you? My Addern ticked down 2 to 55. Locator spells were usually a pretty basic spell, but messier when they were done outside the head. But these were desperate times. Reykjavik's high-rises glowed in the distance, the center of the city where the Fae lived. Surely he wouldn't be hidden away there. He'd be in the outskirts of the city, which was maybe 20 short blocks total, surrounded by witches who could protect him. Kason Fields, A shiver in my navel swiveled me around to face the street. He was close then. Maybe just down the road, but still not close enough. The orange orb surrounding me shimmered with falling snow. It was fading, gradually becoming nothing more than air between me and the diamond dogs. I had maybe 2 minutes left, and even if I knew exactly where Kason lived, he probably wouldn't throw open the door when I knocked and invite me in for a cup of tea and a nice game of hide the sausage. Rows of razor-sharp canines as long as my fingers snapped above my head from something that no longer resembled anything close to who had sat across from me at Hell Here. Their arms had elongated to the length of their legs. Their heads had warped into a shriveled, fleshy mess, and their giant mouths were a fanged gash that took up most of their faces. Black fogged wings lifted them on top of the orb to bite and scratch and shrink my resolve to a whisper. I closed my eyes to block them out and wilted in on myself. No, I could do this. I had to find Kason, especially if he was close. I had to at least try, even though it would lead the diamond dogs right to him. But what else could I do? Clutching at my navel where I'd felt his pull, I reached into my mind, and my Addern ticked down 1 to open up psychic communication. Kason Fields, listen to me. I need to get to your house right away, but I need you to have your door open because... A loud pop sprang my eyes open again, and I thought for one awful second the shield had vanished. But no, it still held, but was shrinking in on itself like a dried grape from the thrashing it took outside. It rubbed against my shoulders as it caved in, and the sound reminded me of flesh sliding off bone. A choked cry retched out of my mouth. "Please, Kason!" "I don't know you," a deep voice growled. I jumped, thinking he was somehow inside the dying shield with me. "You can trust me. You can..." And then my mind, with a will to survive fueled by desperation, flashed him an image. My mouth on his, rough and hot. My body, naked and aching, sliding along his well-muscled form. My hands, without any pain whatsoever, tracing his happy trail down the inside of his pants. The images pounded a hum through my body, but I pushed it aside and bolted to my feet. Maybe the images I'd shown Kason would work, but the chances were about as substantial as my disintegrating shield. It shrink-wrapped to my body and face like a second orange skin, and then it vanished. Head down, I mowed down a diamond dog and sprinted as fast as my legs would carry me, half blinded by the falling snow and the night, and with little idea where I was supposed to go. Fangs bit at my heels. Too many feet pummeled the snow after me. I searched for an open door, any open door, but didn't see anything but my own hope blast out with my ragged breaths. Teeth clamped down on the heel of my boot. I jerked sideways and smashed into a snowdrift. Nasty went flying. My boot sailed in the other direction. A rush of fangs and diamond collars wrapped around furry necks swarmed in, but this would not be how I died. I'd survived my family's slaughter for a reason. That reason was given to me tonight, to end Fae power and eternal winter and seek revenge. I refused to go out like this before I'd barely had a chance to prove myself as something more than a physically and emotionally scarred drunk. I twisted left toward Nasty and swung with my one-booted leg. It connected hard to the diamond dog who had part of a glass bottle sticking out of her side. I swept up Nasty and smashed it against the head of a charging Fae dog. Something cracked inside my laptop, and I glanced down at it in horror. Oh no. A rush of heat boiled within me and surged out in an enraged scream. I whirled at another approaching dog. It charged, head down. I ducked into a squat, elbowed my fallen boot to my side and flung it, aiming for its gaping mouth. And scoring. The boot lodged between its gnashing teeth. The one with a bottle stuck in its side stained the fresh snow with major blood seepage, and the third, who better not have broken Nasty with its skull, struggled to get to its feet. Behind it, across the street, a door opened. A red one on a 2-story house. I didn't see anything but shadows on the inside, but I didn't care. I sprinted for it with renewed determination, even as claws tapped the slick street at my back. I would keep going. They would keep chasing, but I was almost there. As I approached the open door, magic swelled from inside and jolted warmth over my skin. I just hoped it would be enough to keep the diamond dogs out. As I leaped up onto the porch, a figure appeared in the doorway, a scowl on his face, a shotgun in his hands, and one accusatory finger pointed at me. "You don't play fair," he said between gritted teeth. I barged past him and slammed the door behind me. "Get used to it!" Chapter 3. My Addern ticked down and down as I hovered my hands over the locked front door while chanting every spell in the online version of the Witch's Grimoire. My breaths came ragged, and I couldn't stop shaking. 2 sonic booms in one night were possible only if the Diamond Dogs had enough magic credits on their Adderns. Plus, a spell of that magnitude required energy. I imagined whoever had performed that spell, maybe Claudia, had drained her physically, which could be why I'd managed to escape their chase. That, or dumb luck. But they might call in reinforcements. Adrenaline roared between my ears, drowning out most of the grumbling coming from behind me. "Who are you, lady?" Kason was saying. "You can't just use your sexuality to get what you want, you know." "Okay," I said and continued my chant without turning from the door. If I wasn't so hyped up on terror, his lecture was sure to put me to sleep. "You shouldn't lower yourself to such standards." "Watch it," I said, brushing past him, and hiked a thumb over my shoulder. "Sometimes they come in through doors." "Pretty sure that's the way it usually works." The house was clean and open, with a warm orange fire popping in the fireplace and enormous, thick rugs spread over a gleaming wooden floor. Red bricks decorated the walls, punctuated with large bookshelves, all the way up to large wooden beams that supported the ceiling. Soft, almost calming, violin music filtered from somewhere unseen. The place smelled like chocolate and cedar, and was so much homier than what I was used to. I moved past a plush red couch to the living room window to reinforce the house's spells with my own. Whoever had worked their magic in here had their Adderns hiked up to the hundreds before they'd spelled the house. It was protected like a fortress around one lone human who held the key to end Aissa Fae rule. That couldn't be a coincidence. "Who put you here?" I demanded while feeling the powerful magic out. "No, I go first. What was that out there with you? What's your name? How did you know who I was and why are you here?" I turned to look at him straight on, and the resulting thunderous pull shot static over my skin. Ty's photo of Kason hadn't done him a disservice, but up close and personal highlighted everything a picture couldn't. A nose and cheekbones sharp enough to cut a woman's self-control in half. Thick hair as dark as the shadowy cleft in his whiskered chin. Deep brown eyes that seemed to lose some of their severity the longer they took me in. He wore black flannel pants that rode low on his hips, a white flannel shirt with black stripes that had been buttoned up wrong, and nothing on his feet. The whole tantalizing package was beautiful. "Jesus, are your lips blue?" he asked. His steady gaze directed at my mouth stirred a tight coil through my middle, but we didn't have time to put a name to that and explore it, to fulfill the sexual fantasy I'd planted at both of our heads. Survival mode still powered my actions, or it needed to anyway, so I could check and secure the rest of the house. "You ask a lot of questions," I said and skirted around him. "And I deserve some answers." He stopped me with a firm hand on my shoulder. "Get your clothes off." I lifted an eyebrow. "You first." Fuck. He pressed massive hands to his eyes as if to dig out the hidden words he meant to say. Then, with his mouth pressed into a thin line, he took a breath that lifted his wide shoulders and uncovered his eyes. "Sit, please. I'll make coffee while you get warm." "No, Hypothermia," he said much too loudly and took hold of both sides of my face. His touch zinged heat to my cheeks, fanned hotter by his nearness and the way his fingertips stroked my hair behind my ears. My heartbeat stuttered. This was the closest I'd ever been to a man, close enough to see firelight blazing in his eyes, and it made it hard to breathe. Sure, I'd been close to boys before. I'd lost my virginity to one in the girls' bathroom my sophomore year of high school. But never a man. "Why don't you look hypothermia up on your laptop you got there?" he said, voice softer, warmer. "My house, my rules. Sit." He pushed me back so the couch cushion caught my knees, and I sank into it while he strode past the front door to the kitchen. His slow steps held a faint stiffness, as if putting one foot in front of the other hurt. I stared after him, not used to anyone giving me orders. I'd directed myself just fine for the last 2 years, and I turned out okay, all things considered. Yet this couch felt nice, soft and firm at the same time, not like the lumpy one back home. I leaned back into it, a combination of extreme fatigue, too much wine, and an adrenaline dive weighing heavily on my shoulders. Today had been too much for my couch potato level 10 status. "Check if they're still out there," I called. "They are," he said, the words echoing over the wooden floor. "Think I should invite them in for coffee too? They probably have better manners than you do. Maybe they even say please and thank you." I shook my head. Just my luck that the human thought he was a comedian. He came in carrying 2 cups of curling steam, set one down on the coffee table in front of me, and took the other to a chair next to the fire. "Drink up. It'll warm you," he said, pinning me with a dark look when I didn't move. A hefty sigh lifted nasty, which I clenched tight to my chest as I gazed down at the piping hot cup. I had never had coffee before. It was a luxury my parents had never bartered for. Maybe it tasted like wine. "Got any straws?" He eyed me over the brim of his cup. "You sip coffee. You don't drink it through a straw like some kid. How old are you anyway?" 19, I bit out. What the hell was he implying? I need a straw. I had never had to explain myself to anyone before, probably because this was the first day I had ventured out of my house. Twice. Both times were horrendous, and I promised myself I would never leave again after this was all over. "Just get me one, and some fennel seeds." His jaw ticked as he rose stiffly from the chair, towering over me as he strode closer, and he set his cup on the coffee table to glare me right in the face. "Give me another reason not to throw you out of my house." "If you don't like me here, then why did you open the door?" A pang of regret speared my chest because I knew I wasn't playing fair. He closed his eyes and groaned, likely haunted by my sexual fantasy I'd flashed him. "Straw? Fennel seeds," I shrugged. "That's all I need." "Yes, Your Highness," he growled, then shuffled to the kitchen. "Thanks." I figured I owed him quite a lot of gratitude, but that single word didn't seem to do it. He was hobbling around his house for me, after all. "I'd get them myself, but I don't know where you keep them." To escape all these feelings, I busied myself with nasty. My gut churned at the sight of 5 cracks zigzagging across the outer shell, which distorted the N in nasty to look like an H. But hallelujah on a stack of rainbows and kittens, it powered on with no trouble. My voice-activated keyboard, on the other hand, was toast. Good thing I had a working tongue and elbows I could still type with. I checked my emails for any word from Ty, and amidst the orders from clients, there was one with a single word: outie. I breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully he would go somewhere safe, like another parallel dimension or something, until spring. Kason came back in with an unwrapped straw and a little tin box of fennel seeds, which he practically threw on the coffee table before stomping back to his chair. I could feel his wrathful gaze watching my every move as I rolled the straw across the table with my coat sleeve, braced the plastic against my knee, then plunked it in the cup. Part of the fennel seed lid hadn't been snapped down, so I was able to maneuver about half of it, into the cup. "Have a little coffee with your seeds," he said, sarcasm on full drip. "I will, thanks." With the hot cup tucked between my side and elbow, I took a long draw of the bitter drink that scorched a trail of lava on the way down. Oh! I shook my head and scraped my top teeth over my tongue. That's awful! His narrowed gaze zeroed in on the enlarged keyboard on my laptop and the way I held my cup. And yet you're taking another drink. I gave a one-shouldered shrug while I sucked down more coffee and watched him watch me. There was curiosity in his gaze, and for some reason, that was better than pity. What would someone like him think about me when he found out I was broken? And why did I care? He was just a doable human who somehow had the power to defeat the Fae. Ours would be a short-term working relationship, with minimal licking, if any. Yet the longer he stared at me, the more aware of him I became until it seemed he filled the whole room with his presence, eyeing my soul. Are you going to tell me what your name is? He finally asked. I gasped, suddenly remembering what he made me forget. Necromancer's piss! He choked and sputtered into his coffee cup. What? Do you have any? No, he said, drawing out the word. The space between his eyebrows puckered as he set down his cup on the brick fireplace hearth. Sorry, I'm fresh out. I nodded, screwing my lips into a disappointed twist. Well, I guessed I would just have to deal. Hadley Hawthorn. Hadley Hawthorn, he repeated. Something about the way he said it, the timbre or the huskiness maybe, made me smile. A genuine one that felt like it cracked my thawing face. His steady gaze changed then, like he was seeing something for the first time in a long time. Like spring. Like hope. And I thought his lips twitched before he cleared his throat and erased all signs of having any actual emotion ever. Hadley Hawthorn, why did you come to my house tonight? He demanded. Because you know how to stop the Fae's rule and end winter. He said on a chuckle. No, I don't. I steeled my voice with barbed wire. Yes, you do. Don't you think I would know if I knew something like that? He stood, wincing with a hand on his lower back, and walked his coffee cup across the living room to the kitchen. You know. You do. I tipped nasty onto the couch, shoved my empty cup on the table, and rage-walked after him. He whirled around, his dark eyes flaming mad. The only thing I know is that I've been living alone in this house for 6 months. The house before this one for 8, and the house before that for 13 months. And if I try to walk out the front door to leave, I wake up in my bed. Over and over again, Hadley. I can't leave this house. Then how did you get from house to house if you can't leave? I have no memory of the times between. He shook his head. None. Protection. Someone's trying to protect you because they know what you can do. I can't do anything, he said, his words deadly quiet. Kason turned toward the kitchen again. I don't do spells or magic. I'm just a human living in this fucked up world with... He waved a hand behind him in my general direction. Witches? I puffed my chest up to unsnap the few buttons on my coat and let it fall on the floor as I followed him into the kitchen. And Isafae. And strange dogs with wings. You ever feel like you've just had a psychotic break? He asked the inside of a steel sink. Almost everything in the kitchen was made of steel. The refrigerator, other squarish things I didn't know the names of, the hanging lights over a long, thin table in the center. And on top of that were flowers, a glass vase filled with actual flowers in the dead of winter, bright red with a deep brownish center. Yeah, pretty sure those were poppies, which might sort of explain the whole sleeping while attempting to leave thing. They would put you to sleep if you chowed down on them, though I doubted Kason often ate plants. So for the poppies to put him to sleep anyway when he tried to leave, that was some potent magic. I always feel like I've had a psychotic break, I said, unable to tear my gaze from the poppies. They were beautiful, and somehow alive and filled me with a warmth that had nothing to do with hot coffee or a fire. Where did you get those? Jesus, Hadley! Kason crossed the kitchen to gently lift my arm at the elbow. You didn't tell me you were bleeding. His mask blocked the poppies, but they had burned their bright, happy color into my mind forever. The kitchen turned watery, and I shook my head until hot tears tracked down my face because it wasn't fair. If Kason didn't know how to stop the Fae and end winter, then what the hell were those flowers doing here other than to give false hope? What the hell was I doing here? Hadley. It came as a warm caress against my lips. I opened my eyes to see Kason, just inches away, our breaths mingling. He thumbed my tears, his mouth locked in a frown and a worried crease between his eyebrows. His touch rolled a pleasant shudder down to my toes, made me melt into his hands. Something flickered across his dark gaze, something that ignited an ache between my legs before he pulled away. Come here, he growled and nodded to the sink. I'll stop the bleeding. I released an unsteady breath. This guy was giving me hot and cold whiplash, but I would be kidding myself if I said I didn't kind of like it. You touch my hands, I'll cut you. He slapped a small towel from the refrigerator over his shoulder and made a sound at the back of his throat as if indifferent to my request. Good to know. I'll sleep better knowing that. I'm serious, I said, planting myself where I stood. His gaze wandered down my body on a slow, deliberate journey, dragging over my sweater that fit when I was 15 to the lone boot on my foot. How'd you get the cut? I blinked down at the gash near my wrist. I cut it on some barbed wire outside my I snapped my mouth shut again and bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. Barbed wire. He guided me forward to the sink with a light touch to the elbow and ran cold water over my wrist. Blood streaked down the inside of my silver Addern into a swirl down the drain. Any idea why those things outside were chasing you? He asked, turning the water off. They think I hacked into the Fae computer system. And did you? I shrugged. It's what I do. He took the towel from his shoulder and wrapped and knotted it tightly around my wrist, gently and without nudging my hands. Why do you do it? I have to do something for food. Not all of us can live like this. He snorted. I wouldn't call this living. Maybe for you, I said, glancing at the poppies behind us. I don't need to leave my house. Haven't for 2 years. His gaze snapped up to meet mine, that same curiosity burning bright. Why? I opened my mouth to explain it, but realized I didn't know how to put it into words. Even if I did, he didn't need to hear about any of that. Well, if you won't tell me why 2 years, can you tell me why today? He asked. Ty Brunnock sent me a message. Boyfriend? I screwed up my face at him. What the hell kind of question is that? A strange expression rolled over his stone features, one I couldn't read. So this Ty, did he send you here? He showed me a picture of you, said you were in Reykjavik and that you could end Fae power. And who told him that? He didn't say. We still stood next to each other by the sink, and I didn't plan on moving anytime soon. It wasn't just the house that smelled like cedar and chocolate. It was him. I scooted closer, inhaling him like a drug. But he was right. His gaze searched mine, twin dark flames penetrating deep. About? A human, living in Faction 11, I said, more than a little breathless. A muscle ticked in his jaw as his gaze dipped to my lips. He turned, taking his delightful smell with him, and strode slowly toward the living room. I hate to break it to you. You know. I followed and powered my belief in him into my steady gaze. You may not think you do, but you know. I'm going back to bed. With a sigh, he shook his head down at my dropped coat on the floor by the front door and bent to pick it up. Then he pointed at a narrow door in the wall with an exaggerated finger. Closet. That's nice. I circled to the red couch and nasty. Nightmare. He shuffled around in that closet of his for a bit while muttering to himself, then stepped toward the stairs. You can have your pick of bedrooms, but stay out of mine. Should I stay out of your dreams and fantasies, too? I asked, blinking up at him. He stopped his trek up the stairs and squeezed the wooden railing until his knuckles turned white. I shot a grin at his back, enjoying the tension rolling off him in waves. It would be so easy to rile him up until he lost all those hardened restraints and eased the ache between my legs that throbbed whenever he slid me that smoldering, dark gaze of his. Like he was now, only instead of desire, it burned with dislike. I can't help you, Hadley. You're leaving first thing tomorrow. Chapter 4. I am never leaving this house, I whispered in total and complete awe. The room I'd just entered in Kason's basement glinted orange shimmers from the overhead light onto rows and rows of glass bottles. Wine bottles. Not the kind that came in cardboard boxes or the cheaper-than-water shit like necromancer's piss, but real wine, with dates on the fancy labels and words like vintage, vineyard, and names of places I'd never heard of. I would die in this room. I would make sure of it, and I would accept the killing blow with a smile on my face. But first, a sample taste test. Then food. Kason had gone to bed hours ago. Even though my limbs felt like I'd strapped an entire fireplace to each of them, my hands hurt like they were being scrubbed to the bone by electrical sandpaper. No way I could sleep with that kind of nonsense. Besides that, my mind wouldn't shut off. I'd tried emailing Ty for more information, but he must have been asleep because he didn't answer. But I refused to give up hope that Kason was the key who could end Fae power over witches. I would make him help me, even if he didn't know how. After all, I was a witch. He was a human. Carry the 1, add the 0, and I would win every time. I forearmed a bottle with a smartly dressed green man on the label, and almost immediately another one clinked into the empty spot on the shelf. Smiling as if I'd just hit the jackpot, I forearmed that one too. Another one filled its spot. I chuckled, amazed at my good luck. This was what magic should be used for, a continuous supply of wine. And yes, also to keep the last human who could end Fae Power's food reserves from running out. I booked it up the stairs to the kitchen and a bottle opener of some kind. No twisty tops or plastic spigots here, ladies and gentlemen. This was the fancy shit. Except when I finally found an opener, I couldn't prod the bottle open with elbows or various other parts of my body. I needed working hands that didn't hurt so much. Frustrated, I dropped the bottle in the sink and nudged and heaved the microwave until it crashed into the sink too. When that didn't work to smash the bottle open, I chewed my lip and stared at the addern on my wrist. Wine numbed the constant agony, sharpened the barbed wire across my memories, made me somewhat whole again. I needed this to focus on Kason and figure him out. Onan, I thought at it. My addern ticked down 1 as the cork popped free, and wine glug-glugged down the drain. I lunged for it and licked the droplets off the rim with a relieved sigh. Then, armed with a bottle of wine mixed with fennel seeds and plugged with a straw, and a bowl of cereal, sans milk, I finally sat on the couch. Foreign sounds filled my new home while I ate and drank, and then I faded farther into the couch until I eventually passed out. A banging noise jolted me awake. My straw stuck to my lips, and I swatted it away and sat up. It took a few seconds for me to remember where I was. Somewhere much brighter than what I was used to, softer, warmer. Right, Kason's house. The realization brought a smile to my face and a pleasant flurry through my chest. It had been so long since I'd held to a spark of hope, and it painted the world in springtime colors, hinted at what was to come. Even my heart, which had grown black and spiked with metal barbs, glowed brightly. I stood and followed the sound of the steady bangs into the kitchen and through a back door into a garage. A large black vehicle took up most of the far wall. Not many folks on the outskirts of Reykjavik had cars. School buses and snowplows, sure, but not individual cars. A Jeep, I thought was the name of it. I could count on one hand the number of witches I knew with a vehicle. It seemed a bit ironic that there was a Jeep in the garage when Kason couldn't even leave the house. At the front of the garage on either side of a workbench, neat stacks of wooden beams and other various-sized pieces leaned against the wall, some with intricate carvings and some without. A heavy-looking slab of wood jutted up from the center of the concrete floor, surrounded by a variety of tools. And standing behind it, with a nail plugged between his lips and a hammer in his hand, was a shirtless Kason. My breaths became shallow as my heartbeat rushed heat up my neck. Muscles rippled down his arm as he adjusted the hammer in his grip. His chest and abs flexed when he took the nail from his mouth and centered it over a post that stuck out from one end. Deep concentration creased his forehead while he pounded the nail in. "Any idea why the microwave is in the sink?" he asked without looking up. "No idea." I floated forward to see more of what he was working on. The edges of the largest slab of wood waved around the perimeter in perfect twin curves, and etched in the center was a large yellowish sun with rays extending outward. I reached out to touch it, to feel the grooves, sense the heat I desperately wanted it to give off. "What is it?" I asked. "A table, or it will be when I finish." I looked up to see his narrowed gaze aimed at my hand hovering near the wood. I dropped it back to my side. "You did this?" "You hack computers and make a mess of other people's houses." He leaned down to rub his long fingers, almost lovingly, against the edge as if smoothing what was already perfect, then stood to face me. "I build things." "Not bad. Better than not bad. Did you build everything in the house?" "Not quite. I redid the kitchen cupboards and one of the bed frames upstairs." Silence fell between us for several long moments as his gaze dipped to my mouth. I ran my tongue over my lips in case I had some stray cereal stuck to my face. Wouldn't be the first time. Finally, he cleared his throat and bent to gather his tools on the ground. "You slept late." "Yeah, the diamond dogs ran it out of me quick." Couch potato to an "oh shit, I'm going to die" sprint across the outskirts of Reykjavik should come with some kind of training. It might have been my imagination, but a smile leaped across Kason's face before it vanished again. "I'll be feeling these aches for days." I stretched up on my tiptoes, hands over my head, letting my muscles extend before shrinking back into their vegetative state. Kason turned at the moment my already too small sweater rode up my stomach to my rib cage, bearing some serious skin. Several tools slipped from his grip and clattered to the concrete. "Damn it," he hissed. "Why don't you go back inside or go jump off a cliff or something?" "Is that any way to treat a I stopped, stared. Kason had shifted with his back toward me, and an intricate tattoo threaded from his waist up to where his shoulders met his neck. In the center, it looked like a complicatedly knotted rope twisting across his back. Runes surrounded it, but not in a language I'd ever learned. "Kason," I said and stepped behind him. "What is this? Who put it there?" He bent slowly and with gritted teeth to gather his dropped tools. "What do you mean, who put it there? I put it there." "What does it mean?" "It doesn't mean anything. It's just a design." Bullshit. I knew a pagan symbol when I saw one. He stood with a grimace and placed his tools on a workbench against the front wall. Glancing at me, he headed back inside. "Come on, you can eat before you leave." I followed, only to continue to study his tattoo. He hefted the microwave out of the sink with a groan, his muscles adding more dips and curves to the design on his back. "Please tell me why I just lifted the microwave out of the sink." I shrugged. "I couldn't get the wine open." His eyes fell shut, and he pointed at a silver sphere on the counter beside the refrigerator. Wine opener. Just set it on the base there and hit the blue button. Really? I moved in next to it and leaned in close. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, brilliant, he sighed. What kind of breakfast do you want? Make it quick so you can get out of here. I narrowed my gaze at him. Apparently, my wiles weren't wily enough. Either there was something wrong with him, or there was something wrong with me. Maybe he didn't like brunettes. Maybe he preferred women with more than one boot. I hated to use magic on him because he seemed decent enough. A tad abrasive towards home intruders and a neat freak, but decent. But I would most definitely use it if I had to so I could stay here and figure him out. A lust spell? That could be fun. Cereal. No milk, I told him. After opening and closing a couple cabinet doors, he slapped down 2 bowls and a box of cereal. Anything else? Do you have any rose water? He pinned me with an exasperated look. What guy has rose water? No lust spell, then. I wrestled the box of cereal open by denting it with my elbow, and while most of the flakes scattered across the table, a few made it into the bowl with my creative pouring skills. Kason watched my movements carefully while he scrubbed a hand over his whiskered jaw. I could have helped you with that. I know. I made a mess, I said as I scooped up my bowl between my elbow and side. Well, yes, but you could have just asked for help. That's nice. I turned and walked my bowl to the front door, my insides squirming at his level of concern. At least he hadn't asked what was wrong with my hands, which kind of surprised me in a way. It was as if he knew not to. Outside the half-oval window on the front door, it had stopped snowing, but a bitter-looking wind bent the dead trees sideways and whistled through the cracks in the house. Diamond dog tracks marked the snow, but that was the only sign of them. They now knew that the secret to getting me out of my house after 2 years lived here, and would likely come sniffing around again to investigate. I'd led them straight here, which, come to think of it, had been too easy to find. Anyone with locator spell know-how could have found Kason. I guessed the reason Ty couldn't do this himself was because he wanted to save the revenge against Faze thing for me. I knew I liked Ty for a reason. The Diamond Dogs would likely wait until their magic was at full force again before they came back, and I would be ready for them, just as soon as I found the secret behind Kason. Somehow. Footsteps sounded behind me, along with loud crunching, and Kason's body moved in next to mine. He hooked 2 fingers through the loop at my waistband and pulled. His knuckles rubbed against the flesh on my side. His thumb skimmed there, too, not to pull, it seemed, but to feel. The shock of his nearness and his cold hands made me shiver and sweat at the same time. He spun me around toward the kitchen, then let go. It all happened so fast, but the thrill of his touch pulsed over my skin for several breathless seconds. He sat at the table and dunked the spoon into his bowl. We eat at the table, not standing up. Well, okay then. For once, I didn't argue since I was too busy refilling my lungs. With my bowl balanced on my forearm, I sat across from him but kept my bowl where it was. Whenever I needed a bite, I shot out my tongue like the lizards I'd read about in school. Normally, I ate cereal vertically on the couch while browsing Nasty, so sitting across from someone in the kitchen, especially someone who ate each bite so precisely, whose Adam's apple moved so gracefully, felt strange. But I would go with it. I was pretty much an expert at trying out new things lately. Every once in a while, Kason would glance at me over his coffee cup, and I almost felt self-conscious under his questioning gaze, as if I was somehow doing all of this wrong, but had no idea how to do it right. I cleared my throat to break this unnatural silence that allowed me too much pointless self-analysis. What's the last thing you remember before being locked up inside a house? He set his cup down carefully. Being locked up in the house before that one. I'm being serious. So am I, he growled. For over 2 years, I've been trapped inside 3 different houses. And you don't remember anything between those houses? He pushed his empty bowl away and stared at a point over my shoulder. Night and cold. Blurry, like I'd been drugged. The picture Ty showed me of him had been taken in front of a fireplace, but not the one in this house. Maybe his first or second. What else? Any faces or sounds or something? He sat back on the stool, his hands wrapped around the coffee cup, and frowned into it. Laughter, but the innocent kind. Maybe a kid. And pain in my back, raw and burning. Was that why he moved so stiffly? Because his back still burned? That's a strange combination. You're telling me. He rose, his jaw tight, and carried his dishes to the sink. I turned in my seat to watch his long legs eat up the distance across the kitchen. Before the 3 houses, what do you remember? Normal stuff. A house, 2 parents, an older sister I couldn't stand, and winter. He shrugged. Always winter. But no magic. He eyed me over his shoulder. None. The first human I'd ever met. I guessed I expected them to be taller? Different somehow. But other than the lack of an addern around his wrist, he looked just like any other witch. What else do you remember? I asked. I got my tattoo. And the idea for the tattoo, where did that come from? I designed it myself. And that was when I learned he was a terrible liar. The beautiful, nature-inspired craftsmanship I'd witnessed in the garage, that was more his style than what decorated his back. His tattoo looked amazing, but it wasn't Kason. It looked darker, more twisted, and not because it was a literal knot. It didn't fit him. Strange that I knew that for a fact after only knowing him 12 hours. A word of advice? I said. Next time, think twice about putting random pagan symbols all over your body. He glared over his shoulder while he rinsed his dishes. I didn't ask for your advice. That one was on me. You're welcome. I stood with my cereal bowl and started for the living room. After a moment, Kason followed, then stopped next to the stairs. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. By the time I'm done, I want you gone. Wait, I sat on the couch and adjusted Nasty so it aimed toward the fireplace. I'm going to take a picture of your tattoo. He crossed his arms. Why? Because I don't know what it means, and it might help explain why you're here. I shrugged. Maybe I can help bust you out. His dark eyes narrowed. In exchange for me helping you end Fae power over you. That would sure be an epic bonus, wouldn't it? Just imagine the sun beating down, birds singing, trees with actual leaves. I waved at the poppies in the kitchen. Flowers blooming everywhere. But you would be trapped in your house and not able to enjoy any of it. How sad would that be? Now turn around by the fire and look pretty. Make it quick, he grumbled and stalked toward the fireplace. Why? You have somewhere to be? I asked, unable to help myself. He slid me a dark, dangerous look that stormed the blood through my veins faster. Careful, Hadley. Suddenly, a tad breathless, I fumbled with Nasty's camera, aimed it, and a shot of his ass filled the screen. I quickly took a picture because I'm a pervert, then centered the camera on his tattoo. But his waistband covered the very bottom. I said through a grin. Lower your pants a little. He dropped his head back as if to implore the ceiling beams, then reluctantly wriggled his flannel pajama bottoms down. But not nearly enough. His waistband now settled just above the perfect rise of his ass and revealed 2 dimples on either side of his spine. The man had been sculpted by a pro. Lower, I demanded. Maybe it was the huskiness in my voice, the hitch in my breath, but he looked over his shoulder for just a second. Whatever he must have seen on my face reflected back in his eyes, triggering a slow coil between my legs. Then he quickly faced forward again, his fingers curling into fists, and dragged his pants down even lower. Much lower. The waistband of his pajama bottoms now hit below his crack, and that was where his tattoo ended. Or began. Whatever. His perfect, toned ass defied gravity, and I didn't see a hint of underwear. He went commando. Sexy as hell. "Done?" he asked, voice clipped. I let out a slow breath and took the picture. "Done." He inched his pants up again, but come back down, you're gone. He growled and stomped up the stairs. I watched him go while heat bloomed over my skin, the muscles in my stomach clenched tight. That might have been the single most erotic moment in my life, but I wasn't quite sure how to feel about it. Turned on, sure, but should I feel excited or terrified that I seemed to have affected Kason in the same way? And had it really been me, or just the fact that he hadn't stripped in front of another female in at least 2 years? I could have been any woman for all he cared. For only the second time in a long time, hacking into the Fae's computer system wouldn't provide me with those answers. This was why I hadn't put on pants and ventured outside my own house in so long. Because people. I preferred to have my problems defined by how much juice Nasty had, and whether or not my straw was long enough to touch the bottom of a bottle. With a sigh, I propped my feet on the couch and minimized Kason's back tattoo. Time to do some digging, and figure out a way to stay here. If Kason held all the answers, then I needed to be here and pester them out of him. But several minutes later, I hadn't dug up Jack. Nasty had even less of an idea about what the runes around Kason's tattoo meant than I did. The Diamond Dogs might be prepping to kick off another fun-filled night, and I was no closer in stopping them or the rest of the Fae than I had been yesterday. I didn't even know if I was on the right track in thinking his tattoo had anything to do with ending Fae power. Maybe it was just a stupid tattoo. Frustrated, my hands aching, I wormed out from underneath Nasty and headed toward the kitchen for some alcoholic inspiration. The water in the shower upstairs turned off, then bumps and thumps sounded as if he were pacing, punching random walls, or building a robot. Maybe all three at once. With an open bottle of wine, I sucked greedily at the straw while staring out the window above the front door. A light, late morning snow flurried down from the perpetually gray and depressing sky, sealing the Diamond Dog's tracks with another flawless, shimmering layer. I bit down hard on my straw and scraped my inner arm across the nubby bottom of the wine bottle. Funny how much I hated something so serene and beautiful. Only not really funny at all. The wine did a nice job at numbing the throb in my hands. It was much more powerful than necromancer's piss, so much so that I became hyper-aware of my lips. I tapped my tongue against them. Yep, still there. I turned toward the kitchen and knocked the vase of poppies into the trash can beside the small table, not out of spite, but out of drunken curiosity. They reappeared on the table a second later. So they had definitely been enchanted to keep Kason indoors, and likely were what reinforced the spells on this house so they could never be destroyed. It seemed that whoever put him here had wanted to protect him. But if he was the key to ending Fae power, why not use him right away? Unless he wasn't put here for his protection, but someone else's? But Kason wasn't dangerous. I didn't get that vibe at all, and I'd known him for almost a whopping 12 hours. I'd reached level expert at Kason, but I still couldn't crack the most important code. Ugh, too many questions. My mind wouldn't shut up with them, and this house's settling was ridiculously loud. It sounded like the foundation was shifting, like rocks rubbing against each other, like... The whole house trembled. The bricks in the walls shimmied and scraped loose from their slots. Several crashed to the floor. I whipped my gaze to the living room, my drunken mind struggling to catch up. Bricks littered the floor there too. And the couch. One end of it was creeping across the floor toward the staircase with a shrill squeal, the wall at the front of the house pushing against it. The entire light fixture over the table, including the heavy metal pans dangling from it, swung wildly. Then they plummeted on a direct path toward my head. I jumped out of the way, clutching my heart that threatened to leap out of my chest, and barely noticed the sudden sting at my temple. I smashed into the refrigerator, which tilted forward at a dangerous angle. The wall behind it was sliding forward too. The floor space in the kitchen shrank. The walls, all of them, were slowly inching inward. The house was contracting, and the key to my future couldn't escape. Without him, I had no hope. Panic filtered in with my next shaky breath. "Kason!" I shrieked. "What the fuck is wrong with your house?" Chapter 5. Maybe it wasn't the diamond dogs. Maybe I'd laced my wine with something other than fennel seeds, but no. The four walls steadily skated across the wooden floor with a great racket. More bricks crashed to the floor. Dishes clanked in the cupboards. The poppies bounced wildly in their vase. The chaos robbed the air from my lungs and instantly sobered me. I stretched my arms wide at either side. "Freer!" Blue, smoky tendrils seeped along the sleeves of my sweater from my shoulders, cascading an Arctic chill so strong my teeth chattered. Before the tendrils reached my hands, they solidified into a bright light around my wrists and stormed outward in 4 directions toward the incoming walls. Ice cracked along the remaining bricks up to the ceiling and froze the walls slide across the floor. Everything stood still. My addern ticked down 3 more. 42 clicks left. I held my breath in the sudden quiet, which was punctuated by popping and settling ice. Kason burst into the kitchen. He took in what was happening with wide eyes, then he swept over fallen bricks and pans toward me and pulled me to him. "You're bleeding. Again." As if to prove his point, he touched my temple and showed me his fingers slicked with blood. "Are you okay?" Of all the things to ask after your house had imploded. "I didn't do this. This wasn't a trick to let me stay here, so don't even think that," I blurted, my voice sharp as razors. "What? I didn't even..." Kason's ragged exhale caught in the chilly air while his gaze bounced around the frozen walls. "It's them, isn't it? The dog fae things. Will this, your ice, stop them?" I stared at the light fixture that had nearly taken me out. Doubtful. They're testing this place out and looking for cracks in the magic, and poking for literal cracks in the house. They wouldn't find any now through my ice walls, unless they somehow melted, but with the glacial temperature outside, that probably wouldn't happen anytime soon. He dropped his head into his hand and heaved a sigh. "So now what?" "We check the house, just in case, and then I need to find out what your tattoo means," I said and headed toward the living room. Luckily, the floors were only frozen at the seams where the walls met the wood. Otherwise, Kason and I would be gliding across ice and crashing into sharp furniture. Kason peeked out the curtain in the living room. "They're not out there that I can see." Hopefully that spell did them in for a few more hours. I checked the wine cellar in the basement first for obvious reasons, but other than a few broken bottles, Kason's magic house had restocked the empty slots on the shelves. That right there made today a great day, with the exception of the diamond dogs, of course. In the living room again, Kason grumbled as he picked up the fallen bricks and fireplace tools. I shook my head on the way past and swept upstairs. My ice spell had reached up to the 2nd floor as well. There were 3 bedrooms and 1 large bathroom, in which I stopped in long enough to shove my bleeding head under the shower faucet. It appeared that the house's magic, along with my rapidly depleting clicks on my addern, would hopefully be enough fortification for a little longer. While Kason cleaned the entire house, I swept up Nasty from the couch and continued researching his tattoo. "You can go upstairs," he said after a while. He glanced at the ice wall in front of the fireplace. "There's already a fire up there." A shiver racked my body. Fine. Normally, I preferred hacking while couching, but I would gladly make an exception for heat. With a bottle and Nasty under my arm, Kason led me into one of the smaller bedrooms in the middle of the hallway where only one exterior wall had been pushed in. A double bed butted up against the ice wall below a window, and underneath the bed were long tracks across thick ivory carpet where the posts had moved. A large wooden wardrobe that smelled like cedar sat at the very foot of the bed, and diagonally across from it, a small fire burned in a white brick fireplace. It was warmer in here, and because the walls weren't actually made of ice, but of magic ice, they wouldn't melt. The room felt cozy and lived in, evident from the clothes hanging in the open wardrobe. Was this Kason's bedroom? My gaze dropped to the bed unintentionally with its rich and deep reds and browns decorating the thick blanket on top. Did he prefer to go commando underneath this blanket? Kason closed the wardrobe door and sucked in so he could slide between it and the foot of the bed. I'll build up the fire. You do whatever it is you do. I plopped down on the bed cross-legged, shoving thoughts of what Kason might look like while he slept from my head, and opened up Nasty. How long do you think your ice wall will hold? He asked, kneeling in front of the fireplace. No idea. That's comforting. I do my best. I opened up a chat window with Ty, another window for tattoo research, and the picture of Kason's tattoo. It depends on what else they have planned besides wall bumper cars. They know you're important enough to bring me out of my house after 2 years, but I doubt they know why. And we need to keep it that way. Well, that won't be a problem since I don't even know why you think I'm important. That's what I'm about to find out. Since my voice-activated keyboard had broken, it took a long time and a lot of hissing to tap out a message to Ty, but finally I did. Who told you about Kason? I need a name. When that was sent, I folded my aching hands to my middle and breathed while my knuckles plucked at my nerves in a hellish song. My eyes filled with tears, but I didn't dare look up even though I could feel Kason's questioning gaze from where he sat by the fire. I took long pulls off my straw until a nice fog blotted out some of the sharper edges of the pain. He crossed to the bed and sat on the edge. You're going to delete that picture when this is all done, right? His damp hair magnified his chocolate and cedar smell, and I inhaled it, tasting him, until the screeching in my hands faded. There's a lot going on in that picture, I said, my voice shaky. I cleared my throat and nudged Nasty with my toe so he could see. You have a pair of ass dimples to be proud of, so no, I won't be deleting that picture. What? Ass dimples? He leaned closer, his head hovering over my shoulder. Please, I said. You never checked out your own ass in the mirror to see if you had dimples or any of your other ass qualities? He looked at me, the whiskered scruff around his mouth so close that if I turned my head, I might feel it graze my cheek and be just inches from his lips. What other ass qualities? He asked, a smile in his voice. It almost sounded as if he were enjoying himself. How hard had I hit my head? The qualities that will feed my various addictions when I sell this picture on the ass black market. I clicked away from his picture to Ty's window, which still blinked my question but no answer, to the research window. Now stop fishing for compliments and shut up so I can figure you out. He laughed, and the rich baritone sound was so unexpected that it kicked my heart against my ribs. I turned toward him, and when our gazes locked, a current passed between us, unexplainable yet powerful. His lips parted, and need shadowed his dark eyes. He tipped his head forward a fraction, his gaze dipping to my mouth before tracking back up my face like a feather's caress. No one had ever looked at me the way he did now, as if I were so much more than a girl with a whole lot of baggage, as if my black heart and all its thorns could be melted into something alive and beating. I twisted away from him, and at the same time he turned his head and made a pained sound low in his throat that pinged disappointment through my gut. Close call for both of us, then. Good thing we'd caught ourselves before we did something we might both regret. Him likely more than me. I'll help figure myself out for a cut of the proceeds you get on the ass picture black market, he said, but his voice had lost its playfulness. He grabbed Nasty and parked it in front of him on the edge of the bed. I almost protested, but offered a shrug instead. He could likely type faster than I could. I scooted away from him and leaned back against the mountain of pillows propped against the headboard, faking like I had no idea what just happened between us. Which wasn't hard, because I didn't. He appeared to do the same with his squared shoulders, stiff jawline, and the no more joking around air around him. What am I looking for? Translate the runes around your tattoo. Fine. His shadowy gaze ticked back and forth across the screen. How do I do that? The Fae have a database called Witchcraft Symbology so they can counter all witches' hexes. Start there and wade through the section on runes until you find a match. I left off on page 243 last night. I peered over my shoulder at the iced-over window and through a small crack, the dead snow-covered branches of a tree down the street silhouetted in a dark gray sky. Have fun. He scrolled through for a long while, his eyebrows digging together as he went. There are over 5,000 pages. You're the one who wants a cut of the money I get for your ass picture. He pinned me with a glare. It's my ass. It's me who's supposed to be able to stop these Fae people. I should get all the money. There won't be any money if neither of us survives the night. The Diamond Dogs will be back, and a shrinking house will be the least of our worries. I smoothed the blankets with my wrist, enjoying the velvet soft feel on my skin. Besides, what would you do with that money? You can't even leave here. Maybe we can figure out how to break that spell, too. It's the poppies. They're reinforcing your house's spells since they've been enchanted and can't be destroyed. They're what makes you go all sleepy when you try to leave. The flowers? Shit. He bit down on his teeth so hard that the muscles in his jaw twitched. I narrowed my eyes. There was something he wasn't telling me. You don't want to leave here, do you? I can't leave here. We had this conversation already, remember? I don't remember the parts you're still not telling me, I snapped. I can't help you if... You're not helping me, he said, his voice so lethal and sharp that it cut deep. I'm helping you, even though you've given me no reason to. You came here, trashed my house, brought dog fairies with you who have a beef with you, not me. I shouldn't be helping you. And yet, I tipped my chin at his scrolling finger. Why did you open the door for me last night, then? Because you snuck into my fucking dreams and made me. I didn't make you do anything, I hissed. You were screaming for help inside my head. So what? It wouldn't be the first time someone left me to die. He snapped his gaze to mine, his eyes wide, but I looked toward the fire, suddenly shaking even though I'd been warm seconds before. Bile burned the back of my throat and I forced a swallow. I hadn't meant to let that slip. To ever let that memory rise to the surface and tip my tongue with the cold, sharp truth. Jesus, Hadley, he said, his voice softer. Don't, I warned. Don't say anything until you find something or if Ty messages me. I didn't need his pity or those questioning eyes of his picking apart my layers until he found all my failures. Seeing those would likely bring out his judgment in high definition. Outside, a darker gray marbled the clouds while heavier snow threaded a thicker layer over what was already on the ground. I listened above the gently crackling flames and Kason's constant scrolling for any sign of the Diamond Dogs, but it seemed that they were restoring their magic energy reserves for something bigger than shrinking a house, something that may end up lasting all night. So, this should be fun. I felt up to the task of taking them on, though. Making Kason do all the work while I rested had turned out to be the best idea I didn't have. He got credit for that one. It turned out he was good for something other than ass dimples and arguing with me and making me feel things I didn't want to feel. The screen's glow brightened his whole face when he leaned in closer to it. Found it. Already? I scrambled across the bed. Let me see. He turned the screen toward me and clicked back and forth between the runes in the database and the picture of his tattoo. See the curve on the bottom there with the pointed arrow hooked to the side? It matches. And this one, it looks like an upside-down letter A, which matches the rune on my shoulder. He was right. The runes he'd found were archaic, literally a giant question mark next to the year 1633 in the database, but the matching symbols curled a grin across my face. We can translate it, I said. Every symbol has already been decoded. See? His gaze caught on my mouth, his breaths sighing past my cheek. We sat so close our hips and arms touched, and a steady pulse fired at every point in between. You translate, he said, voice husky. I'll get something to write with. His eyes hardened as he backed away toward the end of the bed, kneeling on the mattress and opened the wardrobe. His shirt rode up when he leaned inside, revealing a sliver of pale flesh, and his cotton pants hugged his ass in a way that cranked my heartbeat. He had so many things working for him back there. The front of him, too, though I hadn't explored that as thoroughly as I wanted to. The whole package hardly seemed fair. When he turned back around, I quickly faced Nasty like the innocent girl I had no interest in being. Not, I said, breathless and wishing he wouldn't affect me so much. He sat at the end of the bed, far away from me, and poised a pen over a bundle of paper. As in not, or as in the kind that's tattooed on your back, I muttered. He took a deep breath, his jaw tight. You know there are two kinds of knots, witch. What else? Sighing, I tried to tune him out and focus on the next rune. Will come undone. I waited until the pen's scratching stopped, then continued. Join, flesh, hold, as, one, the, legacy. No, I think you started in the wrong place. It should be, join flesh, hold as one. The legacy knot will come undone. Join flesh, hold as one. Oh. I turned toward Kason, who gazed at me with wide eyes. That means we have to have sex, I finished for him. And then the legacy knot will untie itself. His shoulders hitched. A shiver chased across my back at the dark, dangerous blaze in his eyes. Sex with him? The idea alone throbbed need through my body so strong that my thighs clenched together. My lips parted as thoughts of his mouth, his tongue, his body pushed me into a fantasy I might not ever want to come back from. A chime from my laptop tore my gaze away from Kason. It was a message from Ty. Your dad. My dad. I swam back to reality to recall what I'd asked him. Who told you about Kason? My dad. But my dad was dead. Murdered within feet of me. Chapter 6. I rounded on Kason. Did you know my dad? Merrick Hawthorn? No. Why? His dark eyes narrowed. What's wrong? He knew you. Or knew of you. Did he? He'd never said anything about a human living in Faction 11. And of all the witches living in the outskirts of the city, why tell Ty? Dad had said maybe 10 words to him total in the 4 years I'd known him. Back when leaving my house was an actual thing, we hung out at Ty's on the other side of the outskirts, mostly because my younger siblings could be dicks sometimes. Dad knew Ty pretty much by name, but that was it. Talk to me, Hadley. Why would I know your dad? Kason asked. I don't know. I shifted away from Nasty and stood, a nervous energy swimming in my gut. Do me a favor and type a message to my dear friend Ty. Tell him to video me or I will castrate him. No joke. What's your fascination with cutting things? Chop chop, Kason. Then you can take your pants off. My heartbeat thrashed in my ears so loud I could barely hear, but we needed to do this. The sex. I didn't know if I could with my shit hands, but I would certainly give it a try. I needed more wine, but then he would taste it on my breath, and he might not like that. He might not like anything about me. Judging from the way his eyebrows climbed steadily up his forehead as he gaped at me, he already didn't like anything about me. The room spun, and not in a giddy, I'm about to have sex way. A long moment passed as he stared. I'm not having sex with you. What? I asked with a tense chuckle. Of course you are. You heard what the runes mean. We have to untie the knot on your tattoo so we know how you can end Fae power over witches. The diamond dogs... I know. His face went hard, unreadable. But I can't have sex with you. I stepped closer to the bed between his spread knees, so close he had to look at me, had to feel my heated skin through both our clothes. His entire body tightened while I searched his eyes for a good enough explanation. Touch me, I whispered. I can't, he growled. I lowered myself in front of him as if to beg, and I would if it meant I could have my revenge on the Fae. Being within kissing distance of him pooled a delicious heat between my thighs at the hard lines and planes of his body. I inhaled his cedar and chocolate scent as I leaned in, and the cleft covered with scruff on his chin bristled against my lips. It tickled, so I smiled into it, bringing my mouth level with his. Desire flamed bright in his eyes, and he tilted forward a fraction. Hadley. When he spoke, his bottom lip skimmed my top one, fanning the current between us into an all-out throb so powerful it hung my breath in my throat. Slowly, hesitantly, I pressed a kiss to his mouth, then pulled back at the shock of the tingle playing over my lips. Everything about him was soft and hard, virtuous and sinful, and I wanted to take all of it in. The cords in his neck strained, and his hands balled into fists at his sides. It had been at least 2 years since he'd fucked anything, so I didn't understand why he wasn't launching himself at me. I was literally throwing myself at him. Unless he was a virgin. Or unless I wasn't the first witch to come knocking. Maybe he had a revolving door of witch hookers, and the one who usually came at night had licked a frozen metal pole or something. Whatever the reason, he didn't want me, and that idea cinched a heavy chain around my chest. But he'd been turned on enough to stroke himself earlier when he dropped his pants to reveal his tattoo. What changed? Would he rather jerk himself than ravage my very willing body? Other than his unsteady breaths pushing his chest into mine, he'd turned into a statue. Still, I wasn't about to give up so easily. I leaned in again and flicked my tongue at the seam between his clenched lips, trying to coax my way through his icy wall. I didn't know whose walls were thicker, his or mine. His hand flashed to the back of my head and fisted through my hair. His other hand swept around to my ass and pulled me flush between his thighs to his rigid length thrusting against his pants. Something flickered behind his eyes, possibly the rest of his control, because in the next instant, he crashed his lips into mine. He jerked back and knocked my hands away. I can't. Pain from his touch threw flashing lights across my vision. I doubled over, hugging my hands to my stomach. Jesus, Hadley, I didn't... He heaved a sigh. I'm sorry. It's fine. My voice wobbled as if balancing on a tightrope. I stumbled around to face the fire instead of him, my whole body a vessel of hot and cold, of agony and humiliation. He didn't want me. Could I blame him after that messy seduction? We'll find another way to see what my tattoo means. I glanced over my shoulder and shrugged as if it didn't matter one way or the other. But of course it did matter. Air hissed between his teeth as he turned toward the doorway. The bed creaked as he stiffly crawled over it, and with his fingers tightened into fists, he smashed his hand into the wardrobe. Wood snapped and a jagged hole appeared, but that didn't seem to help him any because he marched out of the room. tears tracked down my cheeks. I wanted to hurl myself at him and slam his head into the ice wall. Put a leprosy spell on his dick so it crumbled and fell off. Something to make him feel just as humiliated as I did. Was it me? If I had been a normal witch who could eat cereal with a spoon rather than channel my inner lizard, would he have denied me? All we had to do to untie the legacy knot on his back was to have sex. It didn't have to mean anything. One and done. Thanks for coming, now go away. Yet here I was, crying, which proved it did mean something. To me, at least. It was so much easier to pretend I had a black heart with thorns when I lived in a house that mirrored that image. While living in that house with memories that threatened to surface if the dark residual magic peeled away, I didn't have a choice which color heart I had. Here, though, beauty existed in hand-carved sunshine, real poppies that gave the snowy world a hopeful pop of color, and a beautiful man who didn't want me. Once I saw these things, been blinded by all that hope, I couldn't unsee it no matter how much I wanted to. So fuck it. Not me, but the proverbial it. I would find another way to untie the legacy knot and see what Kason was capable of. All while fending off the diamond dogs and wringing ties. Shit. I strode toward the bed and sat facing Nasty's screen. The spikes raking across the nerves in my hands had dulled into blunted needles, so it took a while to type out a simple yet effective message to Ty. Video with me or murder, 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 murder. Murder was easy to repeat since it was the first word on my autocorrect list, for a variety of reasons. Ty's face flickered across the screen. He wore a ruffled polka-dot scarf around his neck and a pink bow with Jolly Rogers all over it in his black hair. Okay, enough. His eyes widened as he took in the tiny bedroom behind me, complete with iced walls and roaring fire. I take it either you found Kason or you broke into some poor schmuck's house. Are the diamond dogs there with you? Yeah, we're about to sing campfire songs and tell scary stories about your scarf, I said. You need to tell me about my dad. He let out a long sigh and looked at something beyond his computer screen. I got a letter about a week ago. A letter from who? Your dad, Hadley, he said softly. I shook my head. Blood. So much blood. Pointed shoes with gold metal plating the toe. A dying gasp. A choking sound gurgled at the back of my throat at the memory. Spiked daggers tapped the bones of my hands like a ticking time bomb. I blinked against the glow of the screen, the fire to my left suddenly too warm, and acid burned up past my heart. Someone must have mailed it for him, Ty blurted, his face lost in a blur. I don't know who, though, but the letter said that if I was reading it— Long pause while he bowed his head. That he was already dead, and for you to find Kason, that he was the key to ending Fae power. What else? I whispered. He said there was a tattoo shop. Old Dimmick's around where Hell Here is, remember? I nodded. Dimmick's Everlasting Ink. Had that been where Kason got his tattoo and then blacked out when he heard a child's laughter? He'd said that had been one of his only memories when he hadn't been trapped inside one of the 3 houses. When I got there to check it out, it was boarded up, Ty said. No sign of Dimmick. My dad didn't say anything more about it? No. Ty's forehead bunched up while he sawed his teeth across his lower lip. Only that I should burn the letter after I read it. Why didn't you tell me it was from him originally? I got the letter a week ago, Hadley. From your dad. I didn't want to give you hope that he's alive if— He looked at me imploringly. He's not. He isn't alive, I snapped. Okay. You've never actually talked about what happened, so— All I know is that these last 2 years, we've only emailed since you wouldn't open your door to me. I was just trying to protect you is all. You're my best friend. You know that, right? Of course. I glanced over my shoulder at the crack in the ice over the window, at the gray sky deepening into nightfall. Listen, find out everything you can about something called the legacy knot, especially how to untie it, understand? I started to close Nasty with my elbow, then stopped. Stay close, Ty. Wait. Promise me you're okay. Yeah. Promise. I shut the screen, then pushed to my feet. No sounds came from downstairs as I passed the brand-new fist-sized hole in the wardrobe. If I couldn't make Kason have sex with me, then maybe I'd have better luck stomping on his happy memories with one boot, make him remember something useful, and rearrange the events tonight inside his head so that he was the one who felt a weird mix of shame and guilt instead of me. Or maybe I would just drink his entire wine cellar and call it good. At the bottom of the stairs, I found him loading a shotgun, its barrel pointed at me. I stopped and lifted an eyebrow. Or maybe I would just feed him to the diamond dogs. He quickly aimed the gun toward the door, averting my gaze. We have company. The whole house shuddered as if in agreement. Figured as much. I'll go tell them there's nothing to see here. I swept past him to the front door, my chin lifted as if nothing had happened between us. Because nothing did happen between us. Outside, wind kicked the snow up from the ground and swirled it in mini tornadoes around 3 face-shaped figures standing in the street. Maybe since they weren't in dog form, I could somehow convince them I was harmless without them trying to maim me and using up all my magic. I would probably have better luck snuggling up to Kason again, but I would give it the old Hawthorn try. Sighing, I strode toward the frozen closet and aimed my arms at both the front and closet doors. Desolati, I commanded. My Addern ticked down too. 40 clicks left. The ice melted from the walls and doors in the hallway, but the knob on the closet was built for working thumbs and fingers, and oh my fucking God, why wouldn't it open? Frustration burned bright and hot, and I crashed my molars together to keep from screaming. Kason leaned in, his nearness sinking a dead weight into my gut, and opened the door. I cut him open with my glare and doused his insides with lemon juice. That is why I don't use closets. No, that is why you should have pulled the door open. He slipped my coat off a hanger and handed it to me. Not pushed. Well, I growled into my coat's collar as I shrugged it on. Doors are stupid. Spoken like a true hacker. He tightened the coat around me and snapped it into place, studying his own movements with too much care. You must hate doors of all kinds. Stop buttoning my coat like I'm a child. Then stop acting like one. I glanced down at the gun wedged between his feet, barrel aimed high. Careful or you'll shoot your dick off. He chuckled, a rich sound that rubbed softly against my skin like the grain on wood. Not with the safety on, I won't. Accidents happen. I'm glad your threats have moved past cutting of any kind. This is progress. He pointed to the closet. There are extra boots in there. 2 of them, if you want them. I forced myself to look at him, to read between the carefully drawn lines of his life and find out his true purpose for helping me right then. Did he feel guilty? Ashamed that he'd lit up my whole soul and then just as quickly crushed it? I hope so. Otherwise, I would wait for him to feel either of those emotions until we were both dead. Thanks. I kicked 2 black rain boots out of the closet that I wouldn't even need to lace up. These are kind of perfect. He gazed at me, each moment pinching my chest tighter until I had to look away. You're welcome, he said, voice soft. He turned and gripped the knob on the front door. What are you going to do about them? I don't know. I'll make it up as I go. If that doesn't work? I shrugged. Pull their hair and scratch their faces? Seems reasonable. I'll stay in here with the poppies like a real man. He opened the door and a cold blast of air and blowing snow bit at my face. Lock the door behind me. I buried my nose into the zipper of my coat, my body tensed against the wind and a threat I couldn't see. My hair whipped around my face, waving dark stripes through the twilight sky. And then there they were, the 3 of them casually strolling up the sidewalk toward the house as if here for a necromancer's piss kegger party. I marched toward them as fast as I could so they wouldn't come any closer. Claudia stopped in front of me, snow catching on her red lipstick. All three of their blonde, silky hairdos remained perfectly in place, even with the wind raging around us, which somehow made me hate them even more. I raked my arm across my forehead to try to contain some of my flyaways. "I liked it better when I never saw you three," I shouted into the wind. Claudia jerked her chin to the house. "Who's he?" I turned. Kason stood inside the doorway, firmly planted inside the house, with his gun at the ready and his finger at the trigger. What the hell? I told him to lock the door behind me, not stand there like a gunslinger in white socks and flannel pajamas. Gunshots would likely rile these dogs up even more. I shooed him back inside, and just like the pain in my ass that he'd become, he ignored me. Again. Him? I faced the dogs again. He's no one. If he's the one who lured you out of your house, he's definitely someone. Claudia locked her gaze on Kason and licked her painted lips. The other two looked him up and down. There was no luring, I said, blading my voice with a jagged edge. He's just a guy living in a... I glanced again at the much smaller house than the one I'd ran into yesterday. Tiny house. A guy. Yeah. I didn't know enough about humans to differentiate them from witches or the Fae, and I hoped they couldn't either. Luckily, Kason's flannel sleeves covered the fact that he didn't wear an addern. Except these Fae were dogs, and dogs had a keen sense of smell. Was that why they kept looking at him like they wanted to lick him all over? Or was that just Kason and his natural effect on anyone with a pulse? A slow burn ignited in my chest, and I widened my stance in an attempt to bulk myself up to block their eyeball fucking. We've never seen him around, Claudia said, inching closer to me. Why don't you introduce us? I glanced over my shoulder and waved him back inside with the hand behind my back. As you can tell by the gun, he doesn't particularly like house guests. Claudia gazed at me, her green eyes hard and flashing, and stepped so close I could taste her rotting fish smell. Introduce us, Hadley. No way. Not ever. I summoned a grin that hopefully oozed innocence, but I would accept a menacing scowl, too. On my face, they looked the same. I'm glad we had this talk. I turned to leave them standing there, knowing full well that this was far from over. Their curiosity was piqued, and I was the one who did the piquing. Their glares lanced into my back as sharp and cold as the wind. They weren't leaving, not like I expected them to, but a girl could dream. Go back inside, I mouthed to Kason as I came toward him. But both his gaze and the barrel of the gun aimed past me, never wavering, except the slightest twitch on the trigger. I swept toward him faster, the gusting snow slowing me to a crawl, but at the same time braced myself for whatever was about to happen behind me, for whatever Kason had seen to shake his confident grip on the trigger. My insides plunged to my shivering knees because I wasn't going to reach him in time. The ground shifted under my feet, spilling me face first to the snowy sidewalk. Instinct flashed my hands out to catch my fall, and they slammed against the hard-packed snow. A scream pitched out of my mouth at the ice-tipped needles piercing my palms. A gunshot fired, and the sound bounced around my skull. I looked up, dazed, to see cast spells bursting toward Kason in the doorway, but they fizzled out before they entered the house to touch him. He leveled his gun again, his expression calm, composed, but the next word he uttered was a deadly snarl. Leave! A heavy weight pressed on the back of my leg, then another and another, up my thighs and back to my shoulders. The diamond dogs were walking over me like I was a meek snowflake on the path to get to Kason. Hell no. The only things meek in my body were my hands, and I didn't need them anyway. Diaboli Solis! I growled into the snow. My addern ticked down 5. 35 clicks left. Murky orange light filtered across the ground, extinguishing instead of brightening the glittery twinkles on the snowscape. Screams filled the night that sounded vaguely like howls. I wished I could have laughed, but a spell of that magnitude dragged my energy to the black depths where that spell came from. Instead, I hefted myself to my feet and gazed up at the enormous black and orange sphere rotating slowly over Kason's house. The Devil's Son. Lucky for me, I'd been the one to cast the spell, which protected me with SPF 10,000. But it looked as if the Diamond Dogs must have forgotten their sunscreen. Their porcelain skin bubbled up into a thick black soup, then sloughed off their bodies in long, stringy puddles studded with diamond necklaces. Their blonde, silken hair turned crispy black and slid down their cheeks with the rest of their skin like grotesque tears. They ran screaming from Kason's front door while he looked on, his face stricken with terror. I hauled myself toward him as their screams faded somewhere other than here. The Devil's Sun burned itself out and vanished. "Hadley!" Kason yelled. "Behind you!" I turned to see Claudia, red lipstick washed out from blood and sliding flesh, except one corner of her mouth that hadn't peeled away. A green eyeball dangled halfway down her face. She tilted her bald head, then jerked a mangled arm toward me. I wasn't quick enough to react, to yank myself away from her touch, because I could barely keep myself upright. "Get away from her!" Kason shouted. She brought her skeletal finger to my forehead, and it knocked me to my knees. Another gunshot rang out. A hole blasted through Claudia's pulpy, singed neck, but she didn't even flinch. "Kogitaris!" she snarled, and it sounded like crumbling dead leaves. My thoughts and memories scrambled on top of each other in their haste to attach themselves to her finger still pressed to my forehead. All of them funneling toward her had to do with Kason, the legacy knot, everything I knew and the Fae should never know. I reached out as if to stop them, to stop her, but she grabbed my outstretched hand with her free one and yanked it backward with a sharp hiss between her almost lipless mouth. Agony from her grip carved itself into the backs of my fluttering eyelids. My scream scraped my throat raw. She pushed me into the snow and stared with one dangling eye at Kason, who was bellowing my name. I dragged my gaze toward him as Claudia stepped closer to the porch, only 2 yards away from Kason. Would she force her way inside? Search for an addern on his wrist that wasn't there? His toes balanced on the threshold of the doorway, his pointed gun unwavering. "Take 1 step closer. I dare you." Claudia stopped just inches from my head. I pushed to my elbows and knees but collapsed back into the snow cheek first. Kason ticked his gaze to me, concern etching his forehead, and he inched his bare toe farther over the threshold. "Back inside," I begged, but the wind swallowed my shaky voice. Claudia whipped a hand out and snatched a fistful of my hair. Pain exploded over my scalp. The sound of ripped flesh burned my throat with bile. She dragged me to my feet, and my boots drilled into the snow for purchase. "How good a shot are you, lover boy?" Claudia asked. "Let her go!" His legs stretched for the porch. Blue light rolled from her fingers toward him at the exact same instant he fired. Time seemed to slow. His mouth dropped open as he saw the light spiraling closer. His boot touched down onto the porch. The blue light detonated against his chest in an explosion of sparks. And then he collapsed. As soon as he hit the ground, his body vanished. Chapter 7. I blinked at the spot on the porch, my heart racing empty beats at the place Kason should have been. He'd gone outside the house, so had the poppies affected him before Claudia's blue spiral had done much damage? Or was he lying in bed while the life seeped out of him? A choked moan pushed between my clenched lips. Please don't be dead, Kason. Claudia looked on at the open doorway with her one dangling eye as if she could sense the magic contained within. She shoved me away. Legacy, huh? She growled. You only wish he could end Fae power over you witches. She knew everything now, and she would likely tell the rest of the Fae all about it whether she took the legacy seriously or not. I'd just invited a whole fish-smelling shitstorm to Kason's doorstep. I stumbled into the howling wind up the porch steps, my body weakened from all my magic using, my hands prickling in angry, bitter waves. Will be, Claudia started, her voice carrying inside with me, but I slammed the door shut before she finished. Yeah. They would be back after they healed themselves and would bring a horde of others. No need to state the obvious. Freer, I said to the front door, and an ice wall sealed it off once again. I didn't know what I would find upstairs, but I hoped it wouldn't break me even more than I already was. If anything, I'd proven I didn't handle death well. He had to be alive, not just for me, but for all the factions in this cold, shitty, Fae-controlled world. But for me, too, for having my back out there with the diamond dogs, for making me feel not quite so alone, even if he didn't want me. I held to the stair banister with my forearms, each step as exhausting as scaling the highest mountain 10 times. At the top of the stairs, my vision tunneled and the doorway to his bedroom sloped at an odd angle, but I refused to pass out until I knew he was okay. Somehow I kept upright as I stumbled into his room, and there he was, lying on top of the covers on the bed, eyes closed, not moving. Kason! I cried. Cold sweat clung to my skin as a shot of adrenaline spiked through my blood. I launched myself at the bed and straddled his hips, my gaze flitting over every part of his body to look for damage or some kind of movement or anything. Then, finally, I had enough sense to stare at his chest for more than a second, and it moved. I dropped my chin to my chest with a relieved sigh, but just because he was breathing didn't mean Claudia hadn't injured him. Curare, I whispered, and my Addern ticked down too. 30 clicks left. A buttery yellow glimmer of light curled off my tongue, and I bent to slide it across the seam between his lips in a gentle caress. He looked so peaceful while he slept, so achingly handsome, that if total exhaustion hadn't wilted my body, I would have stayed pressed to his mouth until he woke up and kissed me right back. Instead, I slumped on top of him, asleep before my head hit his shoulder. I woke sometime later, the fireplace heating my back, while Kason's warm side cradled my front. My left hand rested against his chest, and I stared at it, mesmerized. I must have subconsciously touched him while I slept, and been so out of it that I hadn't registered the pain I usually felt when I touched something. But even now, it didn't hurt. Very curious. Kason stretched, and a deep sigh ruffled the hair on the top of my head. I froze, prepping myself for him to kick me out of his bed, and at the same time faking like I was asleep, with my eyes open. Hey, he said, sleepiness deepening his voice. You okay? What happened after the poppies made me their bitch? Was it the poppies or the Fae? I asked, my gaze rooted to my hand instead of his face. Good point. He shifted and stretched until his toes popped. You were truly frightening out there, not gonna lie. I was trying to protect you. I tried and failed to solidify my voice into more than a whisper. Next time, do what I say, or you'll cut me with a sharp object, I know. He brushed his thumb under my chin and forced me to look at him. His dark eyes held a kindness to them that bloomed warmth inside my chest. I won't make any promises, but thank you. He smoothed the hair off my cheek while his gaze wandered to my mouth and back up to my eyes. You didn't answer my first question, though. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? With a shaky breath, I looked again at my hand on his chest. I should have probably moved it. I don't know. But they know about you. Claudia, the one who tried to take you out, stole my thoughts, and now they know who you are and that you're important enough to end their power. I recalled my thoughts funneling toward Claudia's dripping with flesh finger and shuddered. No one can get in, though, with the house's magic and yours, he said. That's the one thing we have going for us. Us. The word sounded so perfect, rolling off his lips while we lay entwined on his bed. I wished this could be my forever in this bright, warm house. With him. Only he didn't want me, and that scorched the backs of my eyelids. I'm running out of magic. I only have 30 clicks left. My voice came out wobbly, and I cleared my throat against the sudden knot. They could press on the walls of the house until we turn into wet noodles. He laughed. Now there's an image. You're taking all of this pretty well. It's a little scary. I stared at his face, memorizing how his eyelashes fanned against his skin when he blinked, how he studied me like a complicated puzzle. I guess I'm taking it well because of the extraordinary woman in my bed who has put my whole arm to sleep, he said, his voice rough and ridiculously sexy. He traced a fingertip up my jaw that roused my pulse. I think it's affecting my brain. My cheeks burned. Extraordinary? If I were the only woman he'd been around in a while, then of course I was extraordinary. He had nothing to compare me to. But I wasn't extraordinary enough for him to have sex with. Sorry. I unfolded myself from him and climbed off the bed. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. No, it's fine. He shook out his arm, then crossed them both behind his head, propping himself on the pillow to gaze at me with an expression I couldn't read. But it wasn't fine. In between finding another way to untie the legacy knot, I would fantasize about slicing him up into diamond dog kibble for sending some seriously mixed signals. And maybe fantasize about other things, too. I'd witnessed Kason's sexual urges firsthand. My entire body flushed at the memory of his magical touch, so it wasn't as if he were a eunuch or something. Meet me downstairs to talk when you're ready. I scooted between the narrow space between the bed and the wardrobe and walked out. My ice walls seemed to be holding up well, both upstairs and down, and there wasn't any more structural damage to the house after last night's attack. If we were lucky, the walls would last until I found a way to get Kason out. With a new bottle of wine stuffed with fennel seeds and a bowl of cereal, I made myself horizontally comfortable on the couch with everything within easy reach and nasty balanced on my stomach. I pulled up Kason's tattoo again on the screen. Even though sex would untie the legacy knot and maybe fill in some of the gaps in his memory, he didn't want to. Wouldn't he want to know everything, especially the why and the who behind all this? I would, and not just because of my raging libido. Something must have been holding him back. That was the only thing I could figure. I researched the legacy knot on Nasty until my eyes fell closed. When they opened again, gray morning light slanted in through the curtains. I stretched out my muscles and blinked down at the strange plastic contraption attached to my lip instead of my regular straw. Except it was a straw. At least a couple dozen of them had been cut to create a sort of intricate straw labyrinth that connected me to a glass of juice on the coffee table. My wine bottle and empty cereal bowl sat next to it. I took a sip, unable to help the grin that cracked over my face as the juice zigzagged a complicated path to my mouth. By the time the juice spilled its sugary flavor over my tongue, I felt lightheaded from all that sucking. Still, it was sweet. Not the juice, it needed more wine. But no guy had ever made me something before. A door shut from off the kitchen, so I pushed to my feet and found Kason with his head inside the refrigerator. Hungry? He asked, glancing my way. I sat at the table, facing away from him and his ridiculously sculpted ass underneath his low-rising pants. Cereal. Always cereal? Always cereal, I said absently, eyeing the poppies. Thanks for the juice. You're welcome. He set down a cereal box and a bowl in front of me, a smile on his face. It was freshly squeezed. I smashed my elbow into the box to open it, but he snatched it away from me with a shake of his head. I'm helping. It's less messy that way, and there's no need to destroy defenseless cardboard. He shook the flakes out into a bowl without spilling any, his lips tilted in a smile I wish he'd wear more often. I liked the straw you made me. It reminded me of one of my The taste of bitter memories cemented my tongue to the roof of my mouth. Your brother? Kason bent to catch my gaze, but I shook my head and stared into my bowl. Jake, the youngest Hawthorn, had wished for a swirly straw with a monster eyeball for his 5th birthday. His 2 dimples were like twin shots to the heart, which made it impossible to resist him. When I'd gone to buy it for him, the store was sold out and only had a lucky wizard feet straw, not even close to being good enough. So I improvised, took on more hacking jobs to barter for more magic on my Addern, and conjured a real monster eyeball. Once it was properly sanitized, I ripped off the wizard feet, attached the eyeball to the straw, and earned the coveted title for best big sister ever. Now the straw was safely tucked away behind his closed bedroom door, residual black magic, and a thick layer of barbed wire, where it should have stayed instead of surfacing through my barbed, blackened heart. Kason poured himself a bowl of cereal too, his gaze sliding across the table toward me and probably hoping a quick exit presented itself so he could finally be rid of the woman with all the obvious baggage and who'd put his life in danger. So, here's an idea. I quirked an eyebrow. You do what I tell you when the Diamond Dogs come back so I can focus on them and not you. He brought a spoonful of cereal inside his mouth and darted his tongue across his lower lip to catch a stray drop of milk. It was a small movement, one he might have not even been aware he'd made, but it made me squirm in my chair as heat spread between my thighs. He chewed, then swallowed. I can't. Sorry. Why not? I asked. Your gun won't do any lasting damage anyway, since they have all the magic in the world to heal themselves. I can't just let you go out there and fight them off. Yes, you can. I'm a witch. You're a human they now know about, I said. They know that you'll end Fae power, so when they do come back, they might bring backup. They probably will bring backup. Backup that's high on the Isa Fae food chain with more magic and twice the stink. Then we need to leave. Figure out what to do with those poppies and run someplace where the Fae can't find us. But it's not just your battle, Hadley. It became my battle too, the second you burst in here. My gun might not melt their skin off, which they deserved after hurting you, by the way, so nicely done. But it did slow them down. He dropped his spoon into his bowl and leaned back in his chair, fixing me with his impossibly dark eyes. Let me help you. Everything he'd said whirled through my head, hiccuping once again over the words we and us, and several others that I didn't quite know what to make of. But all of it swelled a lightness into my chest that I quickly deflated before it became uncontrollable. Even if I found a way for him to escape this house, where would we go? We wouldn't survive the cold for long. Maybe Ty's house? His dad was a suit and tie type who worked at Reykjavik's Fae and Witch Relations Department, and his older sister supposedly cozied up to Fae in exchange for more magic. Out of all the times I'd gone to his house, I'd never met either of them, so basically he was an only child. But if the Fae knew he'd met me at Hell Here, then they were probably watching him too. You want to help? I lizard-licked a cereal flake from my bowl and pierced him with a glare. Then help me. He sighed into his next spoonful. Not like that. There's something you're not telling me, Kason. There's several things you're not telling me, Hadley, so maybe I'm having a real hard time trusting you, and yet... And yet what? When he flattened his lips together, I sighed and asked, "What do you want to know?" "Let's start with the Fae." He pushed to his feet, strode toward the sink, and dropped his bowl in with a loud clatter. With fluid movements, not his usual stiffness at all. I must have really healed him last night. He turned. "You're bent on ending Fae power, but why? So you don't have to hack into their computer programs anymore? End winter so you can grow a garden at the back of your house, which you haven't left in 2 years? No. It's personal, isn't it?" He rounded the table and posted his arms in front of me to stare me down with a cutting glare. When I didn't answer, he shoved away. "Good talk." He got as far as the door to the garage before I grew enough ladyballs to blurt, "Revenge." With a nod, he turned to face me. "That's about as personal as it gets. For your brother?" I sagged into my chair, not at all sure I could put even the most basic words to what had happened to my family without cracking. "Your turn. I spilled something about me. Now go." He scratched at his neck and grimaced. "You mind if I ask you something first?" "Yes, because you're stalling," I said with a glare. "Well, yes, and no." He ran a hand through his dark hair and paced from one end of the kitchen to the other. "You said the diamond dogs are coming back, but I assume they need to heal themselves, right?" "Yeah." "And both witches and fae can heal, both themselves and others, right?" "Where are you going with this?" "You healed me last night, didn't you? After I stepped outside and the poppies snuffed me out." "How did you know that?" "Tell you in a second, but if you can heal me, then..." He inhaled the rest of his thought while looking at me in a way that made me feel vulnerable, like he was scraping away layers of dark magic. "Then why don't you heal yourself? Your hands, I mean." I opened my mouth to hiss at him, but the impressive string of insults died on my tongue. "It's complicated." He shook his head. "I'm just trying to help." "Well, don't." I stood and stalked away from him into the living room, my teeth bared when footsteps came after me. The need to cut someone's face off was so much easier to control when I lived by myself. As if reading my thoughts, he said, "I'll lay out all the knives in the house for your flaying enjoyment if you'll answer my question." "No." I crashed on the couch and blocked him out by lifting Nasty's lid with my forearm. "Then if you won't heal yourself, I have human medicine. Lots of it, a never-ending supply." I slammed the lid back down again and lowered my voice to a deadly chill. "It's a disability, Kason. It can't be helped. Guess you'll just have to deal with it. I am." Lies. All of it, but I didn't want to go there. The only thing I could hold in my cursed hands was the guilt, heavy and raw, I carried from that night at having a small window of time to resurrect my family, to heal Dad before he sighed his last breath. And I'd failed. I couldn't find words for any of that to explain to Kason. He'd already rejected me once, possibly because he saw a glimpse of all my failures whenever he looked at me. Besides, someone like him deserved a woman who was happy and well-adjusted. A woman who wasn't me. "Are you dealing with it, though?" he asked. "Is that what the wine is for? And the fennel seeds, an anti-inflammatory? Fennel seeds also offer protection, but if you ask me, they're doing a piss-poor job of it. I borrowed your laptop, by the way, to look it up." I sat up to give him a deadly glare. "Is that why you won't have sex with me? Because I'm a wino with a disability? How shallow do you think I am? You're..." He waved his hand at me, either dismissing me or motioning to my hands. "You're in pain, Hadley, and there's no reason to be." I looked away, unable to find the words to clue him in to just how wrong he was. Instead of trying, I stood, taking Nasty with me. I'm sure it's great to be you, all knowledgeable and shit, but this is turning out to be a waste of my time. I strode to the closet by the front door. Desolati! The ice melted from the entire hallway, and I managed to pull the closet door open that time for my coat and boots. Kason watched with a palm to his head, his face screwed up in a grimace. Hadley, what are you doing? What's it look like? I left my coat open in case he tried to button it, in case he tried to change my mind with another burst of kindness that he often bracketed with bullshit questions I didn't want to answer, and opened the front door. Arctic air gusted in, carrying ice pellets that pinged against my cheeks. What about the Fae? The legacy knot? He grabbed my coat collar and spun me toward him, his eyebrows drawn together and desperation lighting his eyes. When you healed me, breaking the legacy knot is easy. Just go fuck yourself, I said and walked out into the howling winter day. Chapter 8. Where are you? I messaged Ty. My hair snaked around my head, allowing the wind to skate down the back of my neck and freeze my ass as effectively as my front. I bowed against the pelting snow inside an alcove of an abandoned building on Abridged, the same street as hell here, bundling up as much as I could, but I wouldn't be able to stay out here for too much longer. Ty had better reply soon because I wasn't sure where I could go. As soon as the Diamond Dogs realized I wasn't at Kason's, they'd come searching, thinking I'd already figured out how he could end their power over witches, and the most logical place they'd look first was my house. That was the first place I'd thought of too, but magic didn't protect it anymore. If they'd broken through it already, I doubted I had enough magic on my Addern that they wouldn't slice through as easily as warm butter. Unless Ty could give me more. After only walking about 2 blocks, I realized how stupid it had been to leave Kason's house. And it wasn't just the cold that had icicled that truth into my skull. His house was built like a fortress and magicked by some clever, powerful witches. But that wasn't all. As much as I hated to admit it, I needed Kason himself. To end Fae power, sure, but also to... what? I didn't know exactly, but during the times when he wasn't a total dick, I actually enjoyed his company. He warmed my soul, something I never thought would happen. But I wasn't about to go back to him either. Not yet, anyway. I needed a break from him, from his belief that I could so easily be fixed, from his nearness that spun me about. All of it. My laptop dinged. Did you find out something? No, I answered, and about 5 minutes later, while crouched in the alcove, I managed to type, I need somewhere to go. His head appeared on the screen, complete with a bow printed in flowery skulls and a scowl I wasn't used to seeing. You have to go back. Fuck you. I don't have to do anything. The guy's a prick. Only he really, really wasn't. Hadley, this is so much bigger than whether he's a prick or not. Go back and make nice. Give him a blowjob or something. I sank farther into my coat against a sudden gust of wind. He's more of a self-service type of guy, I think. Ty quirked an eyebrow. So? Jump on in there while he strokes his broomstick. No. He has no interest in me. But his searing kiss, his hands on and in my body, the looks he sometimes gave me as if I were something worth holding on to, made me realize that was a straight-up lie. He did have an interest in me. He'd said I was extraordinary. And that was quite possibly the real reason I'd left, because he made my dead, black heart beat again with an interest of my own. And that scared me to fucking death. Is he gay? He asked. The way he said it, so revolted, made me lean away from Nasty's screen. Ty, of all people, seemed sickened that Kason might be gay? No. I raked back my hair with my forearm so he could see the full force of my glare. He isn't. He rolled his eyes in typical Ty fashion. Of course he's not. Meet me at hell here? Is that near where you're staying? When he narrowed his eyes in confusion, I said, "Because of the diamond dogs knowing where you live?" He nodded. "I'm staying a couple buildings down. How are those sweet pooches? Should we be expecting them today?" "I laid them out last night with the devil's son, so no, not anytime soon." "Wow." He blinked and blinked again. Wow. I'd rendered a few people speechless today. Must have been one of those days. Where did you learn magic that powerful and dark? He winced as something leaped behind his hazel eyes. A flash of fear, maybe? "Just around. See you in 5. I shot to my feet and hustled toward Hell Here. The ice inside my veins trudged along like sludge about as fast as my boots through the snow. I passed Dimmock's Everlasting Ink on my way, and just as Ty had said, it was boarded up and abandoned. A boarded-up building was an invitation to come inside. That was just common knowledge, but Ty must have missed the memo. Had Dimmock tattooed Kason before Kason lost his immediate memories and wound up in a house charmed and spelled with an unbreakable amount of magic? And most importantly, how was my dad involved in all of this? But maybe even more important than that, why hadn't Ty invited me to the place he was staying instead of Hell Here, where the diamond dogs might come sniffing? Was he hiding something? It was too cold to think about for long. By the time I made it to the bar, I couldn't feel my nose, toes, or anything in between. Smiley, the same waitress as before with shiny red curls, widened her eyes when I burst through the door after someone else came out. I tried to still my chattering teeth so I could get my drink order out. Romancer's piss with a bowl of fennel seeds," she smiled. "Corner booth. Got it." Well then, I guess I made an impression. Or she was just really good at her job. I shuffled past the dancing green fire in the middle of the bar toward the corner booth, the heat-bringing feeling back in my body and needling throbs. I sat facing the door, noting there were fewer people in here than the other night. Low conversations drifted from nearby tables around the crackling fire. A couple sat nearby, their clasped hands on the table near a pair of ferry tickets, their locked gazes charging the air with a sizzling energy. Something panged in my gut while watching them, an empty feeling that had once been filled. Love, I realized. That feeling that you were so important to someone that they would do anything for you just to see you smile. See you live. I cleared my throat as Smiley clanked down a bottle and bowl in front of me. Then she slid 2 wrapped straws across the table. With a secret smile, she strode off. She must have seen me drinking with the straw the other night, though I had no idea why I needed 2. I sank back into the booth seat and concocted my wine piss just how I liked it. If Kason were here, he would probably trade the bottle for orange juice and a crazy straw that he'd built for me. I wished I could stop thinking about him, his rough voice, the way his lips thinned when he plugged nails between them while working on his beautiful wood projects. He was tying my head up with silly thoughts and fantasies that he didn't want to fulfill. Or maybe he did want them, but he didn't want to want them. He about seared my skin off with that kiss. And his hands. Ugh! My life made much more sense when it was just me and my friends Wine, Fennel Seeds, and Nasty. And Ty. By the time Ty arrived, my bottle was half empty. "Hey," he said as he sat across from me. "Took you long enough." "Yeah, sorry." He shook his head as Smiley approached, and she backed off. "So, what's up? Why'd you leave?" I took a long draw from my straw and shrugged. It was too claustrophobic. "Okay, you haven't left your little ass house in 2 years." He looked down his button nose at me, his fingers playing with the spilled fennel seeds. "Why did you leave, Hadley? You know how important this is." He was asking too many questions. "About?" After my lengthy silence, he sighed and said, "About you. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to tell him. Not everything, just it might help to talk about it. I haven't even talked about it with you. Besides, I like suffering in silence. It builds character." He set one elbow on the table, eyeing me around the sides of his knuckles. "You have plenty of character already. Remember freshman year? Principal Drew? I smiled around my straw. He said I have a lack of character. Ty nodded. And you said? What one witch lacks, she can scrape it out of another. I almost spit wine into my lap with a chuckle. Apparently I have issues with threatening knife violence. I'll have to tell... I cleared my throat, not at all sure I liked where that train of thought was headed, and squared my shoulders. Tell me about my dad and all of this. I already did. Ty skated several loose fennel seeds across the table into a pile. I got a letter from him a few days ago that mentioned Kason and Dimmicks. Someone else must have sent it. Anything else? I asked. Any theories? Not really. Just that I think you should go back to Kason's house, right now, and give him whatever he wants in exchange for what he can do for us. He fixed me with an imploring gaze. For all of us. He's our only hope. You know that better than anyone. I nodded, letting his words tumble through to the back of my head where some of them clicked into place. Others rattled around too loudly to ignore, even through my wine fog, and I would get to them soon enough. Okay. He blinked as if shocked it had been that easy. Okay. Can I have my other 60 Addern clicks now? I asked. That devil's son was a real bitch to summon. Ty's mouth flattened into a thin line. Deal's a deal, Hadley. You'll get the rest after Kason ends winter. I nodded, zipping my gaze to his Addern and away again. It was turned inward, as it usually was, so no one in passing could read the display. It was nobody's business, he always said, including mine. How much power had he collected in the 2 years since I'd seen him? Well, I had to try. About the devil's son. His long lashes fluttered while he searched my face. When did your magic get so dark? Since the need for revenge powered most everything I did, including researching the online version of the witch's grimoire and all the different ways I planned to kill my family's murderer. A lot. Since I decided not to put up with anyone's bullshit, I scooted out of the seat, laptop and wine bottle tucked under both arms, and stood. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Then I left him there, but at the door, I turned. He was pulling bills from a wallet, a thick one that he had difficulty closing once he'd finished paying. Before he glanced up to see me watching, I shoved out into the cold. I braced myself against the biting wind, slanting my body into it, until I squinted at the boarded-up building next door. Wood planks crisscrossed the dingy second-story windows, and behind one of them hung a faded and crooked Dimmicks Everlasting Ink sign. Ty had been right about Dimmicks being abandoned, but that was the last thing I would ever believe of him. I didn't know for sure why. Only a feeling for now, but I no longer trusted my best friend. Chapter 9. With no hands-free ways to get inside Dimmicks Everlasting Ink and the risk of being caught by a roaming fae or a sketchy witch like Ty, I had to rely on magic. Not what I wanted to do, but I didn't want the building to look like I'd smashed through the front door with my boots, either. I kept walking past the shop toward the Witch's Tit, a tiny grocery store a few buildings down. Someone walked out the store's door as I strolled inside. It always smelled like cleaning chemicals in here, as if the shopkeeper doused all the fruits and vegetables after they'd been picked through. Since we didn't have much sunlight in eternal winter, this produce was grown on the edge of the city using special grow lights. I knew this random fact because Mom had been playing around with indoor gardening before she died. I made my way toward the back of the store. Up the same aisle I headed down, a girl maybe just a few years younger than me, carrying several hats and gloves, towed 2 little boys behind her. "I'll die without something to eat," one of them whined. "You'll die if you can't stay warm," the girl grumbled. Already, both boys' lips were tinged blue, and it was no wonder since their coats were thinner than mine. They needed new coats, not hats and gloves, but if they were anything like my little brothers had been, they outgrew their coats seemingly within weeks. The girl looked at me warily as she passed, and a rogue glove slipped from her grip. I almost bent to pick it up for her with my shit hands, but one of the boys, the same one who had complained, beat me to it. I wanted to say something to him when he popped up and glanced at me, to tell him to be nice to his sister, but my mouth had sewed itself shut. Instead, I gazed after them like a long-lost memory. That had been me 2 years ago, dragging along 2 brothers who annoyed the hell out of me but who I would have done almost anything for, during a store trip Mom had sent us on just to get us out of the house. I hoped what happened to my brothers never happened to that girl's. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. At the back of the store, a wooden cart sat filled with small oranges. I squatted behind it out of view from the door and the checkout lady behind her register as if tying my bootlaces. Invisibilia, I whispered. My Addern ticked down 3. 25 clicks left. An icy chill scraped down my bones, but I hardly felt it on a day like today. I shuddered and bent in on myself to try to keep any warmth I had left contained as my body blended in with the produce around me. It was a little unnerving to not see myself, nasty, or my wine, no matter how many times I'd done this before. I stood slowly, the cold making me feel old and creaky, and stepped out of the store unseen. Slipping around the back of the tattoo shop, I found snowdrifts several feet high angling up toward the planks crisscrossing the second-story windows. It was better than the 0 other options I had, so I tromped through, my boots sinking only a little because of the freezing temperature. Paraffin, I said, and both the window and planks vanished as easily as I had. My Addern ticked down 2 more. I was going through magic like wine lately. 23 clicks left before the poison spikes in my Addern were released into my wrist. I slipped easily inside a narrow hallway on the 2nd floor lined with dirty white bricks and unfinished doors blocking off 2 rooms ahead. Behind me, the hallway turned right to somewhere unseen. My breath plumed out in front of me, marking me as a breathing thing no one could see. Good thing I was alone in here. Unless, of course, I wasn't. Mildew and wet wood clung to the air as thick as the silence. This place reeked of abandonment, yet I didn't dare set Nasty or my wine down in case I was wrong. They were both invisible because they'd been attached to me when I said the spell, but I wasn't about to take a risk I didn't have to with the most valuable things I had. I started forward to the 2 closed doors, stepping lightly, my breaths shallow. The first door on the left hadn't closed completely, so I tapped it open with my boot and winced at the screaming hinges. I froze, listening. Still nothing but the wild pulse between my ears. I ducked inside the room. A pile of loose bricks zigzagged up the far wall, and underneath the highest point was a toy rocket ship dangling from a thin string in the ceiling. It swung and twisted through the air, the plastic taking a battering from the wind that hissed through the walls. Kind of an odd thing to find at a tattoo shop, but Kason had said one of his last memories before being trapped inside houses included a child's laughter. But Dimmick didn't have any children that I knew of. I turned around, looking for some sign of why Dad had mentioned this place, and immediately spotted it on the wall near the door. A box-like shape with unequal, unparalleled sides, with one side extending out like a tail, had been drawn in black crayon. A shape that likely meant nothing to anyone else. "Think, Hadley. You know this one," Dad said in his deep, rich voice. I blinked up at him over the heavy book he used to coax me to sleep, even though it did the opposite. The Corvus constellation? That correct answer had earned me one of his bear hugs I'd always loved so much. When he wasn't teaching me about hacking computers, he told me about the night sky, the stars, and the meaning of the constellations. Not ours. We could hardly see anything through the falling snow and endless cloud cover. But Earth's. He'd always said he wanted me to dream beyond the snow, and I did. Constellations were kind of our thing, but after he died, I'd dreamed within the confines of our blackened house for the last 2 years. Likely not what he would have wanted. But he did want me to come here so I would see this drawing. The Greek mythology behind Corvus meant... too much wine sludged up my brain. Corvus. Corvus was a raven, sent by Apollo to watch over his lover. I stared open-mouthed at the drawing on the wall, my heart thundering. And his lover fell in love with a human. And was that human trapped inside his house with a knotted tattoo on his back? No, but this couldn't be a coincidence. Yet I still didn't know how they were related. I left this room and headed for the next, but the only things inside it were toppled bricks on one half of the room and a lone child-sized shoe on the other. The odd combination skittered up the nerves along my back. No symbols marked the walls, so I headed for the stairs leading to the first floor. Papers littered the steps, and black ink bleeding through to the back of one of them caught my eye. I flipped it over with the toe of my shoe. A child's drawing of a raven stared back with one eye. Okay, Dad, I got it. No need to hit me over the head with this Corvus raven stuff. The myth said that when Corvus flew back to Apollo to tell him the news about his lover, Apollo freaked out and cursed the once silver bird's wings black. I blinked down at my hands, at my blackened fingernails. The bird and I had a lot in common. Downstairs, a lime green plastic-covered chair that looked like it belonged in an insane asylum, it even had leather straps, rocked back and forth from the steady breeze gusting in from the boarded front door. The wind also carried a voice from outside I didn't recognize. Did she come here? I froze, the narcissistic part of me wondering if she referred to me. The voice sounded male and clipped, as if the person had better things to do than hang out at an abandoned tattoo shop. Where is she in regards to him? This guy, whoever he was, had to be talking about Kason and me. Sometimes narcissism ruled, especially when I was right, but I didn't pat myself on the back just yet. Fine, the guy said. Thud, thud, thud. The large board that had taken the place of the broken front door jumped. I backed away even though I was invisible, the taste of copper flooding my mouth as my heart lodged in my throat. But before I could make a flying leap toward the stairs, the board ripped away. I dodged past the chair and crouched behind the cover of an old wooden desk in the corner. The door creaked open, and a bell above the door chimed softly as a rotten fish smell rolled inside. Faye. I threw my arm across my face to muffle my loud breaths into the crook of my elbow. My shoulder dug into a metal handle on a drawer, but I hardly noticed. The lime green chair in the middle of the shop spun around wildly, likely because I'd smashed into it on the way here because I was part ninja. The wrong part. If this guy hadn't suspected anyone else was here but him, he was sure second-guessing himself now. Footsteps tapped over the dirty floor, spiking ice through my veins as they drew nearer. I rolled my lips tight against my teeth, but my heavy breaths still clouded the air. Invisible or not, I might still be detected. He probably could sense me whether he saw me or not. Even so, I took one more inhale, burning the Faye smell into my nose for an eternity, and held it. Tap, tap. Every footstep crunched dirt and grit into the grungy tiles like ground-up bones, drawing closer to the side of the desk. Sitting low on the very tips of Kason's boots he'd let me borrow, I dared a sliding step backward along the front of the desk and then one more into the empty cube where a chair might go. Invisible and out of sight. I hoped that was enough. If the Fae found me, I had no idea what he would do or whether or not he even knew I was Hadley Hawthorn, expert human finder and leaver. But he did know I would come here, and he would likely wonder about everything I knew. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Shiny black shoes stopped on the other side of the desk, so close I could have reached out and touched them under the gap, and familiar. Bile scorched the back of my throat, and tears leaked down my frozen face. I'd seen these same shoes before while hiding underneath my parents' bed, the screams of my family long since faded. These pointed shoes with gold metal plating the toe and gold stitching sewn in a checked pattern up the gleaming leather had permanently inked my nightmares. They'd walked into my parents' room, the owner whistling a chirpy tune. My family's slaughter in the living room had been completed, and the owner of these shoes had searched for more blood. Mine. Now they stepped toward the stairs. My pulse pounded between my ears as the rest of my body stiffened. I'd wanted to know who the shoes belonged to for so long, had hacked the ISFA computer system just to look at photos of their feet, but hadn't found anything. Until now, here at Dimmock's Everlasting Ink, no laptop needed. Paper crumpled from the direction of the steps, and I could have kicked myself for not picking up all the Raven drawings. He might just think they were simple pictures, but maybe not. If he was looking at them, though, that meant he was facing the stairs, away from me. I needed to know who he was, just a glimpse, so I leaned around the edge of the desk, my movements stiff and jerky. Behind the dark, curly smoke of his wings, black hair hung halfway down a pair of tuxedo tails. A gold addern flashed at his wrist that connected a thin chain with a gold ring on his middle finger. He exuded power and money, and that was just the back of him. I'd never seen this Fae in my life. Who had he been talking to? Were they inside too? I ducked back, nearly losing my wine bottle tucked in my coat's armpit. The Fae trekked upstairs and wandered around the rooms, and I briefly considered flying out the front door, mowing down whoever he'd been talking to. But having this guy here, walking around in those shoes while I stayed hidden once again, iced up my insides with the same terror I'd felt that night. I would wait until he left and sneak out the way I came. If he knew the constellations, saw the Corvus drawing upstairs, and pieced it together with the Raven drawing, there was nothing I could do about that anyway, since I wasn't exactly sure what Dad was trying to tell me. Finally, the Fae swept down the stairs. Making sure I was still invisible, I peered out to see the front of the man who murdered my family. A long, black, silky beard elongated his face all the way up to his widow's peak. His beady eyes bugged out of his gaunt cheeks. He walked out the front door, his tuxedo tails flying, and the bell announced his exit. I stayed put with my face pressed against the front of the wooden desk, just like I'd stayed under my parents' bed for what seemed like hours after he'd left. Hours too late. Fear had crippled me, and if I'd crawled out sooner, I might have been able to do what Dad told me with his last dying breath, to take his addern and use his power to save the rest of my family. But I'd been too late. Shadows deepened inside the store, and the cold coming in through the thin walls penetrated a deep ache into my bones until I convinced myself the man was really gone. I couldn't stay here for hours, because once again I might be too late for something, anything that truly mattered. Besides, I wasn't the same person who hid under my parents' bed. Or maybe I was, but I didn't want to be. I scooted out from underneath the desk and stood, hissing at the pins and needles rippling down my nerves. Then I walked out the front of the building since there was no door now. I needed to go back to Kason's and beg him to let me inside so I could figure out this whole Corvus thing and how it might relate to him. Night fell hard and fast around me as I walked the snow-packed sidewalks. Every once in a while, between the breaks of howling wind, I stopped and turned to listen. I could have sworn the sound of shoes tap-tapping followed close behind. Chapter 10. I kicked at Kason's front door, the rush of my heartbeat as loud as the wind, and jabbed my elbow into his doorbell without releasing it. "Let me in!" I spun around to make sure I hadn't been followed, even though I'd lost the sound of the tapping shoes in a neighborhood I'd never been to. I'd walked and walked in the Arctic night to lose the tail that maybe I'd only imagined was following me. Either way, once I filled Kason in on everything I'd found out, surely he would stop guarding his holy loins and fuck me already. It was his life at risk if he didn't, after all, as well as thousands of witches who'd been dictated over by the Fae for far too long. Because if the man who'd killed my family didn't reappear, the Diamond Dogs would. And because the Diamond Dogs had funneled out my thoughts about Kason, they knew exactly who he was. The door finally clicked open, and Kason leaned against the frame with an eyebrow lifted. He crossed his arms, his tight black shirt sleeves pushed up to his elbows, and the frayed edges of his jeans dragging over the tops of his bare feet. "Why should I let you in?" he asked, his dark eyes flashing. "I found out some things," I said, barely able to push the words out between chattering teeth. "Things that still don't make a lot of sense. Let me in, and I'll try to explain." He shook his head. "We tried that already, remember? The last time I let you in, you brought a trio of winged dog friends with you." "Don't be a dick!" I winced at the frozen rigidity in his expression, even though it was totally justified. "I'm cold." He shrugged. "What if I'm not done fucking myself, Hadley? Are you going to throw another tantrum if I leave you out here?" I reeled as if I'd been punched in the chest. The biting wind I was sure he could feel on his bare feet watered my eyes, so I closed them against it and his accusatory glare. He was provoking me, and yeah, I deserved it, but a tantrum? Is that what he thought of me? That I was just a little girl pouting and whining about everything that didn't go my way? After a steadying breath, I opened my eyes again and didn't bother to brush away the tears. "Please, Kason, I don't have anywhere left to go, and you're the only person I trust." His jaw tightened as something flickered across his gaze. He stared at the door jamb for a long moment, but finally stepped aside and opened the door wider. I zipped inside and beelined around the couch in the living room straight to the fire. All of my ice walls in the house had melted, either because of my leaving or in spite of it. The heat from the fireplace burned feeling back into my exposed skin, and the muscles in my arms screamed in agony when I tried to unfurl my tight clutch around Nasty and my wine. A pained hiss slithered out from between my chattered teeth. "Jesus, how long were you out there?" Kason rushed to my side with a blanket, wrapped it around my shoulders as he sat me down on the brick hearth and settled my belongings at my feet. "I'll go make coffee." Nodding, I leaned toward the heat, my insides warming much faster than the outside. I honestly didn't know what I would have done if he hadn't let me in. I had no one but him, despite his understandably reluctant welcome and his sharp words that had jabbed tears from my eyes. He didn't have to like me. He just had to listen to me, and then screw my brains out. Really, I wasn't asking for much. Kason came back with 2 cups of coffee, the metal box of fennel seeds, and a straw. "Here, drink up." I gazed up at him while an unexpected ache swelled through my chest. I didn't even ask. "Well, it's not like I could forget." He set both cups down on the hearth, plugged the straw into the one nearest me, and flipped open the fennel seed box that never closed right. "Tell me when." He sprinkled some in, but I kept my gaze aimed at the way the firelight illuminated his skin, how his eyelashes shadowed his chiseled cheeks, how his tight, irritated voice mismatched the kindness in his actions. "When?" I said, my voice barely carrying over the crackling flames. He stirred it with the straw, then brought the cup to my mouth. I wet my lips and wrapped them around the straw. The set of his jaw softened a fraction while a different kind of fire burned in his dark eyes. I sucked down burning hot lava while I met his heated stare with one of my own until he gently plucked the straw from my mouth. In that moment, I would have done almost anything to touch him with my hands. feel his stubble scrape against my palms, brush my thumbs against his full mouth, rake my fingers through his hair to pull him closer. Because of his kindness I didn't deserve, because of his presence that drummed my heartbeat faster. I lifted a hand, hesitantly, slowly, as much for his sake as my own. I'd touched him once before while we slept without it causing me pain, but that didn't mean much now that I was awake. Awake and alive and charged with a fluttering energy at his nearness. I didn't want pain, and I didn't want to lash out at him for unintentionally causing me pain. This seemed reckless, even for me, but I wanted to touch him again. I needed to touch him. He sat rigid, his gaze pinned to my face as I ghosted a hand up his jaw. Not touching, but imagining it as soft and rough at the same time. Kind of like him. Exactly like him. I brought my fingers toward his mouth, tracing the air below his lower lip, mesmerized even though I'd already felt their magical touch with his searing kiss. He sucked in a breath as if to order me to stop, his mouth parted, his gaze watchful. When he didn't say anything, I dipped my finger lower, past the cleft in his chin, still not touching. His chest heaving, he caught my elbow, my hand hovering between us. Kason, I started to pull away. He brought my arm closer to his chest, his warm touch threading trust between our locked gazes. I knew he would never intentionally hurt me, at least not physically. Still, my pulse raced as he guided my hand closer to his chest, slowly, as if giving me a chance to back out if I wanted. But I didn't. My fingers grazed his black cotton shirt over where his heart would be, light and quick, hardly contacting it at all, but I felt it. Only it and a smile stretching my thawed cheeks. No pain. I was touching him like I had when we'd slept, but he didn't have a magical bone in his body. Not in the traditional sense, anyway. He didn't have the ability to cure me. So what was happening here? I didn't know if I wanted an explanation as Kason's heartbeat slammed against my fingertips. His warmth, his compassion, skated up over my knuckles pain-free. I wanted to hold my hand there forever if he'd let me. Fearing I would break the spell, or whatever this was, I flattened my hand against his chest in ultra-slow motion. My palm caught each of his heartbeats, feeling his life pump against my flesh instead of the curse I'd inflicted myself with. But why Kason? Why was it his chest I could touch freely? I supposed I could experiment on random strangers, but I didn't want to. My breath hitched when I met his gaze. It was strong, unflinching, yet tender at the same time. But looking up into his perfect face unhinged something deep inside of me, a sorrow that I'd kept hidden, locked away in my blackened heart for 2 whole years, complete with a barbed wire gate that led down to the darkest part. Only the gate was slowly creaking open. The black was peeling off in long, slow strips, and the sorrow washed out in crushing waves. I jerked away from him and stood, letting the blanket on my shoulders fall to my feet. I'm sorry, I said on a sob. He stood too, but his image swam behind a fresh onslaught of tears. Hadley. I flinched as if he'd touched my hands and walked blindly toward the kitchen with little idea of what I was doing. Tears gushed down my cheeks, and I didn't think they would ever stop. All these emotions I'd kept bottled up for 2 years were melting me into a soggy mess. The kitchen beckoned with its darkness, as if the black void could once again hide all this nonsense. I fumbled my way toward the far corner like a sunburned vampire, but the overhead light flipped on and doused me with reality. "Talk to me," Kason said from the kitchen's entryway, his voice low. "What happened?" I had allowed myself to feel something other than revenge. That was what had happened. due in some part to the man leaning against the table next to the poppies. I glanced behind him in the direction of the front door, my lungs squeezing together into an awful ache. Even if I didn't try to free the witches from Fae rule, or didn't seek revenge for my family, both of which I fully planned to do, I would never, ever be able to walk out of this house and just forget Kason existed. He'd done something to me, far more powerful than magic, and it fucking hurt and felt strangely liberating at the same time. It didn't even matter that he didn't want me. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I met his steady gaze. My whole family was murdered by the Isa Fae. My voice sounded dull, lifeless, as if I were reading a headline off a computer screen. Jesus, he said and scrubbed a hand down his jaw. He stared at me for a long moment as understanding dawned bright in his eyes, and I let him so I wouldn't have to fill in his blanks. You were there. You survived. I gave a sharp nod. Even talking about it on a superficial level took the thick pools of blood in my memories and smeared it across my current life. Red bricks on the walls, red poppies, red bowl drying next to the sink. A violent shudder ripped down my back. My lips trembled as I tried to rein my emotions back inside where it was dark and cold and safe, but that place no longer existed. He splayed his fingers on the tabletop and bowed his head. I'm sorry. I don't want your pity. But the words came out much too rickety, and I wasn't sure even I could believe them. Shaking his head, he shoved away from the table. Too bad, Hadley. That's too much for anyone to carry by themselves. I shrugged since I didn't know how to respond to that. I'd done okay carrying it by myself for the last 2 years, if okay was very loosely defined. It was a Fae. After the sonic boom they used to break in, I could tell because of the stink. My family was in the living room. I was in my parents' bedroom collecting fennel seeds from my mom's indoor garden for her tea. My mom had chronic pain in her joints that fired up when she went to bed, so she kept her fennel seeds close for midnight inflammation emergencies. One seed and then the next, Mom would say in her sing-song voice, will drive away the bad. The sounds that came from the living room. I swallowed a number of times while my stomach churned. I couldn't. A full body tremble swept to my toes and back up again. Kason rounded the table, and before I knew what he was doing, he folded me against him, his strong arms circling my shoulders. For an instant, I froze, but his warmth, his chocolate and cedar scent, all of what made him him, molded my body to his. He pressed my head against his chest, lightly caressing my hair while my tears soaked through his cotton shirt. You don't have to talk about this, he whispered. I hid underneath the bed. I continued because I couldn't stop reliving the memories until the bitter end. I heard footsteps coming down the hallway, and whistling. He came into my parents' bedroom, and I know it was a he because of the size of his pointed shoes with the gold toe and the timbre of the whistle. Kason squeezed me harder. He knew you were there. I nodded, greedily taking the comfort he offered so I could find the will to end this nightmarish story. He left eventually, but he had to know I was still there. My cheeks flamed at the evidence I'd left puddled on the floor before I dived underneath the bed. That was something Kason didn't need to know. By the time I came out, I sealed my mouth shut and listened to his heart boom next to my ear, letting that steady beat remind me I was no longer in the past, but here, safe and warm. It's okay, Hadley, he whispered. But it wasn't. It never would be. My dad was still alive, I said. Just barely. My memories flashed red. So much blood. But I'd zeroed in on his eyes, open, pleading instead of anything else. He wanted me to take the addern from his wrist. He wanted me to save them. I swallowed thickly, then placed my palm against Kason's chest as if to hold him there in case he jerked away after hearing the rest. Save them with dark magic. He sucked in a sharp breath. Bring them back, you mean? I nodded. He asked you to do this? No, he couldn't speak. He held his arm out to me, the one with his addern, and he kept looking from me to them, my little brothers and Mom. They didn't have near as much magic as he did, so I got a knife from the kitchen. Kason released a long breath and settled his lips against my hairline, his hand still cupping the back of my head. The only way to take a witch's addern and their power from them is to take their hand while they're alive, and I pulled away from Kason enough to gaze up at him so I could see the level of disgust or judgment that he had every right to feel. I was too slow. I watched my dad take his last breath as I was hurting him. All for nothing. Kason's throat bobbed, but that was the only sign of movement in the silent kitchen. His face remained stoic. I peeled the rest of myself away from him and backed toward the sink. I took what little magic I had left on my addern, not enough to resurrect more than a few heartbeats in any of my family, and cursed my own hands for not getting the job done. The one thing about performing curses, or any kind of magic, while highly emotional, was that they often went crooked. Mine went jagged and black, linking the inside of my home and my heart with a sharp, spiked wire. It wasn't a job, It was my family's life, and I failed. You can't blame yourself. You didn't kill them. I didn't save them either! I curled myself into a corner by the back door that led to the garage and took a deep breath. If I hadn't been such a coward and hidden underneath my parents' bed, I could have done something sooner, had spare seconds, something. I don't pretend to know anything about this, but... He stepped closer, palms raised as if approaching a wild animal. What if you had taken your dad's magic and brought your family back? Would they have been the same? I shrugged and swiped my forearm under my nose. I don't know, but I would have tried. I would have done anything to have them. My voice broke, so I tried again. To have them back. I slid against the wall until I was seated, so done with this conversation. My body felt beaten down after reliving that nightmare. He sat beside me and leaned against the back door. I know. We sat in silence for a long time while I collected myself. Exhaustion made my limbs feel rubbery, but my mind whirred. Not about the past, strangely enough, but about the future. It was almost as if by telling Kason everything, I'd purged myself of my past, though I knew I never really would. Still, it was an odd feeling. I'm sorry I dragged you into this mess, I said. I don't recall you dragging me anywhere, Kason said, propping his elbows on his bent knees. You keep ringing my doorbell, so to speak, and like the glutton for punishment I am, I keep answering. A chuckle tripped out of my mouth. He turned his head, a curious glint in his searching gaze, his lips parted. Do me a favor and make that happen more often. What? A loud knock sounded from the door. We stared at each other as if we had no idea what to do in this type of situation, similar to what I did back home when someone knocked and I wasn't expecting anyone. Did you bring more hellhound friends with you? Kason asked. All of my friends are in your wine cellar. I stood and crossed the kitchen, my gaze flitting around the corner to the front door. Night pressed in from the semicircle window at the top, shivering a sense of dread across my shoulders. Kason followed. Tied up and gagged? Just bottled, I said absently. What kind of friend do you think I am? At least, I didn't think I'd brought anyone here with me. I'd zigzagged through random neighborhoods to lose the guy with the shoes, even though I never saw anyone following me. The diamond dogs didn't seem to be the knocking type. They were more the roust you out of bed with a sonic boom type. So was the guy with the shoes. I whirled around, and Kason must have seen something in my expression, because he shot out a hand to touch my shoulder. It might be the man with the pointed shoes. I searched his features to be sure he understood. I saw him today at the tattoo shop and thought I heard shoes following me on the way here, but I never saw anyone. Shit, he breathed and rubbed a hand down his jaw. I grazed my fingertips up his chest again to snag his attention and make him listen. Promise me you'll stay inside this time. But he was shaking his head before I'd even finished. No, we're not doing this again. You don't get to barge out there like a superhero. If that's him, he's a cold-blooded killer. And he needs to be taken out, I hissed. He stepped into me, almost nose to nose. Not when we don't know what's out there. It could be a whole army of Fae. Then stay inside and let me handle it. It's not me I'm worried about, he snapped. His words jolted through me like a slap. I swallowed at the fierce expression on his face, at the thundering jump of his heartbeat against my palm. A muscle in his jaw ticked as his fingertips trailed down my arm, chasing wings through my gut. The knock came again, louder, making us both jump apart. Let me at least see who it is. He strode past me to the front door, his fists balled at his sides, and looked through the peephole. He shook his head over his shoulder, a deep furrow marking his forehead. Who is it? I whispered. It's nobody. I chewed the inside of my cheek. The diamond dogs or the man with the shoes had likely called in reinforcements, and this was probably some kind of trap. Or a distraction. There was no reason to open it, especially if Kason didn't see anything outside. Especially if all I felt capable of doing right now was hibernating. The magic inside his house would keep the Fae out. Until it didn't. And I only had 23 clicks of magic left on my Addern. I shook my head both at Kason and the front door. Whoever it was, we weren't going to battle it out tonight. But as I backed away from the wind screeching through the cracks in the door, a dark feeling prickled over my scalp. Somehow I didn't think it would matter if we opened the door or not. The battle would find its way inside. And when it did, the key to ending Fae power would be unable to escape. Chapter 11. No one knocked on the door again. No spell shrank the house to test the magic inside. From then until the next morning, Kason and I stayed holed up inside while blowing snow pelted the windows and wind battered the walls. Most of that time I spent on Nasty, slowly keying in searches for how to break the spell on his house to release him, to untie the legacy knot without actually defiling his broomstick, and what Corvus the constellation had anything to do with anything. I was scoring 0 for 0 for 0 on all 3 fronts. That must be some kind of record. I also flipped through my client orders to see who could pay with magic, but even if I completed the hacking job, I'd have to venture out of the house to an Addern charging station. Probably not the safest thing to do. Frustrated, I swiped my arm into the poppies, but of course they snapped back into existence right after. I groaned and lay my head on the tabletop, glaring across the keys of my laptop at the ridiculous flowers. They weren't even pretty anymore, just a bright red pain in my ass. A plate of steaming food appeared in front of my nose, filled with crispy bacon and the fluffiest pancakes I'd ever seen. I only eat cereal, I mumbled, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the plate. Kason took up Nasty, shut it, and placed it on top of the microwave. Not anymore. I shot upright. Hey! I'm working on saving your sweet ass. My sweet ass can wait. He turned and gave me a brilliant grin, and I forgot how to inhale. His eyes danced when he smiled that big, and suddenly I wished I was a comedian so he would wear it constantly. His hair was still wet from his shower, the ends curling slightly over the collar of his white plaid flannel. You, on the other hand, can't wait. You've been on that thing constantly. Take a brain break with some brain food. And no more wine for breakfast either." He snatched the bottle off the table and set it on Nasty. "Well, I guess we'll never know how to get you out of this house." I gave him a dark look that didn't stick. Ever since I'd unloaded my deepest secrets on him, the air between us had become lighter. Happier, even, with more laughter than I'd heard from myself in a long time. Even so, I heaved a sigh at the plate in front of me. The salty and sweet smell wafting from it made my stomach growl. The bacon I could probably handle, but I couldn't lizard lick a whole pancake into my mouth. Kason studied me from his chair across the table, his fork balanced between his fingers. He'd set a knife and fork on either side of my plate as if I could pick them up and use them like a normal witch. Was this some kind of test to see if I'd break my own curse? He slid my knife across the table toward him, eyeing me warily, then picked up a nearby bottle of syrup. "Just in case, since I can feel the defensiveness rolling off of you. No pressure here, Hadley. It's just breakfast. I'm not asking you to do anything you don't want to do. I'll help you if you want." He squeezed the syrup and drenched his pancakes with squiggly lines. I gazed at my plate longingly. How long had it been since I'd eaten pancakes? 3 years, maybe, since that time Talamond, my middle brother, woke up early and nearly burned the house down because he wanted to surprise us. "Help me like with the straw contraption you built for my wine?" I asked. "For you, not your wine." He half smiled and held the syrup over my plate. "May I?" I nodded. "This is why I eat cereal. It's not complicated, it's just cereal." He drew thick lines across the stack of pancakes, and it dripped slowly down the golden stair steps and onto the plate in delicious-looking pools. "This doesn't have to be complicated either." I licked my lips at my plate, then glanced up to find him staring at me, the syrup bottle still in his hand. His gaze caught on my mouth, but he quickly looked away and cleared his throat. He dug into his pancakes, expertly handling his knife and fork. When he passed his second bite of pancakes between his lips, his tongue darted out to catch a stray crumb. "You're right," I smiled as my pulse quickened. "It doesn't have to be complicated." "Nope." He wiped his mouth slowly with a napkin, and I'd never seen anyone do that with so much raw sexuality. "It doesn't." I laughed nervously while my skin heated underneath his stare. What had just happened? "Fine. Will you please cut up my pancakes for me, oh great human who wields a knife and fork?" There was that grin again, just a flash, but enough to dawn a summer glow across the kitchen. My plate clanked loudly against his when he dragged it closer and butchered my pancakes, the utensils scraping against the porcelain hard enough to shiver my teeth. He shoved my plate back and furiously dug back into his. "I think you accidentally left a pancake alive." "I'm hungry," he said, his gaze fixed to mine. "Now eat your damn food, Hadley Hawthorn." I shrugged and dove into my plate face first. Syrup stuck to the tip of my nose and my chin, and my hair bathed in the pools when I leaned over, but I didn't care. Kason didn't seem to either. The pancakes melted in my mouth like sugar-whipped air, and the bacon danced salty sweet over my tongue. All of it tasted like heaven on a plate. Kason finished long before I did, unusually quiet, and frowned into his coffee cup. "I have to tell you something, Hadley." My muscles stiffened. A string of nonsensical theories dragged through my head that ranged from too much wine to, I needed more wine. This couldn't be good. I blanked my face and tightened my stomach as if preparing for a sucker punch. "Tell me." "I was going to tell you when you walked out of here and told me to go fuck myself." He set his coffee cup down a little too hard. "Remember?" "Vaguely," I said, my eyes narrowed. "That night you healed me. That night when the Diamond Dogs were here." I wouldn't soon forget. I'd thought I lost him when I only just found him. I nodded as I sat back and glanced longingly at my wine. "Well, I think you broke the curse." What curse? I demanded. He rose to his feet while his fingers unbuttoned his shirt and dropped it next to his plate. If only his stripping half-naked answered all my questions. I wet my lips, tasting remnants of wine, salt, and syrup, while I let my gaze travel down his chiseled pecs, the stack of bricks that carved his abs, to the trail of dark hair that disappeared down into his jeans. He stalked around the table, a smile twitching his mouth, his dark eyes flushing my skin long before his nearness did. He stopped beside my chair and turned, giving me an almost full view of his tattooed back. See the scar? He waved vaguely between his shoulder blades. What scar? I whispered against his perfect skin. Goosebumps pebbled across the black ink, and I smiled after them as they tracked down the peaks in his spine. With him this close and his skin bared, his cedar and chocolate smell raided my senses. I took my fill of it, and more, since it was less creepy if he couldn't see me inhaling him like a drug. It's where the scar is. See it? I peered closer, ignoring the irritation in his voice, more than happy to explore his body. Sure enough, a small, faint scar marked the middle of his back, the stem of his tattoo, as if the legacy knot had bloomed out of it. He turned around and stepped closer, his strong legs sliding between mine on the stool. I instinctively spread my knees wider as a rush of nerves ignited up my thighs and gathered at my center. Suddenly breathless, I gazed up at him and the half-inch glass vial he held between two fingers. A thick, black liquid slimed up the sides. I found this vial in my bed the morning after you healed me, he said. That must have been some powerful healing spell you did because the relentless pain in my back was also gone. He had been slightly less broody since then, and not as stiff in his movements. I frowned at his six-pack, recalling the moment when I'd found him lying in bed, unmoving, and the too familiar panic that had spiked an alarm inside my head. I thought you were dead. Not dead. He tucked his thumb under my sticky chin so I'd look at him. Not cursed. What curse? I demanded once again. He backed away, and something in his steady gaze cut deep, as if I might not like what I was about to hear. What curse, Kason? My voice snapped through the kitchen like a whip. You're not the first witch who thought I could end Fae power. What? I shook my head, my brain's wires surging to understand. What? One witch showed up at the first house but didn't stay long. I think she was afraid of something. Soon after she left, I blacked out and woke up in a new house, maybe in Faction 11, maybe not. I also had a brand new tattoo I didn't remember getting. Another witch came, Daphne. She knew about the legacy knot tattoo and how to untie it. Another woman who'd wanted Kason. He gazed at me, an almost pained look in his eyes, as if waiting for me to click the pieces together. But you didn't have sex with her, I whispered. Because if he had, none of us would be here. Still, the thought of another woman wanting to kiss him, touch him, formed a knot in my throat that was more complicated than his tattoo. I don't sleep with every woman who slithers through my door like a goddamn temptation and demands it. This isn't a fucking brothel. He forced a breath through thinned lips. When I told her no, she didn't take it so well. She cursed me. If I ever had sex with someone, she said, the curse would kill me and the person I had sex with. Cursed for something he couldn't control. For being human. Cursed for being tasked with ending Fae power over witches when it wasn't even his fight. Cursed to not have sex for a lifetime. That was fucked up. So, a year later when you showed up looking for the same thing, he started. I wasn't looking for the same thing, I said. Revenge against the Fae was all I ever wanted. Tears pricked the backs of my eyes, and suddenly Kason stood too close. I tried to shove him away with my forearms, but he grabbed my shoulders to root me in place. I know that now, But even when I didn't, I couldn't put you at risk when you could die too. Hell, she said I couldn't even tell anyone about it. Not that there was an influx of people running through my door after that. He ducked low so I would look at him, searching for an answer I didn't yet know. But when you came, I could see that you were different. Not like Daphne at all. You have a big heart, guarded by razor blades but still there. The first time you stormed into this house. The first time what? I gritted my teeth, wishing I didn't care. Well, he said with a sigh. You cried when you saw the poppies. Because they'd been the first natural splash of color I'd seen in a long time. Brighter than any fire, they'd started the slow burn that had melted the black magic right off my raw heart. And Kason had fueled it with his kindness. I shook my head at my lap. You didn't even like me. He leaned in close and planted a kiss on top of my head. I don't like any witches, but I can't get this one right here out of my head. But he was spinning me around in circles, and while my heart seemed to like what he was saying, my mind didn't. Why would a witch put a curse on you? If she knew what the legacy knot did, what you could do to end Fae power, why would any witch stand in the way of that? It doesn't make sense. She didn't exactly give me the chance to ask her. I blinked up at him, trying to understand. All spells, including curses, could be broken. Somehow. I'd never performed a sex curse before. My stunning personality did just fine doing that for me. But if I had to guess, she was hiding something, and not just Kason. Why else would someone go to a human's house he couldn't escape and throw a sex curse on him when he had to have sex? Are you sure this Daphne chick was a witch and not a fae? I asked. She didn't smell like dead fish, if that's what you mean. No wings, either. Just a silver addern, black hair, hazel eyes. I sharpened my gaze into twin daggers. She sounds repulsive. He laughed and rounded the table for his shirt. She wasn't at all, but she wasn't my type. She was too cold, calculating. No sense of humor, just boring. His white flannel soon covered his stacks of muscle, driving a sliver of disappointment through my gut. I can honestly say no second with you has been dull. He gave me a look that shivered delightful tingles between my legs. My face heated, and I leaned my forearms on either side of my plate of unfinished pancakes, briefly considering taking another dive at them so he wouldn't see my blush. How did you know this Daphne chick cursed you? I mean specifically. Well, it was pretty clear when she said it to my face, but... He nodded, his gaze vacant as if recalling the moment, then homed in on my hands. There was a pain in my back. Always. Yeah. Curses have that effect sometimes. I stared at the vial on the table, inches from my fingertips. The black sludge indicated dark magic as if it, too, had been cursed. So what was it? I hopped down from my stool and strode toward Nasty on top of the microwave. Somehow, Daphne's name and Kason's description sounded vaguely familiar. I didn't think I'd ever met a Daphne, yet a sense of déjà vu emanated from a place I couldn't name. Daphne, I muttered and walked Nasty and the magic vial into the living room. Are you a bad witch or not a witch at all? I'll just clean up then, Kason called after me. Thank you, Kason, for the wonderful breakfast. Oh, you're welcome, Your Highness. I live to serve. Thanks, sweet cheeks, I hollered from the couch. A howl of laughter bubbled up from the kitchen and lifted my mouth into a semi-permanent grin. So, I'd cured the cursed vial right out of him. Did that mean I'd broken the sex curse, too? Because that would be a real shame. My grin widened. But I might have just cured him of the vial, not the curse. Though I did cure him of the pain associated with his curse, but that was just a symptom, not the curse itself. He was able to tell me about the curse, but I wasn't sure if Daphne's threat to not tell anyone had been a part of the curse or just that, a threat. There were too many unknowns. No way would I jump his bones if there was even a small chance it would kill him. And me, though I cared more about him. The sound of running water came from the kitchen. Instead of researching who this Daphne might be, I found myself staring at the maze-like straw he'd built for me lying on the coffee table. After knowing him for just a few days, if we had sex, it would mean something. At least for me. It didn't mean I wanted to pop out a bunch of little Kasons and Hadleys with him, but it would mean something. Something nice. Something happy. But it definitely wouldn't be worth it if it killed him. The rest of the day, with 1 or 8 breaks for wine and a long, hot bath to clean breakfast residue off me, I spent laid out on the couch researching Daphne, sex curses, and why someone would stick a vial inside Kason's back. As the last of the meager daylight faded to night between the cracks in the curtains, I had some of my answers. Maybe. I'd taken the vial apart to take a whiff, and by I meant Kason, who sat next to me reading a book, and it had smelled like rotten poke root inside. Mom used to grow some, and another reason she planted her garden in her bedroom was because some of her herbs, including poke root, were toxic if ingested, and she didn't want Jake and Talamond to get into them. Poke root was used to find lost objects, like a tracking agent. But why would Kason need to be tracked if he wasn't able to leave his own house? Whoever moved him from house to house should know where they were moving him, so why track him? So, really, I hadn't found much, but somehow it was enough to make my head spin and my hands ache. Kason nudged my outstretched leg with his knee. Did you know that Fae have a thing about counting? I rubbed my temples with my wrists as I glanced up from Nasty's screen. Good for them. They feel compelled to count things like grains of sand and salt. He pointed at his massive, open book titled The Aes Fae Regime, A Brief History. They'll stop whatever they're doing just to count because it's an obsessive compulsion. Okay, I sighed. The beach is covered in snow, so I'm not sure where you're going with this. I'm saying we could use that somehow if the diamond dogs show up again. He snapped the book shut, his eyebrows lifted. Information is power. I tipped my mouth in a half grin. Have you always been an info junkie? He nodded toward the packed bookshelf on the far wall. How do you think I learned woodworking, and cooking, and home escape techniques? I snorted a laugh, shaking my head. Someone needs to rewrite that book just for you. What about you? He asked, placing the book on the coffee table. Have you always been an info junkie? Yeah, my dad... The storm of memories I associated with him quaked loose, but I focused on Kason to help ride me through it, hopefully with minimal tears. He used to ask me things just to see if I knew them, and if I didn't, the very rare occasion I didn't, we learned about it together. He always said he wanted me to dream beyond the snow, and I guess part of that is always asking questions. He smiled, and it sparkled warmth in his eyes. Tell me something about you. I just did. Something you haven't told me yet. Yeesh, what hadn't I told him? I'd shared more personal shit with him in the past few days than I had in the 4 years I'd known Ty. Kason rubbed a hand over my socked foot, resting next to his thigh, a simple touch, but one that erupted all kinds of sensations all the way up my leg. Come on, I know there's more to Hadley Hawthorn that I don't know. I gazed at his hand resting on my foot, how his long fingers absently stroked my toes, each caress stirring my blood hotter. You tell me something while I think. 2 things, because I'm not stingy. He gave me a pointed, amused look and sat back into the couch cushions. Number 1, I grew up in a forested area of Faction 11, near Agilstadir, and I always remember hardly ever being home. which is kind of ironic since now I'm always home. I helped my dad clear the snow from the forest trails between school and our house, caught snakes and frogs, did normal stuff. One day, I came back home to find a bear inside my house facing off with my older sister. My dad was out in the forest. My mom was in the barn out back and didn't hear the commotion. I was 16, maybe 17 at the time, and I did not like my sister. But in that moment, everything changed. I knew that I would do whatever I had to do to protect her, and that I would never leave her side again after that. I stared at him, trying to imagine what he might have been like in another place and time. What did you do? I grabbed my dad's shotgun and shot the damned thing. He waved his hand as if it wasn't a big deal. Shortly after that, my mom started to grow poppies. I didn't even make the connection between the poppies and not being able to leave until you said something about it. Even if I'd wanted to, I couldn't have left my house after that. That was the first house, wasn't it? Your family's house? But you did leave it. Not of my own free will, I didn't. Was your mom a witch? She was just a mom. No Addern, none of us. We knew about witches and the Aes Sedai, but we didn't talk about it much. Other witches lived in that forest too, but they didn't have Adderns either, so we blended in. But that bear... He shook his head, his eyes distant as if peering closer at the memory. Now I'm not so sure it was a bear. Fae, I spat. Looking for humans that aren't supposed to exist. A few years later, a witch came by, female, with an Addern, but she left quickly. After that, weird, painful memories of a tattoo. Then your second house, and Daphne. He nodded. And then this house, which leads me to my second thing I was going to tell you in a roundabout way. That was like 20 things. I flexed my foot underneath his hands because he'd stopped massaging my toes. Like I said, I'm not stingy. He grinned, and both it and his renewed foot rub spiked my heartbeat. Free will. I don't think I have to explain how much of a fan I am of it. I narrowed my eyes. Okay. This conversation had taken a sharp turn. If you cured me of Daphne's curse, then maybe we could try to untie the legacy knot. The full meaning of his words could have knocked me over if I'd have been standing. Good thing I didn't have a mouthful of wine or I would have choked on it. Sex. With me. He lifted an eyebrow. Free will. Only if you want to. Hadn't I already made it clear with my awkward seduction that I did want to? Nothing had changed, especially when he looked at me like that, as if I really was something extraordinary. I glanced at the straw he'd made me on the coffee table. Its zigzags a perfect representation of riotous glee and crippling doubt that I would disappoint him without the use of my hands. Or worse, disappoint him, period. I'd only had sex one time before, and it had been messy, sloppy, and not with someone who had thoroughly revived my dead, frozen heart. And that had been with the use of my hands. Of course, none of that would matter if the curse wasn't broken, and we both dropped dead. Hadley, he said softly. I want to. Try, with you, if you want. I don't even know if I lifted the curse. There are 673 sex curses and their cures on the Aes Sedai databases. He pointed to Nasty. I looked while you were in the bathtub. And if the one Daphne used isn't one of those 673 sex curses? He took his hand from my foot, taking his warmth with it, and propped his arm on the couch cushion. Don't you want to at least try? To end Fae power for the future of all witches? More than almost anything. I stared into the crackling flames across the living room with the obvious answer perched on my tongue. I swallowed it back as I looked once again at him with the backs of my eyes burning. I don't want to hurt you, Kason. If I didn't break the curse, if I can't break the curse, then... He smiled. You won't hurt me. Well, if you're dead, it won't matter. My chin wobbled, so I clenched my teeth to hide it, but I knew he'd already seen it. My emotions were so much easier to control when I just had one. Rage. Now I had a whole tangle of them on full display. He placed his hand on my knee as he scooted himself closer underneath my legs, his eyes tender, his touch gentle. You won't hurt me. I promise I won't hurt you either. We'll break those 673 curses and then just see, very slowly. Now, don't get mad, but... Are you a virgin? I'm not. Surprised? He shook his head, his mouth cocked in a strange smile. One thing I've learned about you is that you take what you want. Or someone else will. I gazed down at his hand on my knee, giant compared to my spindly leg, but looking as if it belonged there. Are you a virgin? He shrugged. There were a couple girls when I was in school. At the same time, or... It wasn't until it was out of my mouth that I realized how much of a fucking idiot I was. What an embarrassing realization to have right then. He laughed, the bass sound of it vibrating a lightness up through my chest. No, not at the same time. And just so you know, I have protection. I have a lot of protection. Pretty sure those who put me in these houses knew exactly how to untie the legacy knot. Like Dad, who'd probably been borrowing poke root from Mom's indoor garden to track Kason, and who'd wanted me to find him. Which meant I had to do whatever it took, maybe even death, to carry on his legacy. I heaved a slow breath. Okay. Kason nodded, his focus aimed at his fingers, skimming partway up the inside of my thigh. Nervous? A delicious heat streaked from his fingertips and pooled in my center. My leg, still bent over his lap, twitched, bringing his gaze back to mine. The hunger that blazed in his dark eyes swept a throbbing inferno through my body. Of course not, I breathed. Good. He leaned in slowly, the hand on the inside of my thigh sliding up over my hip, his face hovering over mine. His gaze dropped to my mouth before skimming the rest of my face. He feathered his lips across mine, quick, sweet, and effective enough to sweep the air from my lungs. His warm breath tickled over my cheek, and I smiled into it as if drunk on his touch. He grazed his fingertips up past my chin and smiled with me, then kissed me again. His hand slid through my hair to the back of my neck, his mouth harder, rougher. He parted my lips with his tongue, and my whole body felt his kiss. With a gasp, I placed my hands against his chest, and thankfully he didn't take that as a sign that I was pushing him away. He leaned me back into the pillows on the edge of the couch, ridding my lap of nasty while wedging his long, lean body between my legs, never once breaking the kiss. My body melted underneath his weight and begged to take over to silence the niggling doubts at the back of my mind. It was sure to implode, if we didn't die first. Kason, stop. He jerked back, his eyes fevered and his shoulders heaving. Right, sorry. He climbed off of me and sat on the far side of the couch with his elbows on his spread knees and his head in his hands. Part of me had to wonder, even though I knew it was trivial, if he'd agreed to have sex with me only because he thought I could lift the curse if it wasn't already. Not because he cared about me or the future of the world's witches, but because he was desperate to fuck. It wasn't fair to blame him, but if I'd been any other extraordinary witch, would that have mattered? It shouldn't. The only thing that mattered was untying the legacy knot, but somehow my heart had looped itself there too. I didn't just want to be a fuck buddy. I wanted so much more. Both of us sat there catching our breaths while my heart broke and hammered for Kason at the same time. But there was another sound too. Footsteps. I whipped around to stare at Kason, who jerked his head out of his hands at the same time, his eyes wide. Dread gathered at the nape of my neck as I slowly turned to peer over the back of the couch. Nothing. Kason stood, his body a mass of coiled tension. I willed the roar of blood between my ears to be quiet. Where had the footsteps come from? Not inside this magic-fortified house, but not from outside either, not through the thick front door and over the howling wind. No way. But no way we'd both dreamed it either. More footsteps, a soft, clipped step. Terror stormed my body with a winter chill. Someone was inside the house. But not just someone, because the clipped tempo of the black pointed shoes with the gold-plated toes was all too familiar. Kason's gaze darted toward mine. I tried to speak, but all that fell out was a choppy exhale. Determination set his jaw as he stalked around the couch in the direction of the front door hallway. I scrambled after him since I was the one with magic. All 23 clicks of it. 22, if I wanted to live. My quick breaths sliced through the house, so I pushed my lips together. Silence. I stopped in the front door hallway, flicking my gaze from Kason creeping open the closet door to the darkened kitchen. Swallowing thickly, I crept toward it. A chill crawled goosebumps over my skin. Footsteps padded to my left. I whipped around. Kason stopped, his hands raised, his dark gaze ticking from me to the kitchen. "Stay," I hissed. "No hablo inglés," he hissed back. No time to argue. I slinked to the kitchen, my teeth slammed together to keep them from chattering, to keep from screaming. Blindly, I ran my elbow against the wall, searching for the light switch. Glass clinked in the darkness, a rush of gurgling air like the last of wine up into a straw. Metal clicked loudly against metal behind me. I jumped. Kason moved to my side, his shotgun at the ready, his gaze dark and lethal. He flipped the light switch on. The sudden brightness threw spots across my eyes as I looked everywhere at once for the intruder. But all I saw was the vase of poppies tipped on its side. The same poppies I'd tried to throw away again and again, but had stubbornly sprang back into existence on the tabletop. Always right side up, never knocked over. A sinking stone weighted my body even though I didn't know exactly what it meant. A slight odor permeated the air. Rotten fish, but faded, barely there. Faye. A single footstep came toward us, and another. My family's killer. It had to be. But there was nothing there. Invisible, like I'd been while at Dimmock's Everlasting Ink. Kason leveled his shotgun, the tendons in his neck straining. "Who's there?" "Revel," I said, my voice shaky. But the reveal spell gurgled into nothingness, as if sucked away by an immediate counterspell. "Prohib." But the presence kept coming right for me. I held my breath as an Arctic breeze touched my shoulder. Cold, just like an invisibility spell. Step. Shudders racked my body. Footsteps moved past me, and I whirled to follow. They stepped down the hallway and took what was left of my hope with them toward the front door, which opened with an invisible hand. When I turned around again, the overturned poppies, the simple red flowers that reinforced the spells on this house, began to die. Chapter 12. Kason slammed the front door shut on the sound of retreating footsteps laced between the shrieking wind. Neither of us moved for the longest time, listening, waiting for something more to happen, wondering what the hell we were supposed to do now. But finally the chill in the house was too much to bear, and my teeth had about chattered down to the gums. Kason propped his shotgun against the hallway wall. "I could try to leave, see what happens." "The poppies aren't completely dead yet," I said, but I wasn't even sure that mattered. What if the poppies died, but Kason still couldn't leave, and anyone, not just phantom footsteps, could come in? Whoever that had been had used an invisibility spell, a damn powerful one that also masked most of the Fae stink. And how had they come in here in the first place? Had my family's killer followed me from hell here back to Kason's and shadowed me into the house? Just to kill the poppies? I supposed so, since I had no other guesses. But why not just kill us? After a quick sweep of the rest of the house to be sure we were alone, though if they were invisible it was kind of hard to tell, Kason gently pulled me back to the couch in the living room. "I would imagine it took quite a bit of magic to do that," he said. I sat while he paced, positioning myself so I could see as much of the house as possible since unease still scraped up and down my nerves. That's an understatement. Whoever that was had enough to block my magic, too. So they'll need time to recuperate, right? He shot a nervous glance toward the kitchen. Before they do whatever it is they're planning? That was only one set of footsteps we heard, and there are 3 diamond dogs, the man who killed my family, and whoever else they've drafted to help. Who knows how much time we have? Before they killed us? Even though they'd already had the opportunity? I shook my head. We need to get you out of this house. When those poppies are dead, we're out of here. He stopped pacing and fixed me with a look that steamed up my insides. And until then? I swallowed at the roughness in his voice. Then, I guess we have 673 sex curses to try and break and hope that one of those was the one Daphne used on you. We got to it. Kason picked up Nasty to search once again for the curses and their cures while I eyed my Addern. 21 clicks of magic left. 20 if I wanted to live. I might not live anyway if we didn't cure Kason, or if I hadn't already, and we both died in the act. Not a bad way to go, but not at all how I imagined, especially if we didn't end Fae power. And if I didn't get revenge on my family's murderer who'd been right here. 3 hours later, we'd made it through 22 cures and an in-depth discussion about public orgies involving unicorn horns and a boiled black orchid at midnight. One cure had called for a goat. I didn't know any goats. Good thing, too, both for Kason and the goat. Another cure required the cursed being to take off his shirt and exist half-naked for a while. Actually, no, it didn't. I made that one up just to see if Kason would do it. Thankfully, he did. Kason sat on the couch next to me, fully clothed, unfortunately, and scrolled through the rest of the curses and cures. We need things we don't have for the rest of these. I could go out and get some of the things. I glanced at my Addern through the straw maze connected to a wine bottle tucked into my side. Or I could use a little more magic, but... He shook his head. The last time you went outside, you brought someone else back. It's not safe out there. You're right. But with the dying poppies, it wasn't safe in here either. Since we'd started trying to break the curse, the poppies were already tinged a crispy black around the edges of the petals. No matter how many times we tried to right the overturned vase, nothing worked. It was as if they were giving up in defeat. They would be dead soon, allowing any number of Fae to come right on in, and for Kason to leave. Hopefully. He aimed a remote from the coffee table at the stereo. The background classical music switched. Sudden, loud, pulsing music jerked the maize straw from my mouth. He stood in front of me, offering his palm. Dance with me. I can't. A nervous flutter pitched my voice higher. Were we doing this now? The sex? Or was this just dancing? Your legs aren't cursed. He propped a knee on the couch and nudged my hip as if to prove his point. See? Take a break. My hair's still damp. As soon as I said it, I chuckled at how lame I sounded, but the spark in Kason's eyes faded it to a shaky exhale. What if he decided he didn't want me again? What if this meant more to me than it did to him? What if it killed us? What is this music? Violent femmes. He set Nasty to the side and eased me to my feet with a gentle hand at my elbow. Violent femmes? That sounds like it's contagious. I didn't even remember agreeing to dance with him, yet there I stood in the living room while he put his arms around my waist and swayed us wildly back and forth in time to the music. my nerves iced up at his touch. His laugh vibrated through his chest and into mine. Just relax. Feel it. Oh, I felt it. Kason pressed his body against mine, holding me tight while he whirled me in crazy circles until I screeched. I clung to the only thing I could, the white flannel at his chest, and underneath it, his heart. That was what I wanted to hold on to, what I wanted to protect forever. If I couldn't hold anything else with my self-imposed curse, that was the only thing worth holding. I feared sex with him would seal that feeling for an eternity. What if he didn't want me after that? Or worse, what if it didn't matter anyway because we were both dead? I gazed up at him, a smile stuck on my face anyway, and he stopped swaying to the music, his eyes half shuttered as if he'd drunk too much necromancer's piss. Thank you for opening the door for me that night, I said because it seemed like it should be said. Which time? The way he looked at me swallowed the air from my lungs. Both times. I wish you'd come a lot sooner. Slowly, he leaned in and kissed my whole body with a single touch of his lips. His sigh across my mouth pulled goosebumps over my skin, and he kissed me again, harder, deeper. I crushed myself to him, every point of contact lit with fiery need. My hips. After he'd caught his breath, he climbed off of me and cocooned himself around my body. I folded my hands against his chest while I studied the hard planes of his jaw and the delicate curl of his eyelashes. Beautiful, inside and out. We're not dead, I said, a note of bewilderment in my voice. I doubt that counted as sex, he breathed. We're going slow to test the curse out, see if it's really broken. Can I see your tattoo? He cracked open one eye. Please tell me that wasn't what you were thinking about the whole time. Of course not. Had that been a twinge of hurt in his voice? Leave it to me to ruin the moment when it had been more than perfect. We'll check. Just give me a minute to recover. He caught my gaze and winked. But don't think we're done yet. I grinned, and he matched it with one that brightened his whole face. He leaned in and kissed the tip of my nose. Then his eyes sank closed, and his breath deepened. That comforting, steady sound threaded with a softer, violent femme song and lulled me into a state of happy oblivion. Okay, minute's up. He rolled on top of me, pressing me to the floor, and raked his hands through my hair. His lips molded with mine. Each stroke of his tongue thrilled a buzzing energy down to my curled toes and back again. I couldn't help but chuckle into his mouth at how fast my body reacted to him, or how fast his body reacted to mine. Kason, I said between kisses. I could barely hear myself over the wild pulse between my ears. Why do you want to break the curse with me? I told you. I can't get you out of my head. He skimmed his fingers up my cheek. And it's not just with you. It's for you. I laughed into his next searing kiss, but apparently he was serious. He stood then and picked me up, my legs swinging over one of his arms and my back supported by the other, and walked me toward the steps. What are you doing? I wrapped an arm around the back of his head, not to hold on exactly, but to brace myself in case he dropped me. He stopped and pressed a kiss to my inner elbow at the side of his face. Let go, Hadley. I've got you. He had me, all right, in more ways than he knew, and that made this all the more terrifying, exhilarating, both at the same time. I dropped my arm and smiled up at him, my heart thundering. This is completely unnecessary. Shut up and enjoy it. He traipsed up the steps as if he carried nothing but himself, and when he stepped into the bedroom, he slowed his pace and gazed down at me as if I might disappear. Tell me if I hurt you. It's been a long time. I leaned into him until I caught his lips, spelling out my complete trust in him with a kiss. Shut up and enjoy it. He grinned. I don't think I'll have any trouble in that department. He dropped my legs so my feet touched the floor, and then, convinced I was flesh and bone and not glass, he pushed his body into mine until my back hit the side of the wardrobe. Hard, like everything about him. His lips were rough, but I matched his vigor lick for lick. His short stubble scraped down my cheek to my chest, trailing a shiver after it, and then a full body tremor when he took a bared nipple into his mouth and sucked. I arched into his touch with a loud moan. My hips ground, desperately seeking him but only finding air. It was a little embarrassing to have no control of my body, but so hot that he riled me up past the point of no return. His hands worked down over my hips, his touch stirring a thrill through my blood, while he licked and kissed his way to my other nipple. At the same time he scraped his teeth lightly over it, he sank 2 fingers deep inside me. I leaned back against the wardrobe, the tendons in my neck pulled tight at my breathless moan, and rode his hand as his hungry lips found mine again. I gasped between kisses as every thrust of his tongue and fingers drove me wild. But I wanted more of him, as much as he was selflessly giving me and everything else too. Kason, fuck me. We don't have a lot of time. He pulled away, his lips parted, his gaze scorching my face. I'm being thorough. He leaned in for a quick kiss. You deserve to enjoy this too. He pressed his forehead to mine, his top lip skimming my bottom one. And because I bet you're even more beautiful when you come. His fingers slowed their momentum, and his thumb glided small circles up and around my clit, undoing the tight bundle of nerves there in a pulsing, head-over-heels spin. I cried out as stars raced around the room, and Kason held me up so I could reach them for as long as possible before I sagged into his strong arms. My chest heaved against his, and I was pretty sure I wore a stupid grin but was too sated to care. I was right. Fucking beautiful, he breathed. He gently removed his hand from between my legs and popped the same 2 fingers into his mouth. When he slid them back out again, he closed his eyes, as if savoring the taste of me. Damn, that was hot. Thorough enough for you? I think, I said, resting my head against his shoulder. I think you might be my favorite human. He pressed his lips to my hair. You're only human. That's right. I lifted my head to gaze at him, my chest aching at the level of truth in this conversation, and I needed him to see it. My one and only. Then I kissed him so I wouldn't have to see his reaction, and he wrapped his arms around my back and pulled me toward the bed. After laying me in the center, he propped himself on one elbow and took a foil square from the bedside table, placed it between his teeth, and tore it open. Then he took the condom and rolled it down his length, his forehead creased in concentration and the tip of his tongue braced against his lip. Does it feel good? I asked. It's about to feel a lot better. He swept both my arms above my head and settled between my legs, careful not to crush me, his hard, condomed cock pressed against my inner thigh. Then, with a long, slow thrust, he filled me up. I gasped as I stretched around him, my head thrown back against the blankets while his face hovered above mine in a state of pure bliss. I sure hoped we didn't die in our quest to untie the legacy knot and end Fae power. But so far, so good. A growl rumbled through his chest and into mine a second before he pulled out enough to drive into me again and again, his hips pounding against mine. I locked my ankles around him, just underneath his ass, and met his wild thrusts with my own. He fucked with the same abandon that he'd melted the thorny black walls I'd erected around my heart. I smiled. Something shattered behind me, the musical sound of a small glass object splintering. I darted my gaze around for the source, but found Kason entering the kitchen, now dressed in 2 thick shirts and jeans, his face washed of all color. I followed where his gaze aimed and gasped. The poppy's petals lay crumbled beside the vase on the island in little black powdered piles, except one mostly red petal. It dangled from a thin gray stem, gently swaying back and forth as if marking the time until the magic inside the house dropped. The poke root vial. Where is it? I quickly scanned the kitchen, then rushed into the living room to the couch and coffee table. He turned in slow motion. I gave it to you. His words knocked the air right out of me because I didn't have it. It wasn't here. I didn't even know where else to look. We're leaving. I zipped past him toward the back door to the garage with no idea if he could leave. But we had to try. Now! The gun! Kason shouted. Leave it! Just as I reached the door, glass plinked behind me. The final poppy petal had broken. The magical feel of the house I'd sensed since I first arrived blinked out. The front door slammed open. The diamond dogs rounded the corner into the kitchen, all 3 of them, as if they had been waiting for the exact second the spell on the house vanished. Their straight blonde hair shone with the same brilliance as the diamond collars around their necks and the diamond adderns at their wrists. The corner of Claudia's mouth curled into an evil half-smile, ripping my next scream from my throat at full volume. Kason! The outer walls of the house shoved inward. Windows exploded, spraying twinkling glass across the kitchen like a lethal snowstorm. I launched myself at the back door, glancing at my addern. I hovered my arms to my sides, my elbow grazing the garage door. Freer! My addern ticked down 3. 18 more clicks of magic. 17 if I wanted to live. An icy blue fog touched down my arms and circled my wrists. The fog blasted outward toward the walls and clung to the bricks, climbing and stretching to 4 solid walls of ice except the garage door my elbow touched. The ice popped and cracked, but effectively froze the house's shrinking momentum. Kason ducked in behind me and yanked on the doorknob. It didn't budge. Adole, Claudia growled from the kitchen's entryway. He tried again with both hands, but this time the knob blazed red as his fingers curled around it. He leaped back with a pained shout, but the door swung open into the garage. I pushed him through while my ice walls melted in a rush to splash around my ankles. One side of the Jeep slanted toward us, the opposite wall already shoving against the other side so it would soon sit on 2 wheels. Kason cried out as he attempted to lift the handle on the Jeep door with stiff, blistered hands. The door clicked open, but he swayed on his feet as if the pain was shutting down his consciousness. Stay with me, Kason! Without thinking, I sprang into the sloped front seat and slid upward behind the wheel. My gaze bounced at the buttons and dials with no idea how the hell anything worked. But we didn't have time to switch places. I didn't have time to learn how to drive either. What do I do? Claudia appeared in the garage doorway and crossed her arms while she casually observed our attempted escape. Kason dragged himself in behind me, his chest heaving, blinking hard, and jabbed the button clipped above my head with his knuckle. Nothing happened. He tried again, then pulled the visor down until keys dropped into my lap. Go. Stop. He pointed vaguely at the floor in front of my feet at some pedals. And that was the conclusion of my driving lesson. The doorway where Claudia stood buckled with the force of the shifting walls, and she backed away into the house. She was letting us go that easily? I stomped on a pedal, but we didn't move. What else? The table with the carved sun that Kason had made snapped over the hood of the Jeep. The now jagged half of a sun turned in a wild circle, spinning its broken rays toward me before sliding off the other side of the car. Warmth within reach, a promise of what was to come. Now gone. With his swollen hand, Kason plugged in a key next to the wheel. The Jeep tilted higher, sliding me down the seat toward him. If the Jeep tipped over completely before we got out of here, then we wouldn't be driving anywhere without any wheels underneath us. But the garage door wasn't opening behind us. He shoved at a lever between us, his teeth bared. Go, he hissed. I stomped down on a random pedal. Rubber squealed. Then we jolted backward at top speed, ramming through the buckled garage door, with what was left of Kason's wooden creations dribbling across the front of the Jeep. As soon as the side of the Jeep cleared the house's warped, splintered, and much smaller foundation, we dropped onto all four wheels in the snow-covered driveway and kept hauling backward across the street. Stop, Kason breathed. A neighbor's house loomed closer in the mirror above my head until I had enough sense to lift my foot from one pedal and smash it into the other. We slid to a stop. Our heavy breaths misted the air as we stared straight ahead at what had once been an oasis of happiness and was now only a shrinking pile of wood and bricks. Oasis or not, Kason was now finally free of it. I didn't see the diamond dogs anywhere. Hopefully I'd hit them when I barreled through the garage door and they were buried underneath a snowdrift in the driveway. Kason sagged against his door, his red, swollen hands crossed in front of his chest in an X, his eyes shut tight. Drive, Hadley. Turn the wheel where you want to go. D for drive. P for park. I slowly lifted my hands onto the wheel. Pain rolled up my fingers to my blackened nails, but I gritted my teeth through it. D for drive, P for park. I settled my hand on the lever between our seats and shifted into drive, every bending knuckle absolute torture. When I looked out the window again, my heartbeat stuttered. Claudia stood directly in front of the Jeep. But it wasn't just her that stalled my next breath in my lungs. It was the vial of blackened poke root she held between her thumb and forefinger. The vial I hadn't been able to find. The vial that could end Fae power and eternal winter, could restore witches' rights across all factions to control their own power supply, and kill the man I was falling in love with if he swallowed it. With a wicked smile, she tilted her head back and dropped the whole thing into her mouth. Air leaked between my clenched teeth with a loud hiss. So focused was my hatred at Claudia that I didn't immediately see the other diamond dog or the gun she carried. Kason's gun from the closet, pointed right at him. And before I could crush my foot to the go pedal, she fired. Chapter 13. I blinked at the large cracks snaking across the glass, twisting away from a small hole on the right side. Beyond it, the diamond dogs appeared bent and distorted. And red. The whole snowscape had turned red, the bright, sticky kind I tasted at the back of my throat. Something scraped there, from my burning lungs and across my tongue and out my open mouth that wouldn't shut. A scream, so loud inside the confines of this Jeep. Outside, too. Because the diamond dogs were screaming as well, their bones snapping, their bodies folding in on themselves into the stained red snow. My magic, the dark, killing kind, shoved them deep into the ground like 3 boxes made of flesh and diamonds now buried and forgotten. I didn't even remember making the conscious choice to kill them since the moment the hole appeared in the windshield. It wasn't until they were gone, flattened into bloody slush, that I realized someone was still screaming, and suddenly my chest pinched with the need for air. I took in a ragged inhale, and the screaming stopped. Hadley. An unsteady whisper to my right. I turned, my body jerking and twitching, as if it knew something the rest of me didn't dare process, as if it wanted to prepare me for the worst. Kason. Sagging against the door, blood cascading from a hole in his chest down the front of his once white flannel shirt, the one that was always so warm, but now looked frozen in time. No! I threw myself across the seat at him, my hands flying to stop the rush of blood. No, Kason, you can't. You can't leave me like this! They'd shot him in the chest, on the left side near his heart. The heart I wanted so desperately to be mine. Curare. Warm, buttery light slipped off my tongue. I bent to his lips and kissed him. I didn't know if the healing spell would even work if a bullet was still lodged inside him. It could still cut up his insides. He needed someone with more magic than me, but I only had 9 clicks left. 8 if I wanted to live. I held my hands to his chest, the only place I could that wouldn't physically hurt me. Come on, Kason. Stay with me. He kept his eyes closed tight as sweat dripped over them and down his pained face. His dark hair was plastered to his head with his body's effort to keep himself alive. I wanted to brush it away from his face, feel his skin sliding against my palms like I'd dreamed about, but I didn't dare lift my hands away from his chest that still pumped rivulets between my fingers. Leaning my forehead against his, I whispered, "Talk to me. Don't go to sleep. Does it hurt any less?" "Well," he said on a groan, "it feels like I've been shot, so not really." I laughed even though I shouldn't have at a time like this. The guy had more magical ability than he'd let on. "We need to go," he said, his voice creaking. "We need to find more poke root." "No." I shook my head as tears burned the backs of my eyes. "No, we don't." "Let me do this, Hadley. This is no way to live. Not for you. Not for anyone. You deserve so much more than this frozen world." He gazed at me for a long moment, as if to let that sink in. "If I'm the legacy, then let me do this." I shook my head. What the hell was he saying? That he wanted to die? If he was the legacy and swallowed poke root, then he would die. If he wasn't the legacy, how could I risk his life in the first place by finding that out? I would rather continue eternal winter under Fey rule. "Why do you want to?" I asked. "Because, Hadley." He blinked down at my hands pressing against his heart, and when he looked up again, a smile twitched his mouth. "You deserve to be happy. You more than anyone. With sunshine and freedom." "I won't be happy without you." Unable to meet his gaze after that bout of extreme honesty, I lifted my head from his and kissed his temple. "I'm going to take my hands away now." He nodded. When I lifted my hands, blood still drained down his shirt with long, black fingers toward his swollen hands resting on his lap. He needed more healing, but I was running out of magic fast. I prayed to whoever would listen not to let him bleed out. I moved the lever to D for drive with my elbows and forearms, then stepped on the go pedal, slowly at first so I wouldn't jar him. I settled my wrists on the wheel and turned awkwardly in the direction of my house. "You okay? How are your hands? Can you put them over your chest?" "They're great. Everything's great," Kason rasped, his face draining color as fast as the blood down his front. He glanced at my hands. "How are you?" Leave it to him to be more concerned about me. Every spell could be broken, so maybe the legacy spell had an alternative loophole I hadn't yet thought of. If it meant Kason didn't have to die, I would find it. Maybe it was selfish to think I deserved a sliver of happiness more than these last few days with Kason, and if so, then fuck yeah, I was selfish. I wanted an eternity with him, but I also wanted witches' freedom from the Fae. For that girl and her 2 younger brothers I'd seen at the witch's tit to not have to choose between warmth and food. I wanted all of it. I ticked my gaze from the plowed road ahead to him. "When we get to my house, you can't come in. The less moving, the better, okay? I'll just be in and out." His gaze narrowed underneath sweaty strands of hair. "Why?" "I don't want you to see it," I said, turning onto my street in a slow, wide arc. My curse on my hands accumulated outward to the inside of my house. It turned everything black and barb-wired everything else shut. I equated it to my heart so I could forget and cope and... "I don't want you to see where I came from." After a long pause, he said, "But your heart's not like that." I shook my head, glancing at him with a small smile. I pulled in front of my house with too much force on the stop pedal. "I'll just be in and out," I reminded him. "I'll be here," he said, but the doubt clouding his eyes unnerved me. I crawled out of the Jeep and stepped into red-splattered snow. The diamond dog's blood had sprayed up over the tires and smeared across most of the rest of the black paint. I shouldn't have killed them today. I should have killed them a lot sooner. The front door stood wide open and dangled precariously from the diamond dog's dramatic entrance, which seemed like months ago. Snow drifted in onto the entryway tile, and as I stepped through into the blackened house, I could hear Mom's voice calling to me through my memories. "Hadley, if you track in any more snow, I will whip you with a wet noodle." It had been so long since I'd allowed myself to hear her that I wheezed a chuckle. It sounded so foreign coming from inside this cold, empty hell, and a shiver skated goosebumps up my arms. I didn't belong here anymore, not after living inside Kason's bright, loving home with him. The person who had lived here all alone for 2 years was someone entirely different. A strange stranger. I shouldered open the unlocked barbed wire gate and quickly strode down the hallway toward my parents' bedroom. Green firelight still lit the way on the wall sconces, each flame reduced to a speck with the wind coming in through the front door and the broken window in the kitchen. The gusts whistled across the ceiling and screeched through the cracks in the walls. Just outside my parents' bedroom door, I stared down several rows of wire hung tight across it. Carefully, I braced my forearms between the barbs on 2 wires and wrenched them apart as hard as I could. They bent outward, a small hole I might be able to slide through without killing myself. Eyes and toes crossed that I wouldn't. I hit the button on the wall to open the door, and a wave of musty, cold air filtered out, followed by a surge of memories. Planting myself between Mom and Dad while they slept when I was a scared 6-year-old. How we would all congregate on their bed in the mornings so we could start the day with laughter and pillow fights. Watching Mom sit in front of her herb garden while she delicately pruned and fussed over her plants. I missed that. I missed Jake's energy and Talamon's quiet intelligence. I missed how Dad used to cover his mouth while staring at his computer screen as if holding in some larger-than-life secret. And he was. The contributor, maybe even the director, of the underground movement to protect a human legacy that never once let his secret slip. Slowly, I climbed through the wire and into these memories, leaving the blackened, wire-guarded hallway behind. The bedroom smelled like the rest of the house, not like it once did, but I'd forgotten what it had smelled like. Like warmth, I guessed. Like life. Similar to how Kason's house had smelled. I made my way toward the large herb garden box on a shelf underneath the window that once had a magical light blazing across the inside of the lid. I elbowed the lid off the side and stared down at the herbs inside the box. Dead, of course. In the corner was a wrinkled cluster of deep purple berries. Poke root. Also dead. I heaved a sigh. I shouldn't have expected anything else in this house. Once I took Kason somewhere safe, I would need to figure out how to get more magic clicks for my Addern. With Nasty somewhere inside Kason's crushed house, getting more magic or money would be near impossible if I couldn't do more hacking jobs for my clients. Without Nasty, I might not be able to find a loophole that would ensure Kason lived and Fae power would end. A creak floated from somewhere down the hallway. I paused, swallowing thickly. The front door wouldn't close since the diamond dogs had demolished it when they'd come to check up on me. Was that Kason, even though I'd told him to stay put? Surely not. He was still hurt. I held my breath, listening. The creaking had stopped. Just the wind, then. The hair bristling up and down my arms suggested otherwise, though. Where else would I find poke root? It wasn't like it grew wild outside in the summer sun. I reached a hand into the box, and as my knuckle bones rattled against every nerve in my hand, I plucked the dead cluster of poke root berries, most of which crumbled to dust between my fingers. I pocketed most of it anyway, wincing. A low whistle, trailed by an upsweep of more musical notes, scraped icy barbs up my back. Not the wind. The wind couldn't carry a tune, so familiar, so haunting, that it undid my bladder within seconds. Warmth seeped between my legs and puddled to the floor as slow footsteps beat into the whistled song. I stared down at myself in shock, feeling that when I'd stepped into my parents' bedroom, I'd cursed myself to relive my nightmare. Unless this wasn't a dream. Unless I wasn't losing my mind. Footsteps thudded closer down the hallway, heavy and sure as if whoever it was wore black, pointed shoes with gold-plated toes while whistling a jaunty yet eerie tune. I'd led my family's killer right to me. Here, now, to finish the job. Because now I knew what Dad had known all along. The legacy was real. And this Fae knew I knew. Terror cracked through my body, splintering my resolve, shattering what I'd become and morphing me into what I used to be, a scared 17-year-old girl whose family had just been slaughtered. Out in the living room 2 years ago. The residual screams that I heard in my nightmares now chased tears down my cheeks. I had 9 clicks of magic left. 8 if I wanted to live. Less than that if I planned to save Kason and free the witches from Fae rule. Not enough to summon dark magic and kill a killer, too. So, I did what I did before and slid myself under my parents' bed. Hiding, shivering, and weak. A pair of black shoes appeared in the barbed-wired doorway. The happy whistled song gusted across the room, filling it with fishy, sour breath. I thinned my lips to keep from inhaling the Fae smell and gagging. One shoe lifted itself, then the other, until the Fae had climbed through the wires into the room with me. My heart banged into the floorboards as I peered underneath the blanket that hung over the end of the bed. The boots stepped forward toward the puddle on the floor, then toward the open herb box against the wall. Maybe he would leave me alive and alone like he had before. Maybe he'd think I'd already gone. Except Kason was out front. Oh shit, Kason! Desperation hooked my fingernails into the wood floor, and it took all I had not to launch myself out of here. If the Fae had seen him before coming in, how could the Fae not see him? Damn it, I didn't even have enough magic to protect him. He could be dead. The man I loved and swore I'd never hurt could be dead because of me. A strange sound ticked at the back of my throat, the start of a scream or a snarl or a roar. The shoes stepped closer as if they'd heard it over the continuous whistling, and I no longer cared. Just like I'd faced the memories of my past, the painful and the good, of which there were a lot more, it was time to face my family's killer. I took a breath, a big shaky one that trembled out the last of my tears. You can stop fucking whistling now. The jaunty, eerie tune trailed off, then silence. You won't be leaving this house alive, I said, my chest pushing against the floor with each bitter inhale. Somehow, with little magic, and quickly so I could find Kason. The Fae stood stone still, waiting for my next move. If only I knew what that was. The silence flickered unease through me, as if the Fae kept a hoard of secrets that would be my undoing. My muscles tensed, my palms slicking the wood with a cold sweat. I crawled slowly out from underneath the side of the bed closest to the door, my hands screaming with pain. As soon as my head cleared the mattress, my gaze leveled on my family's murderer. Chapter 14. I nodded, blanking my face, while betrayal ate up my insides. Ty, my best friend, cold, quiet, dark hair slicked back with no bow, wearing normal clothes and killer shoes in place of his rattling buckled shit-kickers. With smoky black fairy wings swelling out from his back that hadn't been there before. Wings I hated to see on my best friend, even now that I knew the truth. He stared at me through narrowed eyes as if I had done him wrong. "You peed on the floor," he said in a harsh voice I'd never heard before. I bit down hard on my lip while our 4 years of friendship flashed through my head. A fucking fae. I wasn't even sure how that was possible. "You murdered my family." The plainness in which I said it shocked me. "Mind telling me why? And while you're at it, go ahead and explain why you suddenly have fairy wings." "Not suddenly." He gave me a tight smile. "I've always had them. I just hid them with a little magic. Them and the so-called stink you witches claim to smell on us." A little magic. Right. "So what, you're some kind of spy living among us lowly witches?" He quirked an eyebrow, somehow sarcastic-like, as if he wasn't at all interested in what I had to say. Or if he was keeping secrets about what he'd just done to Kason. If Ty had hurt him in any way, I would kill Ty and resurrect him just so I could kill him again. I strode casually toward the end of the bed, closer to the door, still with no plan how to get out of here alive. "Why my family? Why leave me alive? You had to know I was here." "The portal the Fae used to invite humans to our world after World War III apparently didn't turn all of them into witches. It's said that one of them stayed human, broke through the portal on their way through, rendered Fae magic moot before the Fae fixed the portal again. Your dad hacked into the Fae computer system and found a list of people who passed through the portal before and after that window of time. He'd been tracking down their descendants ever since." "You killed him because he was right," I said, the words thick with conviction. "Because there is a legacy." Ty regarded me coolly, and his non-answer confirmed the threat against the Fae was real. "And Mom? And Talamond? And Jake? He was 5, Ty!" "A liability," he said, his voice cold and lethal. "They were so much more than that. And me?" "Bait." He spit the word out like it tasted rancid. "I needed you alive to want to avenge your family's deaths and find out more about the legacy so it can be destroyed. For good." Was he saying the legacy wasn't destroyed yet? That Kason was fine? I wasn't about to clue him in that I wasn't certain Kason was the legacy or not. Nobody would know unless he swallowed some poke root. "Is it just you, with a big stiffy for this human, or?" I asked. "Some high-up government types," he shrugged. "And me." Like Claudia and her clones. She'd wrangled all of my knowledge about Kason right out of my head and into hers after I'd melted her face off with the Devil's Son. How many Fae had she shared that information with? And since Ty had hired me to find Kason, I'd used him as a sounding board until I became hesitant to trust him. Then, at Dimmock's Everlasting Ink, I'd seen that dark-haired man with the same shoes as Ty talking to someone about me. Likely that had been Ty. Was that his dad, who worked at the Fae and Witch Relations Department and whom I'd conveniently never met? It wasn't that man who followed me inside Kason's house from Dimmock's. I sucked in a sharp breath, the realization cutting deep. It was you. There was an impressive variety of spells on his house that I undid. Your dad hid your human and all his secrets well. He clasped his hands behind his back, his hazel eyes narrowing. But you were taking too long to figure them all out. And, I swallowed, the letter from him? Under an incredible amount of encryption on his computer, which used to be... He pointed at an empty space next to my mom's herb garden box. Right there before I took it that night. I exhaled a short, choppy breath. Dad would have known I could have easily found that letter if I hadn't buried this bedroom in a heavy layer of black, vengeful thoughts for the last 2 years. And unless Ty hadn't stolen the entire computer. Fucking asshole, I whispered. He took 2 steps closer, barring me from the door. Tell me where your human is. My body seized up while a spark of bright hope bubbled inside. He hadn't seen Kason on his way in the house, right there out front in the Jeep with blood staining his entire front. If not, then where was Kason? Had he driven off with a bullet stuck inside him and decided to hell with me? Or had someone else gotten to him first? All hope withered away to a sharp pinprick inside my heart. I shrugged, attempting to paint my face with innocence. Hold up somewhere safe. You're lying, he said with a malicious glare. I can tell. Right, because you know me so well after all these years, I snapped. Well, you can't kill me if you want to find him, so what's going through that fairy head of yours? He leaned against the bed and smoothed a wrinkle from the blankets. Torture. Those particular movements, that single word, slimed bile up from my stomach. I hated him right then, but I also couldn't stop thinking about my gay best friend who I'd shared all my silly teenage secrets and fantasies with, who I had trusted completely. I hardened my voice into stone that matched his expression. Really? Whose? Funny. His mouth thinned into a pseudo-smile. I always liked that about you. I always liked that about me too, I said. Then I bolted past him toward the door with no real plan but to get away. I twisted through the barbed wire hole with my head, torso, and one leg. Just as he dived toward me, I shoved my elbow into a wire, between barbs, straight toward him. A barb punctured his chin, and he stopped, his nostrils flaring. Blood seeped out from the wound, red at first, and then growing as dark as his wings. I jerked my elbow back from the wire, releasing the barb from his skin, and hurried to drag my other leg through the hole. He caught the ankle of my boot and yanked. Still straddling the wires, I crashed down. The instinct to catch myself smashed my other leg against the wall of wire. Inch-long barbs pierced me through the inner thigh, the crook of my knee, down the length of my calf to my Achilles heel. Pain lanced the air from my lungs, but adrenaline, the will to survive, the need for vengeance, drilled through my veins sharper than any barbs ever could. But before I could move, Ty's fist smashed into my jaw. The force knocked me into more wire, stabbing into my face. I reached out blindly to catch myself, but only tangled in more barbs. Where is he, Hadley? Ty asked. I don't know, I croaked. You're lying, he sighed, as if this whole thing was an inconvenience for him. Then he nodded his hand into my hair, yanked my head down several barbs, and back through the hole into the bedroom. Blood rivered down one eye, shading the room behind him in a painful red. No way would I be going back in there with him and his talk of torture still echoing in my ears. Because this conversation was over. Bent over as I was, I flashed out a hand, grabbed everything between Ty's legs, and twisted as hard as I could. Agony blazed to my fingertips, piercing my nerves with white-hot knives. He pulled in a wheezed gasp. You don't know me as well as you think you do, you son of a bitch, I said through clenched teeth. I let go and freed myself from the wire pincushion trap. He stumbled forward, his hands swiping at empty air just as I pulled away from him and crashed into the hallway. Blood soaked through my pants and oozed a steady stream to the floor. Parts of my leg had gone numb while the other parts shrieked. The bloodied holes in my face from the barbs screeched in agony. A black haze tunneled my vision, but I blinked it away to the edges. A buzzing filled the doorway between Ty and me, and a bright white light ignited up the length of it to shield him. Then the light shoved outward toward me. I spun to the side a second before it slammed into where I'd just been and barreled a hole through the wall into Jake's room. I pushed to my feet and dragged myself down the hallway, past the dying green flames in their wall sconces. Footsteps thudded behind me. The whistled tune started up again and raked a shiver across my shoulders. As I passed the rest of the doors in the hallway, the barbed wire sprang loose, whipping at my face, snapping at my thighs, tugging at my clothes, slowing me down. That fairy needed to fucking die. As soon as I made it through the barbed wire gate and into the living room, I spun around. Fugit! The gate soared backward, but with a simple wave of his hand, it barely clipped him. 7 clicks left. 6 if I wanted to live. But how to kill him without magic when he likely had more than I did? I rounded the corner into the kitchen where broken wine bottles lay scattered across the table floor. Spilled wine stuck to the bottom of my boots on my way to the nearest unbroken bottle on the countertop. Alcohol. The fire in the hallway. Good enough. I spun around, hiding the bottle behind my back as Ty entered the kitchen with his fingers splayed out in front of him. With a muttered spell from him, the buttons on my sweater burst open, baring my chest. Ice seized my heart. I took in a ragged breath as Ty's fingers curled inward. Even though he stood several feet away, he gripped my heart through my rib cage with magic, slowing its wild pulses. "Tell me where he is," Ty warned. I flopped along the edge of the countertop, writhing at the pressure around my heart as terror frosted my veins. The bottle dropped from my hands and rolled toward the refrigerator. A trickle of dark red wine settled into the cracks on the floor. A black haze swept in over my eyes like smoky fey wings, threatening to fly me under a frozen black abyss. "Effundo, Ignis," I whispered. Several crashes from the hallway, then a small gust of green fire billowed toward the spilled wine. Ty waved it toward the living room with an angry snap of his hand. The fire rushed toward the fireplace. "Stop wasting time!" he shouted. The ice in my chest expanded. A warning bell needled into my brain and set off bursts of light so much like stars. I faded into the countertop, my legs no longer able to support me. My Audern clinked against the floor as I collapsed, triggering a thought that blazed then faded behind the wintry squeeze around my heart. "Where is he?" Ty yelled. All of my thoughts wilted behind a frozen wall that climbed higher through my chest and into my... A dark shape blurred behind Ty and stalked up on him. "I'm right here, asshole," a voice growled. The familiar outline and rough voice sparked a fight through my limbs. I scrambled for drawers and something, anything inside to help. Every floor tile, every sharp corner my fingers grazed shot unholy pain from wrist to fingertip, but this time I welcomed it. It chipped away the icy haze from my brain and heart and clarified what needed to be done. 4 clicks on my Audern, 3 if I wanted to live, and I did to save Kason and the rest of this frozen world. Those 2 things were what I wanted most. The vague shape defined itself into Kason. His face twisted with menace, he tackled Ty to the ground. The time had come to choose which memories would haunt me, my family's slaughter and the resulting aftermath, or letting their murderer go free. "Got him," I whispered into my hands. My Audern ticked down 3. If I used the last click, the poison spikes inside my Audern would trigger, and that would be it for me. Soft blue light misted from between my lips. I touched it to my palms, and it scraped all the pain away into nothingness. Gone, leaving an empty feeling behind it, as if I were missing something I had relied on for the last 2 years, the guilt I'd made tangible. The rest of my body, however, still throbbed and leaked too much blood, and my iced-up heart was still under Ty's spell. I dug my hand into a drawer and curled it around something weighty and sharp. Memories of my own sobs that night tumbled through my head, a bloodied knife clutched in my hand, my family dead because I couldn't save them. But I could avenge them. And I would. I would make this desperate world a better, brighter, happier place. But my body objected and dropped me to the floor. With the handle of a cleaver, not a knife, secured in my fist, I crawled toward Ty. I hadn't had the presence of mind or the time to try something bigger and sharper on Dad. With a muttered spell, Ty propelled Kason off of him. Kason crashed onto the coffee table and snapped it in half. He lay there stunned. Not dead. I refused to think he was dead. Not dead. I opened my mouth to scream it aloud, but all that came out was a low hiss. Ty turned, and his crazed eyes caught me slithering toward him along the floor. His mouth distorted into a grin as he pushed to his feet. I blinked at the blood that dripped into my eyes, but it kept coming, threatening to blanket my vision if unconsciousness didn't. My heart sounded faint, with too many empty spaces between beats. Ty stalked toward me. I gripped the cleaver tight, my lips peeled back in a pained grimace. Behind him, one of Kason's hands twitched at his side. Not involuntary twitching. He was alive. He fumbled for something in his jeans pocket with his red, swollen fingers. A metal can of fennel seeds with a lid that didn't close right. He let it drop to the floor, spilling fennel seeds in a wide arc. Counting. He'd said Faye had a thing with counting. The gold-toed tips of Ty's shoes drew closer. The power inside him vibrated outward. Premium seeds, I choked out. Behind you. His contorted face relaxed some, replaced by a curiosity that seemed to compel him to turn. No. He took a step toward them, his shoulders heaving. Better go. I dragged in an inhale, the movement constricting my frozen chest. Count them. With a frustrated growl, Ty walked toward the spilled seeds with jerky limbs, as if he had no control. He fell to his knees and began to sort the seeds into an orderly pile. I hauled myself across the floor toward him, my gasps for air fading behind a darkness that threatened to slip over my eyes, and slid up behind him. One of his arms braced his weight as the other continued sorting the seeds. I slipped my fingers across his flesh and knuckles and the silver addern to hold his hand in place, and I didn't even think. I plunged the cleaver down. He screamed. Terror flared his eyes wide as they ticked from the blade stuck in his wrist to my fist wrapped around the handle. I plucked the cleaver free and collapsed face first on the floor. My body twitched with rapid blood loss and the inability to draw more than a shallow breath through the ice binding my chest. I had no control over my movements, but I needed his hand, his addern, his magic. I tucked the cleaver's handle to my chest, hoping for one last burst of energy, enough to push myself up. My gaze floated underneath the black couch where a monster eyeball stared back. A monster eyeball attached to a crazy straw. Jake's birthday present. And this Faye, who I'd once called my best friend, had taken Jake away from me. The thought of my baby brother, my whole fucking family, struck a match that streaked vengeful fire through my arms. I clutched the cleaver, and with a breathless scream that rang between my ears, I sailed the blade home once again. Split flesh, carved bone. Ty's hand slumped to the floor. Bitch! He hugged his bleeding stump to his chest, still bent over the floor while counting, a wild, pained look in his eyes. I wrenched his addern from his lopped-off hand and clinked our adderns together, absorbing his magic until he had none. His Arctic heart-stopper spell lifted. My heart slammed into my chest with renewed vigor. I dragged in a breath, clawing at my neck and chest as if that could make the air funnel in quicker. I tried to push myself to my feet. My legs weren't cooperating, though, especially the punctured, bleeding one. The floor was slicked with blood, both mine and Ty's. Kason? I summoned the will and the energy to crawl over to him. Kason, answer me. I hope he's dead, you fucking bitch! Ty hissed. I swung my good leg into his pile on my way to Kason, and his carefully counted seeds skittered across the floor.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
Ty screamed. I picked my way over the broken coffee table and anchored my hand to Kason's blood-soaked chest. A glance down at my Addern showed I'd absorbed 305 clicks from Ty. Not an infinite amount, but compared to my 1 click I'd had left before, it sure as hell seemed like it. Unfortunately, Fae didn't die without magic like witches. Curare. Warm, buttery light curled off my lips, and I pressed the healing power into his mouth. Come back to me, Kason. I waited for his wounds to melt away, for his eyes to snap open and meet mine, for the moment we could walk away from this nightmare, hand in hand. But nothing happened. Chapter 15. I wasn't too late. I wasn't too late to save him, to resurrect him, like I'd been with my family. But I didn't want the resurrected version of my Kason, whatever that might be. I wanted him. I spread my fingers out over his chest, searching for a heartbeat. Kason? Kason, wake up. You can't leave me. Tears burned the back of my throat. I couldn't do this again. I couldn't lose someone else I loved and house my frozen black heart in solitude. That wasn't who I wanted to be anymore, and this human had helped show me that. I wanted a life with him in it, a warm, happy one. Curare, I said once more and touched the yellow light to his lips. I would spend all my magic on him, if that was what it took.
You tainted the magic you stole from me, you stupid witch,
Ty said from behind me. I glanced toward him to be sure he was still preoccupied. Sweat leaked down his face as he shook his head at his fennel seed pile. His wild gaze darted to the cleaver lying on the floor, and he winced. It seemed as if he wanted to stop counting and lunge for it, but couldn't help himself. Please. Something leaped against my palms. Then again, slow and strong. The angry blisters on his hands faded, and a faint smile touched his mouth. You rang? He murmured. Relief sagged me on top of him. Tears tracked down my cheeks and saturated his blood-soaked shirt. I told you to stay in the car, I said.
I didn't listen.
He gently pushed me back so he could look at me, his eyes clear and alert. He swallowed hard as his gaze snagged down my bloody wounds on my body. He lingered on my open sweater, and dark shadows crossed his face. His hands flexed as he looked over at Ty with a pinched mouth.
I smelled him coming before I saw him.
I followed his gaze. A memory tugged of Ty sitting across from me at Hell Here, sorting spilled fennel seeds into a pile. Not sorting, counting. Maybe in high school, he'd wanted to hang out at his place because there was less likelihood of there being a mess of seeds or other countable objects inside his pristine home that would give away his true identity. Kason glared at him.
I've never been a fan of killing, but today I might make an exception.
Spittle gathered in a long, dangling string from Ty's lower lip. It swayed side to side in his frantic quest.
My sister should have killed you when she had the chance.
Kason and I shared a look. I'd never met Ty's sister.
Daphne?
Kason asked.
Was your sister's name Daphne?
And that man at Dimmick's with your matching shoes. Your dad. Was this a whole family affair? I asked. Find the legacy and destroy everyone who might know about it, right?
Then why didn't Daphne kill me?
Kason asked.
Said she was in love with you, Ty growled. Said she wanted no one to be with you but her, so she put a sex curse on you that she planned on breaking eventually. But once she left your house, she couldn't find you again. Her locator spells were filled with pain, rocket ships, and a kid laughing.
A rocket ship like the toy one dangling from the ceiling of Dimmick's Everlasting Inc. next to the room with the child's shoe. Maybe that was where Dimmick kept Kason in between houses with a number of spells in place to block his location. Too bad Dimmick had abandoned ship.
My father blamed her for losing you, not being able to seduce you to untie the legacy knot.
Ty snarled at the cleaver just feet away from him as he collected more seeds.
So he killed her.
I glanced at Kason, who heaved a sigh. If I had to guess, I would bet he felt like he belonged in a meat market, the poor guy. But was it any surprise Daphne had fallen in love with him? He was kind and selfless, and much too good for this shitty, frozen world we lived in. He pulled himself into a sitting position with a groan, eyeing all my leaking wounds.
Don't forget about you, Hadley.
I nodded, and once I'd healed myself, a lightness flurried through my chest as if I'd escaped a heavy weight. Not just my self-imposed curse, not the associated guilt, either. But the tiniest sliver of that guilt had been shaved off today, and it was enough to make a difference. If my family were here with me right now, I knew they would tell me I did all I could, that they were proud of me no matter what, that Dad would be thrilled I was carrying on his legacy, both literally and figuratively. Kason jerked his chin at Ty.
What do we do with him?
I have to kill him, I said without hesitation. I gazed down at Ty as if seeing a total stranger. A lot. Chapter 16. Smoke billowed into the sky from the direction of my house long into the night, lacing black curves over the heavy gray clouds. I sat on a stiff mattress, watching out the window from the hotel we'd holed ourselves in for the night from the money I'd taken from Ty's wallet. My family's murderer was dead, and I should have felt vindicated. Instead, a strange sense of guilt swamped my insides with a greasy feeling I couldn't shake. He'd once been my best friend. I'd been proud to call him that, too. And now he was a magicless, tied-up in barbed wire corpse inside a burnt house. Sure, he deserved it, but that didn't make it right. Or maybe it did. Hell if I knew the difference anymore. But if all witches, not just me, would be taking back their power from the Fae and waking tomorrow to the first day of spring, then it would be worth it. Right? Unless Kason was the legacy human, then spring might as well be winter all over again. At least for me. Kason sat next to me on the bed, freshly showered and radiating his comforting cedar and chocolate scent. I leaned my head on his shoulder carefully, even though I'd healed all of our injuries. He glanced down at the monster eyeball straw in my hands, the only thing I'd rescued from my burning house, and ran his fingers through my damp hair and down my back. Ready? He asked. No. I took a deep breath and released it, the backs of my eyes burning. Mom's cluster of poke root berries, now resurrected with magic, rested on one of the pillows, curved in a deep purple question mark. Was he the legacy human, or wasn't he? Would he die, or wouldn't he? What if he did die, and the legacy human was just a myth? What if he didn't die, and the legacy was still just a myth? Maybe Dad believed in the legacy human because he needed something to hold on to, like I had held on to my guilt. Maybe, like my curse, his hope in the legacy had become so much a part of him that it had become an addiction of sorts. But Dad wasn't the kind of witch who invented false dreams. He was logical and precise with everything he did, sometimes frustratingly so to a girl who once wanted to build a rocket ship and fly high above the constant winter gray. Kason took my hand and looked out the window for a long moment, as if seeing something beyond the snow, smoke, and clouds that I couldn't. Do you think I'm a terrible person for what I did back there? I blurted. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and he cupped my cheek in his warm hand so I would look at him. You mean for repeatedly throwing yourself into danger and sacrificing yourself to save the whole race of witches from the Fae? I leaned back to study him, but not enough to let his hand drop from my face. That's how you see it?
That's the only way to see it. Maybe all this started out as a need for vengeance, but it's transformed into so much more than that with you.
The sincerity in his voice burned the tears from my eyes. I swiped at them, too slow to catch them all. Kason had melted his way inside my cold, dead heart to make a permanent home there, rent-free, with an immaculately clean path through all my cluttered baggage and as warm as his soul. That's exactly where I wanted him, always. I don't know what I'll do if you are the legacy, I whispered. He bent to kiss the tip of my nose.
You'll do exactly what you have been doing. You'll push on. You'll cope. But it will be spring instead of winter, and you'll be free from the Fae's control.
I sighed down at the monster straw in my hands. You've seen how well I cope. Remember the inside of my house? You must think I'm a psycho.
Well, yeah.
He shrugged, smiling. I barked out a tear-coated laugh and kicked him lightly in the foot.
Kidding. But it's a good thing there's no wrong way to cope. You did what you had to do to survive. You were a 17-year-old girl who had lost everything. And now...
His warm gaze searched my face, but there was a hint of sorrow there. Regret, maybe.
Now you're so close to finding the legacy.
But... I shook my head, struggling to choke out the words because I needed him to hear them. It wasn't just about finding the legacy. It hadn't been for a while. I love you, Kason. A sad smile tilted his lips.
I love you too.
No shock, no hesitation, just the truth, and it matched my truth. Relieved, I kissed him, long and deep, pouring as much of my true feelings into it as I could in the short amount of time we might have left. You don't have to do this, I whispered again. Not right now. We can wait.
But I will.
His lips feathered over my skin, triggering a moment of escape in this swell of apprehension.
I'm ready.
Taking his hand, I pushed to my feet with a sigh. This was it. The moment that could change everything. For the worse. For the better, depending on how I looked at it. I both dreaded and wished for it, a contradictory cyclone kicking up both feelings at once. If he didn't take the poke route, and we never knew if he was the legacy or not, the not knowing would likely drive me insane as I continued to live in eternal winter under Fae rule. If he took it and nothing happened, then at least we would know he wasn't the legacy. If he took it and died, well, I would have to try to learn to focus on the good, on witches' freedom and spring, no matter how difficult that would be. I took the poke root from the pillow, threaded my other hand through his, and stared into his rich brown eyes, amazed at how tall he stood even with this pressure weighing his shoulders. If he was afraid, he didn't show it. This wasn't even his war to fight, and yet here he stood, like a noble warrior in a world that wasn't his own, and I loved him even more for it. You'll come with me, right? I asked softly, eyeing the poke root dangling between my fingers. If you're not the legacy, we can go back to where you grew up and find your family.
On one condition,
he said, his gaze searching the sky outside the window.
We find a house, kind of like my old one eventually, with fireplaces in every room so you can wander around naked at all times. Otherwise, no deal.
I pushed out a weird laugh that sounded like a cross between a gasp and a sob. And a room for your woodworking. I lifted a finger at him. No poppies. He nodded.
Or dogs. Or diamonds.
And a basement filled with wine, with the little green man on the label because... wine. I shook my head, then shook it harder and buried my face in my hands. What hellish kind of masochists were we? Why were we making plans for our future when there might not be one?
Hey, stop,
he said gently and gathered me into his arms. I can't lose you too, Kason. Even though my hands no longer ached, I placed them against his chest where they belonged forever, as far as I was concerned. I'm right here, he whispered into my ear. He took the poke root berries from me, and without pause, bit several of them into his mouth. We didn't know how long it would take, or how many he needed to eat, or whether they needed to be in a glass vial, but the time it took for him to chew, then swallow, were some of the most agonizing seconds of my life. Now, we waited to see what would happen. I took a deep, shaky breath, inhaling him even further into my soul. He nuzzled my neck while turning me in his arms so I could lean my back against his chest. His hands, his warm breath, distracted me enough to zip a pleasant quiver between my legs. I let my eyes sink closed and arched my neck to give him better access. I love you, he said again. This time when he said it, my eyes filled with tears because I feared it might be the last time I heard it. I love you too. Chapter 17. Gray light cracked into my eyes when I opened them, but I let them drift closed again. I'd been having the best dream about Kason and me enjoying a picnic, something I'd read about once, while we nibbled little sandwiches and sipped sun-warmed tea in the middle of a forest on a blanket of thick, lush grass. But giant insects had come with diamond collars wrapped around their throats, carrying barbed wire ropes and wearing pointed, gold-tipped shoes on their tiny insect legs. They'd plucked our sandwiches from our hands, which had somehow turned black and charred. Okay, maybe that hadn't been the best dream, but in my warped mind, it ranked easily among the top 5 because it had starred Kason, outside in the sun and alive. Kason. I snapped myself awake but didn't dare lift my head for fear of what I might see. My body lay flush with Kason's, both of us completely naked with my head cradled against his chest. Both of my palms pressed against it as if to keep the life contained there. But I didn't feel a heartbeat. Kason! My voice warbled. Panic jolted me upright to look at him. My hands searched his chest for something, anything. And then there it was. Strong and sure, his heartbeat slammed against my palms with a vigorous intensity that doubled me over with relief. Morning, sunshine. At the sound of his voice, I shook my head against his chest to make sure I wasn't still dreaming. What a cruel joke that would be. Slowly, in case this moment vanished, I turned my head to look him in the eyes. He had his head propped up on his arm bent behind him, and he peered down at me with a sleepy, sexy smile. You're alive, I whispered. Feels that way. He reached out to cup my cheek, a tender look in his eyes. Let's not go changing that today, okay? I leaned into his touch, then glanced out the window quickly in case he decided to disappear. A light snow drifted down. Spring hadn't come, but the man I loved still lived, which sparked something brighter, warmer than springtime sun. Hope. Let me see your tattoo, I said, pulling away. He sat up, and I swung around him, nearly face-planting into the pile of blankets and pillows in my haste. As soon as I saw his back, I gasped. Tiny inked stars, hundreds of them, marked a 2-dimensional version of the Isophase Earth-mirrored world. Each faction seemed to contain a different amount, but the larger the chunk of land, the more stars there were. What do you see? He asked. It's like a star map tattoo laid over all the factions. Huh. Not what I expected. Wait. Not just stars. Constellations. Andromeda, Cassiopeia, Orion, Ursa Major. Maybe all 88 of them. I brushed the skin on his back, my gaze skimming over each one. No, not 88. Corvus, the raven constellation I'd found painted on the wall at Dimmock's Everlasting Ink, the one that appeared tattooed on Kason's back after we had sex the first time, wasn't there. So those other constellations must have been. I blinked and blinked again, my insides pulsating. Hadley? I held to his sides while awe cemented my tongue to the roof of my mouth. The tracker vial of poke root that was lodged inside Kason's back wasn't there anymore. No vial, no Corvus. But these other constellations. He glanced over his shoulder, and his eyes widened at what he must have seen written on my face. Tell me. It's a star map of humans, I choked out. Humans with a tracker vial of poke root inside them. A slow smile lit his eyes. One of them could be the legacy. I nodded, with what was probably a psycho grin stretching my face. All of these humans were likely scattered across the world for protection. Were all of them locked inside a house with a knot tattooed on their backs, just waiting for a tantalizing witch to come along to see if they were the legacy? Or did every human have a different tattoo? Other than Ty's dad, who else knew that a legacy human existed? Dad had known, of course, and he'd mapped out the stars for me while giving me my own in the form of Kason. I would follow the map on his back until the day I died. I hated to think that the legacy human, whoever he or she was, might not want to save the witches from the Fae, might not be willing to die for a cause he or she didn't believe in. But we would somehow cross that bridge when we found them. One seed and then the next, as Mom always used to say. This map is our future. I dropped a kiss to the empty continent of Iceland where Kason's constellation should be, which happened to be on the bottom of his shoulder blade. We'll find the legacy. He leaned over his shoulder to kiss me. I can live with that. I grazed my lips down his jaw and smiled into the crook of his neck. As if to be sure, or as if I were answering the call of a beacon, I slid my hands up to his chest, my forever home. Good. Epilogue. Wind battered the hems and collars of our coats into our legs and stinging cheeks as we wound our way through the headstones. It had been 2 years since I'd been to the cemetery on the very edge of Faction 11 near the docked boats, one of which would soon carry us away from here. Both our tickets to Faction 2 were stowed in my coat pocket, and I bumped it with my wrist every other step to be sure they hadn't blown out. I wasn't so sure I would be able to make out my family's graves in the driving snow, or even remember exactly where they'd been buried, but I put one foot in front of the other anyway. We had time to wander before our ship left, sort of like a bit of practice before we wandered the rest of the world. 4 red roses and a monster eyeball straw were gripped tightly in my wool gloves. I had no idea when or if I was coming back. Even though the flowers would likely blow away as soon as the stems left my fingertips, I wanted my family to know how sorry I was that I couldn't save them that horrible night, how much I loved them, and how leaving them behind in Faction 11 wasn't something I looked forward to. But it needed to be done, and they would understand. Kason slowed his steps, part of his fake silver addern, minus the poison spikes, of course, visible underneath his thick glove. Maybe someday we'd get him a real addern so he could learn to use magic. Since he hadn't died from the poke root, he was a witch like me. The portal connecting this world to the destroyed one had probably changed his entire family from human to witch, like it had most of us. But his family might still be tracked with a poke root vial, since his family's house was the first of the 3 houses he'd been trapped inside. We would find them, or at least try to, while we searched for the legacy. His gaze slanted past me before it flitted up to meet mine, a frown marked between his eyebrows. He said something, but the wind whipped it away. I stopped and turned to the headstone on my left, and the faded words inscribed there jabbed a series of sharp stings up through my ribcage. Jonah Hawthorn, devoted husband, father, stargazer. I heaved out a choked laugh. That summed him up perfectly. Next to him lay Mom, Talamond, and Jake, but snow had drifted up the stones too far to read anything but their names. All of their gravestones leaned with the wind, and I imagined that if I touched them, my fingers would freeze. They deserved sunshine and a warm breeze, chirping birds and leaves rattling happily in the trees. "I'll fix this for you," I promised them. "I'll make you proud." With the cold air shoving against my back, I shielded each of my lost family members, if only for a moment, while I rested a rose at the base of their headstones. Kason came along behind me and scraped the ice and snow from the stones with his gloved hands, but they'd become too weathered to read the inscriptions. No way would I allow their memories to be erased like that. I vowed to fix this, too. Tears burned down my icy cheeks as I pushed to my feet. I held out a hand toward Kason, and a kind smile tilted his mouth when he took it. "What about that?" he asked, nodding down to the monster eyeball straw in my hand. "Jake would want me to keep it safe for him." I glanced back at my family's resting place, letting my heart swell with warm memories I would take with me everywhere. With that, we left them, hand in hand, while we walked through what I hoped were the last dregs of eternal winter. We had only each other, a monster eyeball straw, and a map of all the humans in each of the factions, one of whom had to be the legacy. That was far more than I'd had in a long time. This has been Legacy, Faction 11, the Isa Faye Collection. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2017 by Lindsey R. Loucks. Production copyright by Lindsey R. Loucks. Thank you for listening.